Love you, Linda. Love you.
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing "Oh Happy Day."
One word prayer. Justice, where are you?
Well, good morning, everyone. I am so excited to be here today. This trial, in a way, is like a train wreck or a car accident, right? Because what do we see every day? We come and we think, even if it's a day that's supposed to be very slow or nothing's happening, something always happens and you just can't keep your eyes off it. You have to watch what's going on. I mean, Mr. Burgess this week, Shanon Burgess, the alleged expert, and all the issues that come on. I mean, I don't know which witness is going to be out of turn today because there is someone who's coming in out of turn. And supposedly Christina Hanley is coming back this afternoon. She's the glass lady, right? I see a comment in your comments, and I love your comments. They do inspire me. Colin's 6-hitter. Let me just see this because this is so funny. I saw Shannon running down the street today. I think he was pursuing his BS. As you know, we've said BS or BS. You can't make this up. What's going on? I mean, experts are very important, right? And this expert supposedly, out of the blue, as you all know, decided he could be a wizard and he could find information no one else had. And I see people on the internet, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Well, he put the nail in the coffin of Karen Reed, and then she validated what he said with the interview with Gretchen Voss. I just can't believe what I'm saying. I can't believe I'm hearing. This are people that you cannot listen, that don't listen. Now look, I've always said to you, if the Commonwealth can prove that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe, so be it. Their opportunity to do that started with how they charged her. If she killed him and she hit him in some way, it was a DWI. It was a driving while intoxicated, leaving the scene of the accident, death. It was a DV leaving the scene of the accident, death. And that's the case that should have been pursued if they thought that was the case. But it wasn't the case, all right? It simply wasn't the case. Because their evidence collection, as Cheryl McCollum, who, as you know, is one of the great crime scene investigators, was actively crime scene investigating still after 40 years. And we were so fortunate to have her on this show on Friday, as you know, with the we call it Girls' Night Out. I mean, we have to do another one, Girls' Night Out, but the men can still come. Girls' Night Out, it's like we're an inclusive Girls' Night Out, right? We're the girls. We're girl with GURL. She had posted yesterday, and if you haven't seen her post, she's on Instagram, and she posted something that was very telling. She said, "Look, this witness was a mess. This is not an expert. They have no lead investigator. They have no documentation. They have no, those aren't confessions. People are saying they did stuff without writing it down. The evidence collection is at the very least a mess. The conclusions that they have don't mean anything in terms of any of proving a case. They said they don't have anything. This case, this should never have been brought. And if she were in charge, this case would not be brought. Who's to say, as I've also read from some other people, that John O'Keefe just wasn't drunk and fell in the snow and fell back and hit his head? And who's to say that? We don't really know what is going on with that, and we don't know what caused the marks on his arms. But what we do know is that the state medical examiner and the neuropathologist who the prosecution, it's their witness, they didn't call, indicated what especially after the state medical examiner indicated that there's no evidence she looks for that John O'Keefe was hit by a 6,000-pound SUV. And recall, we know, and the jury may not know, We know, and the jury may not know, let me repeat that, that in the first trial, the Commonwealth by Trooper Paul, who we thought was the most ridiculous expert we'd ever seen, but at least he was ridiculously kind of like a naivety honest in his garbage that he was spewing out. uh, Backed up, carried backed up 60.2 feet at 60 feet at 24.2 miles an hour. I mean, think about that. You got to floor your car and go 60 feet, and that's how the prosecution was indicating that there was a murder. And then hit John O'Keefe, and boom, and then he did a pirouette in the air, and he came down and hit his head. So that was the theory in the first case. Now look, if you're going to charge somebody with murder, if you're going to charge somebody with murder, you better have the evidence. And Madeira Beach caregiver, hello, hello, hello. Oh my gosh. First of all, thank you for that. You have been so gracious. The judge passed away yesterday, and you're heading back to Florida for now. Everyone here, always savor the moments. Madeira Beach is somebody close and dear to my heart, even though we have not met. She is a hospice nurse, okay? And anyone who is involved with a hospice patient or has been involved with a hospice patient, especially if you're a nurse that's assigned, it's simply one of the most wonderful people, because you do get attached, despite the fact that life is terminal, and that's why you have to savor the moment and love every moment of your life and live every moment of your life, because you never know what's going to happen the next day. So good morning, Madeira Beach caregiver. I am so sorry that the judge passed away. The judge was a big fan of this network, donated even money in her last moments. And Madeira Beach has taken care of this judge, whose name will remain obviously unknown. But thank you, Madeira Beach caregiver, and thank you for being so generous and all. And I can't tell you how much we appreciate not only the donation, but you didn't even have to make the donation for us to appreciate you and what you do. Thank you very much. So let me go back to what I was saying, that if you're going to charge somebody with murder, this is murder that they charge you with. They didn't charge you with, walking the dog without a leash. This is murder, okay? This is murder, all right? And you better have the evidence, and you better have a good case. And here, what happened is they decided that, as we know, and this jury doesn't know, that's the issue I have, that within 16 hours, actually probably was 9 hours, within 16 hours that Karen Reed was guilty of homicide. And even though they didn't have the finding from the medical examiner, and even though they called the medical examiner a whack job because they were set in their ways, this was a murder, all right, according to them. This was a murder, according to them, all right? And they weren't changing it. And not only that, they shared that with the group that involved Jen McCabe, because there's a text, as you know, that if Karen Reed pleads, then we won't have another episode. So you don't have a crime scene investigator now, because that guy, Michael Proctor, that former state trooper, is a former state trooper, and he was in charge. And the other thing that the jury I don't think it knows the import yet so much, although the inverted Sally Port. Remember in the first trial with the inverted Sally Port, we had what was the moment. It was the aha moment, right? Where Yuri Buchanan had testified, and he looked like he was great. He did this, he did that, he did this, he did that. And then on cross-examination, halfway through, it was revealed with a big aha moment that the Sally Port video had been inverted. So the testimony from Yuri Buchanan that Michael Proctor, former trooper Michael Proctor, had not been near that taillight, which looked pretty intact to me. And the Dighton cop, who again the prosecutor didn't call here, said that it wasn't all. There was just like a crack, like a little crack piece missing, and all. So what can I say? What can I say? That the prosecution's trying to hide evidence, and they don't really know this yet. We know it. That's why we're really crazy about this. Oh, it's somebody's birthday here. Madeira Beach caregiver says, "Happy birthday to my fellow Gemini, Joey Kane." Now, if you all know Joey's been did those animations for us for Mr. Fluffer Nutter, and that is because I combined Mr. Natal with Flementi, who's apparently going to testify again. I heard. I don't understand that. All right. And there you go. And there you go. So it's fluffernutter, and all. It's really funny. And also Ian Whiffen, I call them Wiffle Wall. So there's like these animations that we did that are kind of cute. Okay. Joey isn't here yet, but yes, he's got a birthday. Isn't that great? So yeah, Nicola Cox makes a point. Most of the prosecution's evidence has been with the drinking. Yeah. Yes, she was drinking. Yes, but they're charging with murder. They're charging it with murder. I mean, that's the thing. Now, I do see the fan. When we go into court. We'll see who this witness that they had to take out of turn is. Obviously, somebody may be going on vacation next week. I thought it would be somebody like Welcher who's going to follow, or the gamma ray brain surgeon. That would make sense if you're going to take a whole day away. But now, apparently, Christina Rex is reporting that Hanley will be back on the stand this afternoon. So I am not sure of who the witness is that is coming on. But, yeah, look at Colorado. Seeing the brake light light up when being loaded on the flatbed of the Sallyport pick without light does not match. Yeah, something happened. Something happened in that Sallyport. All right. To me, there's no doubt about that. But the fact that the prosecution hides evidence, the jury doesn't. I'm not sure they're getting the import of this. Okay. Because Hank Brennan's done a very good job being sleazy and slimy about that. I said he was a good attorney. And, that he has done what he was hired to do. But I am extremely concerned with his misrepresentations to the court. I have grave concerns, as a matter of fact. Something apparently this judge only had with Alan Jackson on a bullshit issue because Hank Brennan lied about getting discovery. Right? Remember that? He said, "Oh, I apologize. It's my mistake. I did get this in discovery." And that was the bill and the payment after the fact to ACA. And so she made a big deal finding Rule 14 discovery violations. We didn't even know what Rule 14 was before we came into this case. Well, I knew because I tried Aaron Hernandez, right? I knew because I tried Aaron Hernandez. But the rest of us, none of you know. Now you're like experts in Rule 14. Oh, the fan stopped. Yes, the fan stopped. I see the fan is stopping. Yes, it's not going around. Now, maybe the fan stopped because it's kind of cold in there today. We have a northeaster that's coming up here, but Michael Bryant, he's like the post office. Neither rain nor snow will stop him. He is on his way to Dedham, okay? But there is a huge northeaster that's coming through. It's coming south up from here, at least apparently. Maybe it's but we're getting it. We're starting to get it here. And tomorrow, Dedham is going to really be bad. So Michael Bryant will be there for the first half of the day tomorrow. But he's going there today. So we'll see what's happening. Remember also, there was hearings with the First Amendment case. Remember, Erica Walsh got arrested by going through the First Amendment zone, as Michael Bryant has tagged it, which she should be allowed to go through wearing a sweatshirt that said "Criminals Control or Run Norfolk County." It's from Microdot's store. If you want to support Richie at Microdots, it's a good way to support his store. Is to buy some of his merch. Because everyone waits with bated breath for these Microdots videos now. They're truly remarkable, right? Absolutely remarkable. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. Mr. Mark Randazzo, the attorney who's also representing Michael Bryant in his First Amendment suit against the Massachusetts State Police and Judge Beverly Cannoni and all, for not allowing somebody who doesn't have a press pass but who is a journalist to report from the zone. Although they did allow him into the zone the last 2 times he's been up. This is going to be, I think, our 11th trip up there since just before the trial started. Our streaming network puts his mouth where it's where we say we should be, and that is at the trial. Some people are covering it just from afar. They're doing a great job. But we're actually going there, as small as we are. But 13,000 of you strong, I don't think it's very small. You've joined us, by the way, in the last 6 months. And if you're coming, let me just say, if you're coming here from X this morning, please also go to our YouTube at Justice Served TV. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. That gets us into the algorithms and all. And then we also did post one of my mini rants, which is on our at Justice Serve TV page, and also I believe it's also on our X too. At least the link to it is this morning, and that's my mini rant about Mr. Burgess and about the court allowing Mr. Burgess to even testify. She should have been doing a hearing like she did for all the really good witnesses that the defense has. They had to come for Dahlberg hearings, sometimes 2 times over. Remember poor Dr. Marie Russell? It's just ridiculous. And yet you have this guy who clearly, and I'm going to say clearly, was engaged in credentialing fraud, okay? And he only, very interesting, he only had 4 cases in the scope of since 2018 that he's testified in, 2 in trial and 2 in deposition. And we went through that. If you want to go listen to our last night's program when you have some time, put it on simultaneously, right? And one of them was a criminal case out of Oregon, which obviously the attorneys are probably looking at right now if there was a conviction. And I don't know if there was. 2 were depositions. But he was in the office in South Lake, Texas, is it? That we were talking about. And one of Blessed in Texas actually went over there because he said that's where he was when he first got assigned the case. Well, ARCA clearly is like a clearinghouse Timu or a Wayfair for experts. They go in and buy all these small companies and put them on their website and then have all these people who are experts. And so they closed that office in Texas and moved him to Dallas. And that's why he said he now works out of Dallas, right? I actually called the South Lake office in Texas on the show the other day and got a different name besides Aperture. It's not ARC, I'm sorry, Aperture. I got a different name. So Aperture is clearly buying these offices, and then they're just having this clearinghouse of experts, right? And they probably, you go through them and they take a big fee and then assign it to somebody. All right. But they're supposed to have at least a Bachelor of Science. Somebody wasn't monitoring that. Okay. And when they buy these, they're just making these assumptions. Somebody wasn't monitoring him. And I thought the judge first, I thought Aperture second, okay, because they should have pulled him out of this trial. Instead, they cut their losses that way. Instead, they decided to let's see if she gets convicted, I believe, and all this will just wash away, and then we can deal with Mr. Burgess after that. That's what I think they are doing, right? It's outrageous. And then, of course, we have to blame Mr. Burgess himself because you are responsible for your CV. And people didn't just make them. He made up all those CVs, whatever it was. He changed it no matter what it was to try to make himself a big deal. And his peer-reviewed article, turns out when I looked at his whole CV, which Diz got all the documents, and I'm going to try to post some of them later on our X account, especially the ones that show where he testified as an expert, right? And interestingly enough, 2 of them were in accident reconstruction and 2 of them were in digital forensics. Now, he said on the stand that he wasn't an expert in accident reconstruction. Hey, Aperture, hello, all right? Judge, you should do it, all right? You should have, this is going to actually do that now. You should have seen that, okay? It's ridiculous. And then at the end, if someone makes a point, Hank Brennan comes back and, well, you found this and you found this and you found this and you found this and you found this. Who cares what he says he found? Supposedly with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, because the journal that he published his big article on that shows he's a wizard in recovery, it's not a peer-reviewed journal. It's just a compendium of things, of articles. And it's one publication. All these years, of 17 years, where he's seeking his degree. I'm sorry. It's one publication. This is the good finger, okay? Last night I did the bad finger, okay? It's one publication, right? It's one publication, all right? That's all it is. It wasn't a peer-reviewed journal. It's not like you're going to, let's see, the New England Journal of Medicine, and it's been peer-reviewed. Your paper's been peer-reviewed by everybody, and before it even gets published, like 3 independent people look at it and check it and make sure that it's right and see if they agree with it, and then it gets put in the journal for more peer review. Right. That's just ridiculous. Now, I have not checked the Aperture site today yet. When we ended our show last night, Shanon Burgess was still up there, right? As a digital forensics expert with that CV. You know, oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. And then, when, when I have to give Bob Alessi credit. Now, a couple things I've noticed about Bob Alessi. I love him to death, but he's got to stay on his track. All right. Like if the witness said something that you could go off track on, I know how Alan Jackson can take that and run run a marathon that way and then come back. Unless he stays on point. And that's pretty good because he did have a theme yesterday. He didn't want to really get into the peer review as much as he wanted to get into the constantly, you are a liar. And therefore, anything you say after this has to be a lie because you are a liar. And a liar cannot change his tone. You make things up, right? That was his theme. And that's what he put through even on the recross. Remember, the reason we got into that Texas case, that Glover case, which is the federal case that he allowed, and he had to allow because the way the process works in federal court, you get to you submit your certified CV to your attorneys who then turn them over, and usually, until you're really hired and paid, that you're not. A lot of these big firms don't allow you to do anything on the case. And then you get to submit your CV to them. You're the one who gives it to the attorneys. And then the attorneys have to file it with the court under their initial disclosures, okay? The Rule 26 disclosures. And so the attorneys file that with the court, all right? So and if he's an expert, he knows how the federal system works, especially since 2 of the cases out of the 4 that he testified on were federal cases. So the Glover case, we had the exclusive last night. We actually spoke to the attorney in the Glover case. I'm hoping that maybe, I don't know, Diz, maybe we can cut that if there's a possibility, because I don't think anybody, and I was just saying, I'm talking out loud, Diz, right now because I'm thinking about it. Michael Bryant had the exclusive on this, and it's on our show from last night. He talked to that attorney, okay, who represented the Glovers, who was against Shanon Burgess. Now, what he said is he didn't get to cross-examine or anything because the case eventually settled. But we know from Burgess that he was, quote, pulled from the case. Now, who pulled him from the case? Aperture? Did something happen and all? Yeah, thank you, did so much. I didn't think about it, but it wasn't exclusive. And so and he said that the reputation of the small firm that was in that South Lake office that was then bought by Aperture. So I don't know whether it turns out that his employment by Aperture, he's including his employment with the previous company that was bought, and then he said that was Aperture or not. I haven't looked at his CV to that extent. But because Aperture goes in and buys these companies and then maybe moves their offices, and there's something else. But Michael Bryant said the attorney said that the people in that office had a terrible reputation. Okay. So we'll try to get that out. That was an absolute exclusive. It was also an exclusive yesterday that we had all those federal court documents. No one else, no YouTuber last night that was on, no streaming channel that was on this case went through all the federal court documents. We brought you the complaint. We brought you the CV that was attached. We brought you the list of the expert witnesses. I got to be careful with these fingers. That was attached. Okay. We brought you everything that we had that we could get off, that we got off, that we spent the time doing it for you. So you could do it too. Also, there was a defendant's graphic in Packaging International who was defended. Their trialist, Shanon Burgess, right? Investigation and reconstruction of the accident, right? Contributing factors of the accident, accelerations, forces, and mechanisms involved in the incident. Physics, an expert in physics and physical components, okay? This was unbelievable. And then we found that there it is. I took a small, there's a bigger list of the defendant's witnesses, but I just took a screenshot of it and printed it out so I could look at it and read it last night. Joey Kane, there you are. Joey, happy birthday to you. I should also say happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Joey. Happy birthday to you. Now, usually I don't sing very well, as you can tell. Okay, but it's the thought that counts, Joey. Thank you for gifting 5 more Justice Served TV memberships to this channel. Another big supporter. What a morning between Madeira Beach caregiver and Joey Kane. What a morning. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Now, so that we had that exclusive, and we talked about it last night on our show. Yeah, and also his I took a screenshot uh, when Leslie was talking about the education. Now, the reason why they were able to go into that, because Hank Brennan then went into it on his redirect, reopened the issue up about, oh, well, you didn't get your degree because life interfered. Well, my goodness, life interfered for 17 years. Plus, you went 3 years supposedly towards your BS degree, and then you go back and you don't get it. You go back to get a 2-year degree. The whole thing with him does not make sense, right? So supposedly in that education, what was played in court, and from the Texas case, and we have his CV, we have his whole CV, and this is actually what they were looking at. Bachelor of General Science and Mathematics in Business Administration. Well, they don't even offer that at the University of Alabama, Birmingham. And it says 2024. And of course, his argument, well, I testified, and I was going to testify in 2023, and this was an expected date. Yeah, he was expecting to graduate for like 17 or 18 years at something he was not. It was not. Oh my goodness! This just popped up on me. That was not even existent. This I just see Tom Gully show. The Tom Gully show. Hi, the Tom Gully show. Welcome to Justice Served TV. He is also in photos on the Aperture page in the career section as prominent. I did not see that. Oh, I'm going to have to go get a screenshot of that. Okay. I'm going to have to go get a screenshot of that. All right. Wow, 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 and wow. Okay. Wow, wow, and wow. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. That is pretty amazing. All right. Prominent. Yeah, he's prominent. All right. He's prominent. There's no doubt about that. He's really prominent. All right. So we went through that last night. And again, that was exclusive in regard to it. And we had this whole look at that. Look at that aperture. We have this whole CV from the Texas case. And we discussed that last night because we have Diz, who is one of the greatest researchers of all times. Yeah, there it is. There he is. All right. And I had actually gone to the last page only because I thought it was kind of hysterical. He gave a presentation, all right, in 2022 to the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, right? He gave a presentation using digital forensics in fraud investigations. I think it's kind of frankly a riot that he's giving a lecture to fraud examiners. One could say that he is an expert in fraud, couldn't they? One could say that he really, being an expert in fraud, just knows how to commit fraud. One could say that he may have committed fraud in some of these other cases that he has that we are going to post it, right? They may even post it right now. Those are the 4-year testimony of Shanon Burgess. And because in federal court, you have to keep a record, if you're an expert, of all the testimonies you've given, including deposition. And I do find it interesting that it's only 2018, 2021, 2022, and 2023. Okay, and 2023 is the one I worry about. That's a criminal trial in Oregon, state of Oregon versus Samuel Castro-Murrow. He was a digital forensics examiner. It looks like from the prosecution in that case. Was there a conviction? And if there was, somebody better get on that right away. And then he gave a deposition June 2022 on accident reconstruction in Midland, Texas, where we know he's not an expert in that. And he also, Ronaldo Sanchez, another deposition, October 21st, 2021 in Bexar County, Texas. Bexar County is Bexar, by the way. Some people see it and say Bexar County, but Bexar County. And then a trial in 2018, accident reconstruction, Demetrius McCon versus Adolfo Perez, etc. And that was in the United States District Court for the Southern District of Mississippi. I was laughing so much I got to cover myself. I mean, I wonder what that record shows with regard to his CV. But yes, look at that. Those are his 4 cases. All right. So one thing stands out to me. If you're really a great expert in digital forensics, people are going to come to you, right? No one's coming to him. And I'm sure that when he talks about life interferes, it's not only that something was up, but maybe he couldn't afford going to college. Nothing wrong with that, and nothing wrong with not going to college. All right, as I said, my father, one of the smartest men I ever know, he didn't go to college. My mother didn't graduate high school. Okay, that doesn't mean you're not smart. That doesn't mean you can't do things. That doesn't mean can't be an expert. But what you can't be is a lying expert. You can't be somebody who comes, and anybody who says, as he is saying on his Burgers and Bites X page, and you can see it, it's public, it hasn't been taken down, that he's like a wizard now in recovery of data that other people can't, for things that are ruined and broken. Well, come on, all right? Come on. When somebody says they're the only one that can do stuff, unless they're a doctor in heart surgery and they're at what's the great heart surgeon hospital in Texas where he is, okay, come on. I mean, then you're fine. Yes, he is, Shagel, he is a liar, right? In my opinion. That's my opinion. So he is a liar, in my opinion. All right. And I don't think once you're a liar, in the case, as we have talked about, that came from the Supreme Court, where the justices talked about being a liar recently, and we've done it on our show, that Richard Glossip is the opinion, Glossip, from the Supreme Court of the United States. What it basically says: a lie is a lie is a lie, no matter what the matter. Okay, the lie is a lie is a lie. So, yeah, go LKB. You pronounce Bexar County correctly. You know why that is. Let me tell you, it's because Dr. DeMaio was one of my experts, medical examiner in the Phil Spector case, and he was the chief medical examiner for many years of Bexar County. That's how I know. Most people say Bexar, so since they say Bexar, I know. But that's it. I've mispronounced things here of things that I don't know. Okay, now. Just some of your comments that do intrigue me. Teresa Trice, okay? Welcome, Teresa. He really put pressure on Welcher's testimony. I'll put this up. I'm right here with it. He really put pressure on Welcher's testimony. Welcher did not mention the time adjustment. He is going to discredit himself to support Shannon. Yes, Welcher is the VP of the company. I think this is what's politics, is what's going on. So I am sure that Welcher's going to now go change his report, because remember when Hank Brennan said, "Oh, I out of the blue got this report from Dr. Burgess on May 8th," and the judge allowed him to testify, and the judge said, "Well, can you move his testimony maybe 4 days or so Mr. Leslie could be prepared?" Mr. Leslie was always prepared. All right. He said that Hank Brennan said, "No, Your Honor, I need him to testify before Dr. Welcher." Okay. So this was all planned. Okay. I needed to testify before Dr. Welcher. This was all planned, right? And sure, Welcher is going to come in and now change his opinion, because the problem they had was the problem with Ian McWhippen testimony. And there was some gotcha moment. There was moments we said that the case is really over. Because remember, in the first trial, and then also in the second trial, Ian Whiffen testified that John O'Keefe's phone data shows that from 12/31/56 to 12/32/16, he was interacting with his phone. And then after that, there's no more interaction, but that he was looking at his messages, and he actually had to click, "Where's my phone?" The side of your phone when you have an Apple, and you click it. So you had to act physically, just like I physically came and interacted with my phone right there. Okay. And then when you compare the reports after Aperture claims, that would be Welcher, that John O'Keefe was struck at 12/31/43. So that was the Aperture, that's Welcher's report, that he was struck at 12/31/43. Well, as soon as Whiffen testified that he's alive at 12/32/16, which is after the alleged striking, which would cause immediate unconsciousness, according to the medical examiner. You couldn't do anything. You couldn't move any of your extremities. Game over. It was game over during Whiffin's testimony for the prosecution. So the prosecution had to find a way around it. And the way around it was, let me see if I can, on my phone, go to Burgers and Bites on his Twitter page, his X page, and I say his Twitter page only because if I say he posted, as I say to people, that when you say Twitter or you tweet, it has a certain meaning to it. So let me see. I'm going to bring up, there he is, Burgers and Bite, Burgers _ Bites, BYTES. Kind of ironic, since he didn't know the difference between, kind of ironic, right? He didn't know the difference between a megabyte, a gigabyte, and a gigabit. He screwed those up, the difference between a megabyte, a gigabyte, and a gigabit. Now, I'm no expert in digital forensics, but I do know there's a difference between a bit and a byte, okay? In terms of, and you all know that too, because when you buy computers, what are you looking for? The highest amount of gigabyte storage, right? He confused it. He confused it, right? All right, so he's got his page. Interesting, again, it's still up. He doesn't have any more followers, except he is followed by, I see, Aiden Carney. Oh, that's a riot, okay? Okay, and then he says, he's got some mobile forensics research. What is he? By the way, he likes Axiom. Huge shout out to them. Okay, he says every plus 61623 plus everyone will assume you did some type of wizardry to recover crucial data. Who doesn't like being a wizard? Okay, and he said that hardware hacking is a crucial skill for damaged devices. Circuit boards are complex systems with a ton of inputs and outputs from various sensors, and all those individual circuits aren't necessary for a device to function for data recovery. All right, so I'm going to have to get off what happened yesterday, because we're going to see what kind of train wreck happens in that courtroom today. I'm going to take you into the courtroom as soon as it looks like they come back. They're probably at a sidebar. They're a little bit late starting today, 9:27. Wow. So there must be something that's been going on in that courtroom that we don't agree on, right? This is just what can I say? This is just and this afternoon when Hanley gets back on, Christina Hanley, we're going to learn that the glass doesn't match that they recovered doesn't match the glass that's broken that supposedly John O'Keefe was drinking, right? Now here we go. Camera wants to focus in on, this is the family of Karen Reed and all. And as you all know, I object to this. I don't think anything but the well of the courtroom and the witness should be shown. I think to show the emotions of the family, even though we caught some things that the judge should be addressing, should not be allowed. Looks like it's cold in that courtroom. People seem to have some coats on, some jackets, a little colder. I know that it's going down to 55 degrees from 70 degrees here in New York City. So maybe with the northeaster that's coming in, temperatures have taken quite a drop here. Yeah, we'll keep checking the website. But with Judson Welcher, Dr. Welcher from Aperture coming on as a vice president of operations or whatever, there's no way they're going to address this beforehand. There's simply no way. Ooh, Mrs. Again, see, this is not. See, the parents of everybody involved, is Mrs. O'Keefe, who's been, everyone's been noting that she does make a lot of facial motions in that courtroom. Especially when Karen Reed, a very uncomfortable setup, has to pass her. Now, I know this is the Sacco and Vanzetti courtroom. In case some of you are just joining us, and welcome for the first time, this is historically the Sacco and Vanzetti courtroom, where at least one of them was wrongfully convicted, in my opinion. All right, but talk about a show from hell. That was a show from hell. In terms of, if you look back at old time pictures, a show from hell. So welcome everybody. Again, if you're just joining us from Twitter, please come to Justice Serve TV on YouTube and hit the like and subscribe. It does not cost you anything. If you're lurking in the outskirts, if you hit subscribe, you can join our chatters. We have a very robust group of chatters who come back pretty much every morning. And yes, welcome to all our new chatters. K. Witcher Bitchin. Okay, that's a good handle. Welcome. Here you'll find that it's a very interesting community. And we don't mind anyone who comes in who is on the other side, who wants to chat legitimately. And when we say on the other side, we're on the side of the state must prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. Any government must prove the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. As Carrie Reed sits there right now, she is considered innocent until beyond a reasonable doubt she is proven guilty. So what we don't like, so that's the side we're on. As a result of how we feel, a lot of people who are for free Karen Reed come here because they know they're going to get a fair shake. And we also invite people from the other side to come as long as they can discuss things without attacking. What I find on X is that as soon as you post anything, even yesterday, my rants about the lying on your CV, lying about what kind of expert you are, and the lying about the state and castigating Hank Brennan for using him, and also castigating the judge. I may never get a Prague Vice again in Massachusetts for her allowing this testimony in, was perceived to be so pro free Karen Reed that.
So let's bring the jurors in, please.
Here we go. All right. She's bringing the jurors in. Whatever is decided, we'll probably see. We'll get a hint once we know who the first witness is. It's going to be on the stand that we're interrupting Miss Hanley for to take out of order and all. So I'm going to bring you into that courtroom. I will be watching. I'm going to go behind the Tubi app, but I am watching and taking notes, and I will come out at the appropriate times. Yesterday, I did interrupt a bit because I was so vehemently annoyed about how justice was being hijacked or attempted to be hijacked by somebody named Shanon Burgess. Okay, here we go. Let's go into court and let's listen. As I said, it must be cold in that courtroom because we don't have the fan moving, which we've all become so accustomed to seeing in that courtroom. So it must be a little bit chilly. All right. Okay. Sandra Hunt, thank you very much for that donation. We really appreciate it. And also, Donnie, not just Donnie, gifted one Justice Serve TV membership. Thank you, Donnie, just Donna. Donnie. Okay, here we go.
An issue has come to my attention that is going to make it necessary that I talk to each one of you individually over at sidebar with counsel. So that process.
I'm
going to don't speculate as to what I'm going to talk to you about.
We're going to speculate.
The deliberation room, talk about anything but this case, and I'll see each of you individually. And the process may take time. The cameras will be shut off, and I'm going to talk to the lawyers about whether we. No filming. All right. Send you back, and we'll send you back. Thank you very much.
Cameras are going to be shut off. All right. I think I need to take a big swig of Dunkin' Donuts coffee. As you know, this is my crack. All right. Because we're going to be here, you and I, talking all morning. We may even run some previous, if we have some previous clips, maybe run. Excuse me, right now, my microphone is actually falling off. Even my microphone I have a mic drop. I literally have a mic drop over what just happened in that courtroom. Now, I was not on X this morning to see what the rumors are. And as I told you, Michael Bryant is driving up to Canton. But obviously, every single juror must be spoken to. So the question is, what happened? All right. She said, don't speculate. I want all of you to speculate. You know why I want all of you to speculate? Because we're all going to talk about what happened. Okay. Yeah. Did you see? I actually pulled my mic off accidentally. My mic didn't drop. Okay. So did people say something? Did people hear something? Was there a snitch that reported something? I mean, oh my gosh. Okay. Remember, this judge, in terms of the jurors, and we were going to do a special show on it, and we never got around to not a show, but a special segment. Told the jurors, I think it was only last week, right? asked that they not mutter or talk or make expressions that would distract or interfere with their fellow jurors. So what happened? Well, all right, so we'll see what's happening. One of the jurors, JSTV crew membership was discovered. Wouldn't that be great if one of the jurors was on here? I'd have no problem. I have no problem with that. All right, come on. All right. Maybe Welsh is a no-show. Okay, we're speculating. Now she's going to try to switch out jurors. Yeah, I'm not, you know who you are. I bet a lot of Tom Gully show. I bet a lot of jurors were reacting to testimony yesterday, probably on instruction not to. How could you not react to testimony yesterday? How could you not? But, somebody says, I see Hank's dirty hands over this. Where did this go? Kerfuffle. Kerfuffle that's a great word, right? Kerfuffle. I see Hank's dirty hands all over this. Yeah, you know what? Because on the last trial, as you recall, the defense was pretty upset because the jurors that were pro-defense, they went after, including with regard to somebody who had allegedly been drinking and all. But the defense also did make a tactical mistake on the jurors last time. And I'll say that, and I tell you the way it is. I tell you, when I even make a tactical mistake in a trial, it does. They left a former cop on the jury who now was a perfusionist, I believe, over at one of the hospitals, over at one of the Massachusetts hospitals. I don't remember which one offhand. And he had changed careers, but he'd been a cop in New Hampshire. And I think that once a cop, always a cop, especially when you're talking about whether or not a cop planted evidence and this was a setup. Maybe they planted evidence because they thought she was guilty and they wanted to make her more guilty. And that's the whole taillight issue. Okay. But now somebody they want to get rid of. And I wonder who it is. Well, it's not going to be a pro-state juror, because if anyone had that information, no one's going to report about it. So it has to be somebody who may have commented on the issue and all. What I'm going to try to do, let's see if we can go to, let's all go to X and let's see if the people in the know, when I say the people in the know, Texas measles outbreak, 4 more cases. Okay, sorry. That's what I just came upon when I went to from Shanon Burgess. Let's go to Aiden Carney, Dr. Turtle Boy. Let's see if he has anything on this. Okay, all he has is Karen Reed. This is a tweet from Aiden Carney, an X post this morning, 3 minutes ago. Karen Reed trial day 20 starts off with more shenanigans and scandals. Okay, that tells me he believes that the Commonwealth is trying to get a pro Karen Reed, shall we say a pro Constitution. Pro, you must prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt, juror off the case. Each juror is being brought up individually to be questioned by Judge Kenney. He says anti-Bev, but since I have a law license and I'm supposed to be respectful, and I can be respectful even if I ran against a decision, I don't call her anti-Bev. Okay, I call her Judge Beverly Kenney. No idea what this is about. Oh, he doesn't even have an idea what this is about. But of course, this happens in this trial. Rigging is the only way Hank Brennan can avoid an acquittal. I tend to kind of agree with that changing the jury composition is the only way. I think that this is an acquittal only because the state cannot, I don't think, prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't know what happened that night. All right. I don't know what happened that night. And, if you have a juror who's going to say, well, Occam Raisins, he died. There was 6 or 7 pieces under the snow. She was the last one that we know of right now to see him alive, even though there's evidence from the phone. Remember that big circle that he went into 34 Fairview and worked up and down 3 flights of stairs, right? There's activity showing that from the health data. Interestingly enough, by the way, Shanon Burgess didn't mention yesterday, right? Didn't mention that because that would conflict with his whole new wizardry of finding things that would convict Karen Reed. I don't know. I mean, that could be, some juror could say that, and that's what the last jurors got hung up on the count 2. And they were pretty split. They weren't moving, right? Because do you really know what's happened? Or did John O'Keefe walk into the house, get bitten by a dog, fall and hit his head, and then there was a cover up because no one wanted to be blamed for it? Did John O'Keefe fall outside and then somehow the dog came outside and bit his arm? Because we don't. The one thing we don't have to explain are those issues here, and that there's at least 2 or 3 forensic pathologists who are going to say those are more consistent with dog bites. That they're not consistent with a car hitting him, including the tail light, which that's what the prosecution needs. The prosecution needs the car to him and a blowout tail light. The tail light, woof, explodes, woof, outwards, and I can somehow just make. And I don't want to put up the arm picture, okay? If we see it on the big graph when it's on and all, but I'm not going to put it up. You can find it on the internet. It's all over Twitter. You have these parallel marks, and they're just parallel. They're just parallel. Like when Tubi was a puppy and he did this with his claws, and you get the parallel marks. So you have these little dog. But anybody who has a dog has seen those marks on their arm, right? Anyone who has a dog has seen those marks on their arm, including even a little bruise on your leg. Your dog jumps up, you get a little bruise on your leg. All right. So yeah, I'm sure somebody has made a comment. I would imagine that somebody has made a comment. Maybe they made a comment out loud. Okay. Tough Golicia, you are funny. Thank you for joining your chat, Tom Golicia, because you really are funny. One of the jurors was wearing a University of Alabama Birmingham sweatshirt, question mark. That's funny. Yeah, well, go Bama. I see that in a lot of the things are saying go Bama, a lot of the ex posts. Okay. Yeah, Mara and the first trial, yes, left a police officer and jury biased for a person. That I think was a tactical mistake. I mean, I simply think that was wrong, and that probably cost them because all those notes, which we thought were like so completely, wow, look at this jury writing a page of notes, right? He knew what to say as a police officer to send those out to the court. Okay, so Rosalie F. We're not speculating. We're just going to talk about it. All right. It's just that time in the trial where the judge has to start picking off the jurors that they think are pro Karen Read. Right. Yeah. Are there still 16 jurors? Yeah. No one is left. We haven't lost any jurors. And why is that? First of all, it's only 20 days. And secondly, jurors want to sit on this case. They want to sit on this case. The time to get off the case is when you are being called in for jury duty. All right. That's the time. I can't be fair. Nothing you say will change my mind. I've already made up my mind. That's the time you get off. And there was a lot of those. So there's a lot of those who had made up their minds. I still believe there's stealth jurors on there one way or another. And why do I believe that? Because we had 10 jurors in 3 days. And I believe that's because the judge wasn't opening the questions up. And once the questions started opening up and we got into it more, then you saw there were days you didn't even have a juror, or you lost jurors as they came back in. But those 10 jurors pretty much stayed for the most part. And I believe they have to have been stealth jurors. You just couldn't couldn't in any way have just gotten all those jurors to agree, right? So that's it. Kathy Bennett says he was hit by a car. All right, that's a viewpoint that a juror could have, that he was hit by a car. But the problem is the medical examiner said he wasn't, that there was no evidence he was. So there, if you're going to listen to the testimony, in the case, you have to listen to the testimony in the case. And the prosecution is going to bring in to try to get around the medical examiner who said there was no evidence and she'd seen a lot of car strikes. They're going to bring in a brain doctor. I think this is going to backfire on the Commonwealth, bringing in somebody from Florida. And yet we all know that Madeira Beach caregivers on our way back to their home of Florida. But I think when you bring people in from out of state who are not another forensic pathologist, not board certified in forensic pathologist, and think about your own self, okay? You're going to go and you want to get treatment for cancer. Do you go to somebody who operates on your feet? Do you go to that person? No, you go to a cancer doctor. You go to a specialist. You go to the best. You're going to get a heart surgery. Do you go to somebody who operates on wrists for, when you've had your computer and your bones and all are kind of like, fried in there? No. You're going to you're going to get somebody who is the best heart surgeon. Here in New York, it's the Presbyterian Hospital that they invented stents, which I think when I read articles, because I love to read about everything, as you know, it looks like half the population of the United States has stents if you're a male over the age of 60 and all. So are you going to go somebody who does that for a living, or are you going to go to a manicurist, a nail salon? No, no. And quite frankly, Mr. Burgess, to me, is in that category. He's not even the category of being an artiste from my nail salon. And you all love my nails. He didn't even have that. All right. So when you bring in somebody who does gamma ray surgery for people that may have tumors in the brain or whatever, and most of his patients, he said, die, to try to say that John O'Keefe's injuries were caused by a car strike because his brain has got a contra coup injury in it, which the medical examiner, by the way, didn't address. He didn't even get asked by Hank about that. I think that backfires, all right? I think the jury is not looking for you to hide evidence when you're a prosecutor. You are better off when you're a prosecutor is bringing everything in, even the stuff that's bad for you, and addressing it. And the jury will say, okay, we have this. They were honest with us. Let's look. Because the only thing you have as a lawyer in that courtroom is your credibility with that jury. And I'm going to say it again. As a lawyer, the only thing you have in that courtroom is your credibility with the juror. Now, Teresa Trice, thank you, Teresa. Let me just go to your question. At some point, can the DOJ step in and say enough if this ends in a mistrial, given the FBI investigation found corruption? They're probably not. Could they step in? Well, they don't have authority to undo the state prosecution. But I think they're still watching. I don't think this case is over, as everyone says. I think they're still watching. Why? Because of the Sandra Birchmore case. All right. And for those of you that are new, my husband, Dr. Michael Baden, was hired by the civil attorneys. He's the one that kind of broke this open, that said this was a homicide. He didn't say by who, because medical examiners don't say by who. But this was a homicide. It was not a suicide. The FBI, then by their own investigation going, they hired somebody because they don't want to take the civil attorney's opinion, right? They want to hire their own. And it also said it was a homicide. And as a result of that, and Matthew Farwell, his phone was looked at by the FBI. 32,000 text messages that Guarino, who was in this case, remember Guarino, didn't find between Farwell, interactions between Farwell and Sandra Birchmore. And Farwell is now arrested. He is got a hearing in July, and he's arrested for the murder of a witness under the statutes in federal court. So he is in jail. And guess what? The police in Massachusetts, the state police who didn't arrest Farwell or whatever, and the local people who didn't arrest Farwell. Well, yesterday they arrested Erica Walsh, who's wearing the sweatshirt Criminals Run Norfolk County. So they did get an arrest in a case related to Karen Reed and Sandra Birchmore, arrest for trespassing. I mean, it's such bullshit. You can't get your head around it. Okay. So Bill Fritt, thank you for your donation. Aiden is reporting the media is getting expelled from the courtroom during juror question. Yep. We're all expelled. I see the fan, but we are expelled. They want to make clear that nothing is heard. But by the way, it's going to be on the record. There'll be a transcript of this that will be released after the trial. All sidebars that are sealed are usually on the record, and this one has to be. And we won't know. Of course, things are going to leak, especially if she gets rid of a juror here. But look at that. So yeah, Bill, if you keep monitoring Aiden's page, because he has kind of a pipeline in, although I don't think that the pipeline will go here, because if you leak stuff about a juror right now, you're really going to be in trouble with Judge Kenney, and probably rightly so, although we all want to know what's going on. Sandra Hunt, thank you again for your donation. I know all of you are just so gracious to this network. What about the sleazy signals between Hanky and Bev and Judge Beverly Canone? Microdots did a beautiful episode on that. Okay, and it's at Drop Microdots on his X page. That's Richie. We had asked Richie to come on the air, but he doesn't do shows. He wants everyone to make sure that they're looking at his work, which is just beautiful work. I've never seen anything quite like the work that Richie does at Drop Microdots. So yeah, take a look. Kind of interesting. She was there like waiting. She was there waiting for somebody to object, and I've seen judges do that. I've seen judges in the courtroom. It's not just her. We'll look either at you or the other side, like, hello, I'm waiting for somebody. And then when you get to sidebar with them, they'll say, well, I was waiting for somebody to object. Every once in a while, you'll see a judge just on their own level an objection. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar. And that usually means that the judge is leveling their own objection to the testimony and all. And you hate when you're a lawyer when they do that and it helps the other side. You hate when you're a lawyer and they do that and helps the other side, but they do. Judges have complete control of their courtroom, and some of them like to try your case for you by trying your case against you, okay? And as I say, there are cases, and we as defense attorneys, you all are getting surprised by this, but we as defense attorneys see it all the time. And I say that sometimes the judges should step off the bench and sit with the prosecution. Now, there are a lot of really fair judges, right? A lot of fair judges out there, and we've seen a bunch of them. We've seen Paige Whitaker, who is now on the short list for the Georgia Supreme Court. That's in the YSL case. She came in to replace that biased Judge Glanville, who until that case apparently had a great reputation and all. But boy, did he undo himself with that case, all right? And we saw the judge in the ASAP Rocky case. He was terrifically fair, wasn't he? He was great. By the way, we had exclusives in that, and our names got mentioned because we had some scoops there, double source scoops that we were reported on. We were the only ones who reported on. Turns out they're true. Absolutely was true, even though we took heat from some reporter who I guess she likes to be the only one who can get scoops or whatever. So we just kind of ignore her and all. So Kathy Bennett said, yeah, the cop was hit by a car. Yes. Interestingly enough, the first jury foreperson, if you go look him up, all right, and his name is on the internet, all right, you go look him up. The reason why he left New Hampshire police is he was dinged by a car, all right? Now, I don't know if they knew that when they picked him. I assume they did, but as I said, that was a misstep. They may have felt, well, that he knows what it's like when you get dinged by the car, kind of injuries that you have, but I thought that was a misstep. Again, once a police officer, always a police officer. Unless someone like, I represent cops. I've represented cops that have sued the police departments for civil rights violations. All right, so so some of those understand, okay? Question everything, not guilty is being removed shortly, okay? So while we're speculating, welcome Geniality. Thank you very much for joining us. Maybe a juror who have made faces or under the breath comments last week. Well, something had to happen overnight. Somebody reported on somebody, and you know what? It's certainly, I don't think it's another juror if she is calling for the whole jury to be questioned. She's not just calling for one juror. She's calling for the whole jury to be questioned. The whole jury to be questioned. So, and that's probably why things didn't start till 9:27. All right. That's probably why things didn't start to 9:27. There was obviously things going on behind the scenes and all, because the witness who had to be taken out of turn now has to wait too. So, this whole court day is going to change a little bit. And as we said when I sat down this morning, all right, every time we expect something to be smooth and go very easy, what happens is this case becomes the car accident on the other side of the highway that you have to slow down and watch. And it draws you in because everything is going to happen. And now we don't know. Now we don't know. But I believe that unless there was something, well, it involves a whole jury, but that the report has to be related to something that would be against Karen Reed having an acquittal, because I don't think anyone is going to report anything differently, right? The state police were the people were supposedly reported to the juror last time. By the way, the officer Fanning, Lieutenant Fanning, who was involved in the Birchmore case, calling it a suicide. There's such incestuous relationships here between people that were involved in Sandra Birchmore and involved in this case. So let's see if I know you're monitoring Aiden's page. Okay. Yeah, of course they are alleging LCB, and I'm just going down as I pick up a juror issue. Yesterday was a train wreck for the prosecution. Yes, it was. Yesterday was a train wreck for the prosecution, and I'm going to say it was caused by Hank Brennan to bring the witness in. It was enabled by Judge Beverly Cannoni to allow that witness to testify. And you deserve what you got, because what you got was bullshit. What you got was to show you that you'll win at all costs. What you got was not what you should be as a prosecutor looking for justice. You were looking for a person that could say something that you wanted to say to get you out of the issue that you created with your own experts, that John O'Keefe was alive using his phone after supposedly Judson Welcher from Aperture said he had been hit and on the ground disabled, right? So you and Judson Welcher, by the way, talk about an issue, right? Talk about an issue. You're going to come in representing a big wig in Aperture who's taken no action against Shanon Burgess, who let him get on the stand and testify for day 2, who still has you on the website as being an expert. Come on. I mean, let's start with your credibility right here. If I were the Aperture, I don't think is a public company, but there has to be a board. The problem is that Judson Welcher is a big deal, right? Vice president. So, when they're doing their crisis control, they're saying, well, we want to testify. And here's their crisis control. Let's get a conviction here, and then we can deal with this after. And it'll all go away, because the memory of people is like an ant in the social media days. That's what they're planning on. That's exactly what they're planning. They're planning on getting a conviction. So they're going to double down here with him. The prosecution is going to double down with Welcher. They're going to double down using Burgess's data. They're going to double down. By the way, Hank Brennan, one of his last questions yesterday was, well, what was Karen Reed doing or something with the car? Where was the car doing? It was backing up. Well, how do you know that? Because I know it was backing up. Okay, I can't even believe it. Just go listen to my mini rant, which has been posted on the whole issue of the court. All right, you can, if you want, you can kind of do that on the side while you're keep us up here and watching us up here. It was ridiculous. Let's see. Let's look at this. This is like Joanna. Hi, Joanna. Joanna got us now. Let me tell you this. Joanna, we love her as a obviously as a supporter of the channel. Joanna went to a trial that Judge Kenney had that finished the day before this case started. And it actually was a not guilty, a bench trial. Clearly should never have been brought by the same office, right? That's trying this case. It was for a murder, a woman accused of murder of her husband, who she was separated from. And it was clear that he died of a heart attack. Right? It's unbelievable, and heart problems. And the judge basically found that. So we thought, well, maybe Judge Kenney can be fair, but not where Alan Jackson's care. But anyhow, so Joanna was in the courtroom talking about that. So she had a different handle, Joanna, right? You had a different handle besides Joanna Goddess at that point. We actually tracked her down through her social media account, found her, and asked her to come on our show, which she did. Which you did, Joanna. You were such a great guest on our show about that case. So beware, everybody. Sometimes we can track you down too. some people would say stalking. We didn't stalk you. We found you and said, we hope we're not bothering you. And you were all great and everything. So she comments, the marks on John's arm are so obvious that it was an animal, more likely a dog, a large dog. Yeah. So because you know why it had to be something before he died in an animal? Because once you have that snow, animals aren't coming out in the snow right then after that. The animals are staying in there, right? Oh boy, I just got a release of an Air Jordan. And why is this coming into me? I don't know. Do I follow Air Jordan? I don't think I do. Okay, so just want to let you know what's happening in my life. Well, I got buzzed. I thought maybe it was on the case, and I look down and I see release of an Air Jordan. Okay, all right, that's fine. Thank you very much for that information. Okay, I guess it just knows that I'm a shopping addict, right? No, that's what it must know. Okay, so anyhow, that's just the funniest thing I've ever seen. All right. So yes, they look, and that's what the medical examiners, who forensic pathologists or medical examiners, are going to say. I see. Oh, look at this.
Another year older, but you're still on the case, serving up justice with style and grace. From courtroom drama to the final decree, you're the star of a show we all love to see. Happy birthday from your Justice Served TV fam, raising a toast 'cause you're who we stand. Justice served and candles burn. Here's to another year well earned. Behind the gavel or the glowing screen, you're the hero in every scene, solving the riddles, bringing the truth. A legend today since the days of your youth. Happy birthday from your Justice Served TV fam, raising a toast 'cause you're who we stand. Justice served and candles burn. Here's to another year well earned. So take a bow and light the flame. We're cheering loud, calling your name. From the Justice Served TV fam across the world. Happy birthday to the courtroom watching shine. Happy
Happy birthday, Joey Kane. Happy birthday, Joey Kane.
Served TV fam, raising a toast 'cause you're who we stand. Justice served and candles burn. Here's to another year well
Happy birthday, Joey Kane. Woo, Joey Kane, happy birthday. That beats my singing, okay? Woohoo! Joey Kane is such a supporter of this channel, donates so many memberships. Joey Kane did, as I said, all those animations for us. Just happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. I assume that's an Oasis Cat production. Yeah, you are the star. Okay, Joey, where are you? Joey, where are you? Okay. Some people thought that was weird. I'm sorry. I should have told you it was coming. Apologize. I thought after I sang and then I was finishing a thing. And then, yeah, happy birthday. That's how much we love our subscribers and our members and all. Quite frankly, I also like the balloons or the fact that they don't get released into the wild and don't hurt the animals. All right. Wow. Okay, so with that little timeline cleanse, as we call it, Joey, happy birthday. He's probably in shock. He's probably in shock. Okay. Yeah, look at that. Look at that, Miss Madeline. Thank you, Mrs. Madeline, Maddie, Matlock. That was quite lovely. Yeah, I know. Yeah. So somebody thought it was weird, but they didn't understand that it's for one of our major supporters of this channel. Blessed in Texas, hello. Yes, glad you loved it. Blessed in Texas, actually the one who went to the South Lake office in Texas of Aperture yesterday. Got a picture of it being closed because when Shanon Burgess, and we posted this, I believe, on our X account, that was part of our exclusive, that we had the picture, we talked to the lawyer, we had the documents yesterday on our show. And that was the very big part of our show that was exclusive yesterday at the beginning. You know, I'm thinking about it, Diz, maybe that breakout could possibly work. I was going 100 miles an hour, though, on that show yesterday. I will warn you, poor Diz and Missy, thank goodness they kept up with me, because I was in such a rant stage that my motors were operating on a complete, just woof and all. So, but Blessed in Texas went to the Aperture office, took a picture of it. It's closed. The office that he said that he got the information from, that's where he was stationed when he started. Makes sense makes sense actually that he was working for that different company there. Okay, and then Aperture buys it, and then they move it to Dallas. It's a very wealthy community, by the way. It's a suburb of Dallas, Blessed in Texas, and everyone last night was pointing out when they bought this. And that also makes sense, as I said, because on the night before, I called. Let's see, not the night before. So when did I call? Was it Friday? I'm losing my track now. Let's see. We did that last night, Tuesday. So it had to be Monday that I called. It was Monday when Jack Burgess got on the stand. I called the South Lake, California office instead of South Lake, Texas. And it was that supposedly one of the Aperture's offices. And it was answered. The answering had another title. I didn't get it, but it didn't say Aperture or Aperture. Okay. It didn't say either of those. It said, if you want to leave a message for the office administrator, please do. And I did leave a message. I did it on the air, but I didn't do it so that you could hear the other side. And as I said to people, you can't have a recording depending on whether or not you're a state of another side. You can't record conversations. Then, if I had just taken it, and it turns out if it was a 2-state recording, I could have and then played it. But I decided to avoid that. You saw what I was doing, and I told you what I was doing. And so that was enough. And guess what? I didn't get a call back. I wonder if anyone got a call back. I don't think Aperture has released a statement. Okay. All right. So let's see. Marianne Nolan says, I heard someone got pics of the jurors and Court TV showed them while rolling as well. Oh, that would be interesting, because if Court TV showed the jurors and all, and what happens is, it's not actually, you hire like stringers that will go into the courtroom, and sometimes they accidentally get a picture of the jury. We had that happen in Hernandez when the poor gentleman who was doing the photographs from one of the papers, as the jurors we were finishing, he put the camera down, and as a result caught the jury in a quick frame. And the judge actually threw cameras out of the courtroom for a while, but he was a mess because it was accidental and it was never shown again. And I know that I was doing hosting once a week at Law and Crime then. No, I wasn't doing hosting then. As a result of that, I did hosting. But Law and Crime, I know who was following the jury, that case, even though before they had commentary, they were still on the air, didn't roll that. They cut that from the feed, that jury picture. But the rest of us all had it because we had to be given it to show what had happened. And also, the judge there did let the cameras back in the courtroom, but no one then showed the pictures of the jury again. Now, what's kind of strange about not showing the pictures of the jurors is that if you go into that courtroom, you know who the jurors are, right? You see them. when we were inspector, right, the pictures of the juries weren't shown. Even their names were not given. But I was getting calls from everyone saying, do you know you have a juror number 4 or somebody who works on, one of the magazine TV shows, and his name is such and such, because the jurors talk to people despite the fact they're not. People who work with them know, hey, you're not coming to work for the next 6 weeks? Well, what are you doing? Well, I can't tell you. 6 weeks, the jury is starting. And people, they make it out. So this whole idea of keeping a jury secret, I understand so they don't get attacked on social media, but you know who the jurors are if you're in that courtroom. They're not behind the screen. Now, interestingly enough, in the YSL case, they were behind a screen, So there are ways, if you want to really keep their faces anonymous, that you can put jurors behind the screen, but they could see out. And it's kind of weird, right? The screen was, the lawyers could see them, but the screen was that everybody else couldn't see them. So there have been cases where that has been done, specifically the YSL case, okay? Oh, thank you, Joanne Jetta Platypus. As you know, I love her handle. I love Jetta Platypus. This is perfect. Everyone on this channel is family and deserves to be honored. Yes, that's the way we view it. And I should have told you it was coming right next. I was just about to say it. And for some reason, I slowed down. Usually I'm quicken up, for some reason. But that was just absolutely great. Again, and we'll say it again. Happy birthday, Joey. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday for all you do for this channel. And, these are all volunteers to do things for this channel. I just want to make that point. They are simply all volunteers, right? They stay with us. They help us. When Michael, Bryant, and I decided to, we were like, no, we'll do once a week, 7 minutes a week. We didn't know really what we were doing. We left law and crime, and we still had full-time law practices. He still has a full-time law practice. You never know it. I've been with you, but this is, is my voice speeding up? Because I actually have slowed down. Joanna, my voice is speeding up? Okay, but I've tried to slow down because that when I get excited, I talk too fast. I once had a federal judge, the head federal judge in New Jersey, who I won a lot of cases in front of, said to me, Miss Kenney, Baden, Miss Kenney, when you speak, sometimes it's like lava flowing down a mountain. Now, I took it as a compliment, and everybody laughed, including her, because what she was saying is I go fast because I'm hot, right? Hot on the topic, not hot on the topic. That what's coming out of my mouth is hot, and it's coming out hot and fast, because when I represent somebody or when I have a feeling about things being unfair, I show it. I show it. Now, so a lot of times in the courtroom, I don't show anything. As you know, one of the hardest things to do as a lawyer in the courtroom is to sit there when bad stuff is coming out against your client and just have a poker face. Just have a poker face, right? So I can do both if I have to, but I am not representing anyone here. I'm representing, I think, justice. I'm representing the Constitution. Michael, Bryant, and I decided that when we started this, and we went from, we'll do just a quick thing, 7 minutes a week, to, oh my goodness, maybe we should do more. And then we didn't really know. We started on a platform called Riverside, and it was a pain in the neck because then we had to share it from another platform, and we didn't quite know what we were doing. And thank God, we were under 500 with subscriptions, and but we clearly had some staying power because we had something that was being watched for like 5,000 people, and we didn't have anywhere near 5,000 subscribers. And so we said, okay, maybe we'll do this more. And then we have a very good friend who put us on his show, Defense Diaries. He was very gracious to us, putting us on his show and giving us a platform. And then we saw that other people use this platform called StreamYard, which is really pretty terrific. We get to see your comments real time, and it's much easier to run. And they're doing some great things. I don't know if it's working today, but if you're also feeding on X, which we are, it scrolls up and down. right? It scrolls up and down. It will give you, and I don't know if we're doing that today. It shows those comments, but let me just have a sip of my Dunkin' Donuts in my, I have to look at the merch here. I have to sometimes hawk the merch. I feel like I'm watching like some show that people are just hawking merchandise when I do that, like to know or something like that. But Linda, Dear Beach caregiver, when is JSTV birthday? Well, if you really want to talk about, I mean, we opened it a while ago, but we didn't really do anything with it. We just had opened the name and all. But really, it's October. We start in the September. We said let's do last September something more, and really, when we really started was October, is when we did our real first that we were going to start doing shows, and then when we got when we finally figured out how to do this, we had the Troconis trial, which we were in. And we had a lot of exclusives on that, including the sister of Michel Troconis on. And we'll get back to that because things are happening in there. And so that was our first real trial. Michael Bryant actually was in Connecticut, so he was on the scene a lot there, talking to the family and all. And my view, in case you haven't, and I know I'm digressing from Karen Reed, but my view is we even talked about whether or not we as reporters could put up a reward to find the body of the victim who is still missing and all. So we'll see about that. We'll get back to that. There's a lot of cases that Karen Reed, as I said, has sucked the life out of everything. We haven't even put up the Finding Stephanie that we want you to solve this, what we think is a homicide. First, we're going to have to get it ruled a homicide. And I'm going to do an interview with a person on May 30th that I'll record on my iPhone, who got us interested in her death. This young woman whose last name I haven't given you yet, but I researched and found all the information that I could find on her, because he felt that she was like it's like she never existed, and it's true. It's very difficult to find her, and we're now trying to find her brother, which I think I'm going to put all of you on. But I want to get an interview with my friend Paul, who his name is Paul Stark, who actually brought this to us and said, look, before I die, this happened when, I was like 16, 18 years old. I was a friend of her brother's, and before I died, I'd like to see somebody recognize her and bring her to life. And that's what we're going to do. But we haven't really had a chance to get it out to you because of Karen Reed. Once Karen Reed stops, there's a lot we want to do. Of course, we want to also cover the Diddy trial. We're going to try to have Lauren Conlon on again because a lot's going on with that. If you haven't looked at that, oh God, boy, I guess I went to Catholic school education and lived in a very secreted world compared to what I see happening in that case. Oh my goodness. I understand some of the reporters are getting PTSD just listening to what's been going on in that case in Diddy. Now, the only question in my mind in Diddy is whether or not this case is overcharged again as a RICO, because I think they're absolutely going to convict him on the interstate travel of having a sex ring. But we can talk about that in the future, but that's another thing. And if you have other cases you want us to cover, let us know, because in August we're going to have Koberger. Adelson, I think, was moved to September, but the time between that was going to give us time to deal with a lot of these other cases that we have not covered, including, who is Stephanie, who killed Stephanie, and can we get the case reclassified as a homicide? And I'll give you more on that when we get there, because it deserves to have a good look. And what we're thinking we're doing is we may put our members, if they're interested, in charge of different groups and give them different tasks, and start with our members having that access to do that, and then bring it to all of you, because obviously the more people who work on that, the better it will be. Okay, so let me look at some of your comments that have been coming fast and furious. Let's get back to this. I don't know anything else has been reported. Let's see. Thank you, mediocre D&E chicken parm. All right. Welcome to Justice Serve TV chat. I'm not sure you and I have chatted before, but if the judge removes jurors in this trial again, what recourse does the defense have? She has reprimanded the jury in open court twice for laughing at the Uri and Shannon testimony. How is this okay? I didn't know she reprimanded on the Shannon testimony. I know she reprimanded after the Uri testimony. Okay. I don't think it is. I mean, and that's one of the things that's very interesting to me, that she on her own felt the need to reprimand the jury. All right. She also reprimanded the families for apparently making faces. I don't think the Karen Reed family was showing any emotion. I think that had to do with Paul O'Keefe, quite frankly, that Michael Bryant was up there that day, where she wanted to see all the families just stopped in private. And yet some of the faces from Mrs. O'Keefe is still being reported, and the jury can see it. I think they give her a break because, you know, the mother of somebody dead, you know, we've seen this with the victimology. We've seen this with DNA, that once you convince somebody killed a member of your family, nothing can unconvince you. And we know that from these DNA cases where wrongful convictions have been overturned, and yet the victim and the police say, we know we're right, we know we were right. But they're not right. But they've convinced the victim, that the victim's family, that, you know, that you know, the police couldn't have been wrong. It has to be the DNA and all those bad defense attorneys. So we, you know, I wish somebody would do a full research paper on the idea of victims becoming victims of the system because they won't listen to the evidence and all. So this is not unusual. So if the judge removes jurors against over the defense and other people that could be put in and she gets convicted, then the defense is part of an appeal. But that they don't want an appeal. They want an acquittal. All right. A mistrial for a defense is always a win. Okay. Especially in a case that should be a slam dunk. This case is not one of the slam dunk categories. But it's always a win. You get a second bite. And I'm of the belief that the second trial actually hurts the prosecution more than it hurts the defense, but because you know where they're coming from. As long as you have a fair judge who doesn't have their finger on the button of one of the attorneys and therefore trying to cower the attorney into not representing the client the way they feel they should be represented. So at that point of the removal, they really have none, because what we call interlocutory, they call it something different in Massachusetts, and I don't remember what, because I'm not, you know, I was in there for Hernandez. Was pro hoc vice. I'm like Alan Jackson and Alessi, where if they were in Hernandez, they'd be pro hoc vice. That means you're admitted for one case. You have to prove that you're in good standing with your bar association, that you haven't been reprimanded, that you don't have a record of being reprimanded, blah, blah, blah. And so I have been pro hoc vice very easily in a number of states, off the top of my head, Tennessee, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Florida, California. I mean, just off the top of my head, at least those 5 states come to mind quickly, and had no problem. But you do need local counsel, and local counsel has to be with you all the time, which is why Yannetti has to be there all the time, or have somebody from his office there substituting in as an attorney, because he's the local counsel, he's the Massachusetts counsel, and he has to be there all the time, because everybody else at that bench, that table right now is out of state pro hoc vice counsel. So to answer your question directly, the only recourse they have is if she gets convicted, they can argue that the removal was improper. But they don't have a right to have that reviewed by the interlocutory court, because the interlocutory court will say, well, you have alternate jurors that can go in, and there's no harm, no foul, unless there is a conviction. And then, of course, if there's a conviction and it's 12-0, they'll say, excuse me, it was harmless error because 11 people agreed with the new juror. So really, if a juror on your side gets dismissed, it's kind of like lights out for you in terms of that issue. Excuse me while I take a swig of my Massachusetts Dunkin' coffee. By the way, for all of you who don't know, Dunkin' Donuts was started in Massachusetts, not far from where this trial is taking place. The original Dunkin' Donuts was started in Massachusetts. So when we were in Hernandez, we actually went to see it. Of course, I had to go see it. All right. So it's really a problem, because one juror can make a difference. It can be the holdout, or it can sway jurors if they're, if they have good reasoning, rational reasoning. So it's really not a good situation for the defense if they're trying to get rid of a defense juror. Now, we had what happens too is sometimes people want to get rid of a jury. Let me give you again. I can only give you war stories because I've had all these issues cropped up in the Hernandez case. Somebody wrote in that or put on something that was seen by everybody else, that a juror had been posting on Reddit, and the posts were pro Aaron Hernandez, and they were giving inside information and all. Turns out that wasn't true. Now, if you look at Hernandez, you'll see me go up to the sidebar with my computer a lot of time because the judge did not understand what Reddit was, didn't understand posts or what Reddit was. But since people don't have a real name, if they think, what we discovered is they thought that this juror may have been pro Aaron Hernandez, which it turns out obviously all the jury was pro Aaron Hernandez because they acquitted him, right? But they try to get a juror off. And don't you think that doesn't happen? That somebody sets them up to try to get a juror off? It does, okay? And so they'll post something like, I'm juror such and such, and or my cousin, I'm the cousin of juror such and such, and she told me or he told me, because they want to get a juror off because they usually have inside information, usually from police, a court officer, and it's usually, and quite frankly, it's normally from the prosecution side that this comes, because defense doesn't really try to get, doesn't hire people to do posts on that. And we wanted to keep that juror on because the juror was extremely attentive and had been there in the whole trial, no faces, no nothing. But we thought, quite frankly, the whole jury was for us. We thought maybe there was one person who, and we were right, we thought there was maybe one person who was a little less pro us, and turns out that one person ended up being chosen as the foreman by the judge. I wonder how that happened, because in Massachusetts, the judge chooses the foreperson, right? So you have to be careful when there's reports about jurors that are being made, because sometimes they're being made just to get the juror off. And that's what the defense thinks happened in the first case. When Lieutenant Fanning, the guy who called Sandra Birchmore a suicide, who's responsible for the courthouse security for jurors, apparently reported to the judge that she had been a month previously drinking at, I don't know, was it American Legion Hall or whatever, or something like that, and she made statements about the case. And then the judge brought the sidebar, and she, quite frankly, drinking. I don't remember exactly what was said, but sometimes, you want, and she didn't want a lot of the court because she said, I was drinking. I don't remember exactly what was said. So she was booted. But then she was upset she was booted because she said, look, if I had more time, I would have thought about it. And I said, I was just responding to what somebody said, with like, yeah, whatever. And all this is all reported on the internet. You can go find this right now. And so I know the defense was pretty upset because they felt that all the defense jurors were being booted by these reports planted to get them off, and that the judge didn't give anyone a real fair hearing here. And so you have to be very careful with these reports, because they come in, as I say, usually from the prosecution side, because they're the ones who have, they really have the inside information, the cops and all, and they'll because they're with the jury. So although the person with our jury in Hernandez was great, he was wonderful, the court officer, he was just wonderful, all right. But some report came in, and it was from some anonymous reporting person that said that somebody was posting on Reddit, all right? And it turns out it wasn't a juror, it was somebody posting to get this juror off. Now, maybe they had been in the courtroom and watched her. Maybe they didn't like they thought maybe she would be against them because they were profiling her in some way. But so you have to be very careful that the report that comes in is not just a planned report to get a jury off. So whatever it is that came in, the judge feels that it may have been, and we also had this inspector about whether jurors had seen something that was being sent to jurors, and whether or not it affected them. And I remember the judge having to take jurors aside there. So these issues do arise. It's unusual when they arise for the whole jury, all right? That's what is unusual. It's unusual when they arise for the whole jury. So what it suggests is that something was sent to all the jurors, or there was some discussion, and then somebody reported if it's another juror who snitched. But it wouldn't be another juror who snitched, because then the jury just want to see the other people, right? it has to be, something is going on, okay? Something is going on that the jury had access, was shown, seen, or reports that they'd seen something else. So, yeah, so that's what it is. We don't know, and we don't even know how far they are into what is going on, right? We don't even have that idea because we just don't know. And I said when this started funny this morning, I said, well, something's going on. We're a little late starting, 9:27. We're a little late starting. Something's going on. And then, of course, it wasn't just a something. It's a big something. Okay. Now, maybe, yeah, the jurors were discussing. Okay. Maybe the jurors were discussing, right? So I don't know, let me see. Oh my God, Oasis Cat. I know that John DiPietro, who's like totally nothing good ever happens for Karen Reed. He's totally one-sided. He said that in his opinion, the jury took away from Shanon Burgess that Lexus backed up, that John's phone stopped moving, and resumes on LinkedIn aren't a factor. That's what he took away. I'm not sure I agree with that. As a matter of fact, I definitely don't agree with that. Okay, so this is the tweet Aiden was questioning from John DiPietro's show on Twitter. Is that this morning? Okay. Yeah, this is KP would have done it for free. John DiPietro is a complete hack and shouldn't be allowed in the court. It's also interesting because there's, we didn't get the press pass because they don't consider YouTube a press. Anyone who's doing journalism on YouTube is not considered press, which is against their own rule. But we decided to pick our fights here, and we thought the better fight to pick was the fact that, a press pass to get into the courtroom is one thing, but you can still be media and be in the with the buffer zone. And Michael Bryant actually, after he's filed suit, was in the buffer zone. He went in and he had 2 exclusive questions to Karen Reed right there when no one else was there, and she answered them directly to him. And we've posted those on our page. Okay. But for the people that do have a press pass, I've talked to one large news network who usually goes on the scene. But this reporter said, look, it's a pain in the, it's basically a pain in the ass, right? You've got to file for a week before you want to go, and you've got to file for it. And then you've got to get on the Wednesday before they put you in the randomizer. It's supposedly with all the people that have press passes, and you're then picked out to come on the Monday through Friday. You get that press pass and you pick it up on that Monday. And if you don't pick it up by a certain time, I think 11 o'clock, there's 3 alternates that are on the list. So amazing with this randomizer. DiPietro has like been in the courtroom. He's won that randomizer all the time. And people are questioning that. And you have to question it. All these people are trying to get a press pass. And you have people like Ted Daniel, who's really been covering this a lot. He's not in every week. He doesn't win every week. So people are questioning that, and they should be. But I guess Court TV puts them on their show. So he's got that press pass, and Court TV also has a press pass. Okay. So, yeah, he was tweeting all this stuff. The question is, how did he know all this stuff? I don't know. I just think he makes it up. Okay. I wouldn't pay much attention to him. Okay. Yeah, that was the tweet that he tweeted, that a third of the jury not being college grads. How would you know? Well, yeah, he may have, even though that their identities are supposedly secret. As I said, people report to people who people are, and maybe he has that information. I don't know. I wouldn't give him credibility at this point. Okay, let's see. Mary Ann Nolan said Karen pointed to a jury AM while whistling to her attorney. Is that when they told the jurors they would have to be questioned? I missed that. Thank you for picking it up. Maybe we'll go back and take a look at the tape. Okay. Arca is my kryptonite. Leave site. No, I don't want to leave site. Why is it telling me? I would make a good juror. Everything I'm thinking I wouldn't make a good juror. Everything I'm thinking shows on my face. Yeah. Well, sometimes when things are so bad as they were with Burgess, so bad, you can't help it. There's, look, if my friend Joe Navarro, who's a former FBI profiler who teaches tells in poker and also teaches about psychology of serial killers and and all sorts of stuff. Navarro Tells is his handle on X Twitter. He's wonderful. He's written a bunch of books and things. He said there's certain things in the mind that you can't control your reaction to. And when he teaches this is the example he used. You're sitting, at the table with your friends, and somebody comes in and just drops a rattlesnake in the middle of the table. Well, you go back. I mean, no one's just gonna sit there like that, because your mind has told you, danger, Will Robinson, danger, Will Robinson. Remember, I see this robot on TV, which I love. Danger, Will Robinson, from the Robinson family. Okay, so so there's certain things that your mind can't control because your mind senses danger. I have a fear of that. I mean, I'd have a fear. I mean, after he did that, like that night, I didn't sleep. I was dreaming rattlesnakes being dropped at my table, because it was such an effective example. And as examples can be, some examples can be so effective when you're trying to teach that sometimes there's a certain part of your brain that is reactive, that reacts to things. And he teaches that in terms of both as an FBI profiler and as, somebody who was talking about poker, and tells, as you all know, I try to play poker, not so much recently with Kenney Reed, but, you pick up your cards and you see two aces, as people go, or they move up, or they smile, or they straighten their posture. So because you're just like without even knowing it, because your brain is doing that. Okay. Your brain has doing that. So whatever. I'm just picking people out of the blue because I know that you're here for our community and for our chat. Riz does not equal underscore equal. Okay. Bev, that's just Beverly Canoni, might have just seen the microdot video and angry at cameras trying to find a way to kick them out. It's something that she thinks is all the jurors have been exposed to. Okay. All the jurors have either been exposed to something that she has to find out, or they discuss something that she's gotten information that she has to find out, because it's all of the jurors she's looking at. Okay. Mark Waddell says a media violation could get the camera booted. That's true. Could get the camera booted, at least for a period of time. But I don't know if the jury was shown and at all, what would that could be. She wanted to talk to them, but it seems to me that it was something that was related to them, that they had to receive or they had to discuss at all, because it's the whole jury. And remember, there was 27-minute delay where she had counsel at sidebar this morning. And that was unusual. And the reason why I thought that was unusual, we had such a delay, is because they were taking a witness out of turn. All right. Obviously, the witness is probably not available next week. My guess would be going on vacation between Memorial Day, which is very early this year, and all. But they were taking a witness out of turn. That's why Christina Hanley wasn't supposed to come back until this afternoon, which probably now means she's not coming back until tomorrow if the witness they're taking out of turn is there. Okay. So this is, oh my gosh, this is something that tells me that it involves the whole jury. Oasis Cat, I'm a professional poker player, perhaps in 17 years or so. I would be a good juror. Yeah. You study for 17 years. People play poker. They're always studying, but there's no degrees in poker. You may just be called a degenerate gambler, but poker really has a lot of skill to it in terms of knowing when to raise, knowing when not to raise, knowing when to fold your pair. It really has a lot of skill to it. And then, of course, it also, they call it variance. There's also a lot of luck at the end because the cards rule. Variance is another word for just luck, good or bad, right? All right. So let's see. Blessed in Texas. Hi again, Blessed. I've never had Twitter X for specific reasons, but I'm starting to feel left out. Getting rid of Facebook improved my life. Is it worth getting extra trial purposes or just rely on you seriously? Well, yeah, I use it. I mean, I think it's become a cesspool a little bit on X when it comes to politics. All right. But if you can ignore the politics, it's still the place to go when there are trials and you want to find things out. But you have to be able to ignore the politics, no matter which side you are. Just ignore the politics, okay? and all, and you'll be fine. Okay. Facebook, Facebook is really hard. Facebook is where people not keep in contact. Uh, no one really goes there. Remember when Facebook used to be a thing? You'd stream on Facebook. Well, it's not really a thing. Okay. All right. Some of these are very funny. Okay. Let me look at this because I've never seen Clayton John here before. And let me just look at this. No, a 2021 Lexus SUV may not start if the brake light switch is malfunctioning or if the brake lights are completely out, as they are part of the safety system that prevents the car from shifting out. I didn't know that. That's very interesting. Let me read that again. A 2021 Lex SUV. By the way, I did see, can I just stop you a second? I saw that Vittypolitan and Court TV was posting, anyone has a 2000 such and such Lexus in the Atlanta area, we could borrow. I thought that was a funny post. Michael Bryant went out and bought our own taillight, from an exemplar model, which we have destroyed by banging it to show that you need a hammer to bang it. I mean, you really got to hit it because it's polycarbonate. It's made to take impact, right? That's the whole point of it. It's not glass. All right, but let's read this again. A 2021 Lexus SUV may not start if the brake light switch is malfunctioning or if the brake lights are completely out, as they are part of the safety system that prevents the car from shutting off. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Thank you for that information. Okay, thank you for that information. So let me see what else we can talk about. ARCA is my favorite. Linda, you should get Wix website. Put your older videos, merch act on there, and reapply as having a website, not just YouTube. They don't believe that if you just have a website, this is the problem, that you're a journalist. The reason why they think they allowed Aiden is because he also has a blog that goes along with, so maybe you were going to have to do that for Massachusetts. But the problem is everybody else recognizes it. We have media passes in Florida. I think we got one in Atlanta, or maybe we just went into the courtroom because there wasn't much media in that courtroom and all. And the judge was allowing everybody in and all. But, in New York Center Street, we have Michael Bryant, Justice Serve TV, got the media pass. New York City, Center Street, where like big trials happen, like Donald Trump, like Harvey Weinstein, which, by the way, is still going on now. We have to get back to that. And there's also a new allegation against Weinstein by a great lawyer named Serena Townsend, who is Serena Townsend, who has been on a show as a guest host and may be on soon again. I actually promised her for this week, but this has been such a crazy week that I'll have to look for Serena for probably next week, and I probably should tell her. So that's the problem. They unless you have a written, so you could have this blog that no one reads, and that's considered journalism. But the problem is the Rule 119 says they have citizens journalists, and you could have you could be on any medium. And hello, YouTube is the biggest streaming medium in the world. This is where people get their news and information now. As a matter of fact, I think one of the juror questions was, where you get your information now, because it is people. That's what they do. They're not going traditional news. There's no real estate on traditional news for crime trials anymore. Or if there is, you may see a 3-minute clip by somebody who hasn't even watched the trial. I cringe when I've watched a commentary from one network with 3 initials and red and white logo, because I heard somebody talking, clearly didn't watch the trial, was talking about the trial and how easy it is for the prosecution. Obviously never seen a thing about the trial, right? I cringe because we're all watching from here, okay? CNN's not running this as a streaming trial daily with commentary. All right. We even have Fox News is running, they're doing articles every single day in their internet site that is considered journalism because it's written, right? They're following it every single day. And by the way, I will be making an appearance tomorrow. I will tell you in advance, unless it gets canceled, because these things have a habit of getting canceled depending on if something else happens. I'm going to be doing Fox Nation. There's a new show that's only 3 weeks old with Paul Morrow. I don't know the name of the show, but it's Fox Nation from 3 to 3:45 p.m. tomorrow. So I'll be making an appearance, hopefully, because I know the trial, I know what I'm speaking about, and obviously I'm TV savvy. So I will be making an appearance there. I think, though, Fox Nation may be the platform that you have to pay for. I'm not sure. I'm not up on that, but I think that may be the platform you have to pay for to get in and see it. But sometimes they take things that run on their platform after they've been on, they put them on the regular internet for people to see. Okay, so just so you know. So it wouldn't help us here unless we were with that. Okay, let's see. Let's see what else we have. Let's see. Could it be about how Shannon kept saying I did that to assist the jury or whatever he said? Yeah, he thought his job was to assist the jury. No, it has to be something else that they were exposed to. Right. Yeah, he gets in, but not Michael Bryant. Yeah, it's so ridiculous. The Emmy Award-winning journalist can't get in, right? The Emmy Award-winning journalist can't get in. The journalist, Michael Bryant, who is the co-plaintiff with Tom CPU, Tom DeRozier, who has sued the Commonwealth for the buffer zone by not, remember, we were on the air when Michael Bryant is doing interviews with Tom CPU and has Scott McGinnis, that's how we met Scott, walking. And they're walking through, they're on the buffer zone, walking on a public sidewalk, going to a bagel shop where Scott McGinnis wanted to get a bagel. The Karen Reed sign is covered with a garbage can, and they get joined by at the very last minute by Mr. Delgado, and Trooper Hardman tells Michael Bryant, I've seen you walk past here 5 times now. So they were counting how many times he walked past. I don't want to see you walking here again. Well, he had a perfect right to be on a public sidewalk just as a member of the public, and he had a perfect right as a journalist to be on a public sidewalk walking with somebody. He wasn't interfering with anybody, and there was no Karen Reed stuff that was going on. It wasn't like the whole idea is that you have to interfere with justice, and you have to have an intent to interfere with justice in the case. That wasn't the situation. And then so Tom CPU has been kicked out of a lot of things, as you saw the other day. There's probably a count added to his complaint by now already. He was picked up by, was it Hardman that day, and literally picked up and like pushed down on the ground. And he had to go to his doctor. His arm was in a sling because he has been streaming outside the courthouse every single day. And that was outrageous because what the first case was Mark Randazzo bought was, remember the 3 people holding signs that Judge Beverly Cannoni was corrupt, right? And not saying anything, just holding signs that she's corrupt, where the jury couldn't see them. By the way, the jury wasn't able to see them. They go in the back. No one's interfering with the jury going in. And what happened was Mark Randazzo bought the 3 cases. There was a 3rd case, Mr. Delgado, who had this thing ripped off him, a little tiny sticker ripped off him. And the federal court separated them out, the district court. And the district court on the first case found there was no violation of the First Amendment. Mark Randazzo said they're wrong. And they went to the First Circuit Court of Appeals, and the Court of Appeals said, "Aha, yes, you're right. You're right. You can't just have a buffer zone that eliminates people from being on a public sidewalk. You have to show there has to be an intent to obstruct justice. There has to be an intent to interfere with the jury, and you didn't have that in your buffer zone. You didn't have that intent. And also, there has to be a redress. Kind of like a habeas. You have to go be able to see the judge immediately, and you didn't have that either. And so, Judge Cannoni was given 2 days to rewrite her buffer zone order. If she didn't, the First Circuit was going to do it. So in 2 days later, she rewrote it, and she said, she put the whole issue of you have to have the intent in and all, and you have to have the right to see a judge. And what happens is the troopers took that to mean, oh, we can enforce any buffer zone we want, and we're enforcing it. Now you got to be across the street from the courthouse. Before they were letting people on the right side of the step. Now you got to be across the street. That they did that on their own volition, okay? And we're going to tell you where you can go. And by the way, even if you're in that buffer zone across the street, you can't wear a sweatshirt that says, as Erica Walsh did, criminals run Norfolk County. That's the Drop Microdots merch store. That they found illegal. And we saw her being arrested in front of Mark Randazzo yesterday. Michael Bryant did a thing on this. He did a little episode on this. Who's going to be the first one through? Because somebody had to go through how the state police were interpreting this was good for us when it was bad for us. And so because she on the previous day had to take off that shirt, and then she had to take off her Aiden Carney shirt that was under that and be questioned in a bra in her car. All right, that wasn't bad enough, right? That wasn't bad enough. All right. Then the next day she was arrested there, and the cop said, "You want to see a judge?" She said, "Yes." Well, they didn't take her to see a judge. Yeah, the judge they took her to see was when she was arraigned after she was put in jail and sat in jail all afternoon. All right. So totally a misuse of the fact that there was a win. And we had a whole hour show on this about how this was a win, but how the state police somehow were not going to acknowledge it. And they didn't. Okay. So congratulations, Trooper Hardman. You made an arrest in Dedham County. You didn't arrest anyone to do with Birchmore, but you arrested somebody for trespass by misinterpreting a First Amendment. So what's happening is Mark Randazzo filed an emergency application to, I'm seeing the fans still not moving, an emergency application to the First Circuit, to the courts, and the judge is going to hear them 3:00 on Thursday. Okay. And my prediction is the judge is now going to rewrite the whole buffer zone order, not going to give it back to Judge Kenney, because clearly no one has trained the Massachusetts State Police. And neither had Judge Kenney come out, because that was her job. She could have come out and said, "Hey, you're misinterpreting this. This is now we have to do this. This is the buffer zone. This is what it means. They can be everywhere in the public as long as they don't have an intent to interfere with justice." Okay. And you can go back to sitting anywhere you want. Instead, it's being interpreted as a win for them, a complete loss. Unbelievable. And that's what has everybody, pissed off in Massachusetts. So if this jury is being tampered with, I will guarantee you it's not by somebody who's pro Karen Reed. It's going to be somebody who wants to get a juror off the case, right? Or whatever, because I think the defense is very happy with this juror, or else we would have seen mistrial motions being made already when they were going to allow, when the judge ruled they were going to allow, they were going to allow Burgess to testify. Okay, we're going to allow Burgess to testify, right? So that's what I think. That's exactly what I think is happening. So I don't think the defense is unhappy with the juror. So we'll have to see. We'll know a little bit more, because things leak. So we'll know a little bit more, I assume, by the end of the day and all. But this is something that when you're interviewing every single juror at the bench individually, this is something that's serious, all right? Because sometimes you'll bring them in all together, okay? Sometimes you'll bring them in all together when it's not that serious, and you'll say to them, and in open court, they'll say, "We've had a report of this. Have any of you seen this? Have any of you read this today?" And all, and the jurors, "Oh, I see the fan is now moving, getting it's hot in that courtroom. Must be getting hot in that courtroom, okay? Because the fan is moving, all right?" And you'll say to them in open court when you don't think it's that serious. So whatever this is something pretty serious, okay? This is something pretty serious, all right, and all. Or not that it's serious that she thinks it's serious, okay? Gosh almighty, so... yeah, that, by the way, questioning about facial masks. You remember we had COVID, jurors wore masks. They wore masks because if I were called to be a juror at that time, I'd wear a mask too. I don't want anybody's germs on me. I don't want to bring any sickness home to Tubi the poodle, who, by the way, is very quiet today, because yesterday you were all here when it was kind of like a ruckus going on, because Tubi was with me. And, I bring Tubi to work. I bring Tubi almost a lot of places. I don't bring him to court, although I could bring him to court because he is certified as a service dog. But I don't bring him to court. But I had a pancake here, and I was trying to eat a IHOP pancake without anything on it, just as breakfast. And I didn't get to it because I was on the air so much. Kind of like today, things happen, or as they say in the business, shit happens, And so he stole my pancake at the end of the day, and it was a ruckus. He was barking because then he wanted another one. Tubi is very expressive when he wants, because he is service dog trained. You cannot close your doors because he'll break them down to get to you, or try to break them down to get to you. And he talks to you. Okay. Oh, order to bring the jurors over to the courtroom has been issued just now. They're bringing them over just now. I thought they had them over. Okay. I thought they had them over already. All right. That's what she said. Wow. I mean, this is, if indeed they were questioning other people. No, I thought she said, I want to see you all one by one at sidebar. I thought they were in. Okay. Yeah, I have seen, Star Page, I have seen jurors individually questioned before. When they're all individually questioned, it's something very serious that's happened. Okay. Let me see if I can show that. Yeah, thank you. Okay. So I have seen it, but it usually means it's something serious, that somebody sent something to everybody. They had access to everybody. Someone talked and a bunch of them are talking and they want to see whether everyone agrees. I'm not sure. We're all speculating, right? We're all speculating. Okay. Now, this is interesting, Mrs. Maddie Matlock. I'm standing by my original comment that a juror complained about the judge and the Commonwealth shenanigans. Jurors are people and they knew BS when they see it. Could be there was a complaint about why were they bringing this shit before us, and all. So, we heard previously there was a note from the jury to the judge that they wanted to hear. Oops, wait a second. We have sound. Okay, let's see what's happening here. So that was from 9:27 to 10:55. So almost an hour and a half. 16 jurors, okay? So they had to question 16 jurors in an hour and a half. Okay. So we're hearing a lot of hearing a lot of ruckus. Okay, let's go into court and listen. Let's go into court and listen.
All right, so jurors, I still have a couple of questions for you. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? And we've discussed the other two questions, but I do need to stress for you that it's very, very important that no one discuss this case. Don't let anyone talk to you about the case, no comments about the case. You've seen how hard the lawyers have worked to pull this case together for you, and everybody's given it so much time. So please, let's make sure that we follow that. That means each other. So with that, I know we're late getting started. We're going to take an abbreviated lunch today, only 30 minutes, and abbreviated breaks. So no morning break. We're going to start now and go till 1. All right, Mr. Brennan, and we're taking a witness out of order.
Okay. All right. Obviously, there was a report that there was somebody did an independent investigation or talked about the case. They've all denied that, obviously, and so she's given them that instructions. So that was a clue. We'll see. Dr. Wolf. So I was right. They're calling Dr. Zeke Wolf, right? That's what I just heard. Out of order. He is the gamma ray surgeon. That's what I said till yesterday. I said it's probably Dr. Zeke Wolf is coming in because he's probably going on vacation between after Memorial Day. So I think this is him.
You solemnly swear the evidence you for the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
It's the gamma ray brain
Good
surgeon.
morning, sir.
Okay,
Good
here
morning.
we go.
Could you please introduce yourself to the
I
jury?
may be behind
spell
this
your
video
first
as well,
name
but
and
I'm
last
watching
name
with
for the
you
court
all.
reporter.
Sure. My first name is Isaac, Aizik. It's phonetic. Last name is Wolf, WOLF, like the real thing.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a brain surgeon.
Is there a special part of medicine that you study?
Well, my main interest in brain surgery is brain tumors and trigeminal neuralgia. But I also specialize in movement disorders. I do pediatrics and adults.
Are you an active working neurosurgeon?
I am very active working neurosurgeon. I get up every day at 4:30 in the morning to go to work, 5 days a week. I take call 300 days out of 365 days a year.
Did you work yesterday?
Yes, I did.
What type of work did you do yesterday?
I did 2 brain surgeries yesterday.
Are you working tomorrow?
I have 4 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, which is why this is a little bit delayed for me, and I have 4 on Friday.
And what type of surgeries do you have tomorrow and Friday?
I have 3 brain tumors, 1 trigeminal neuralgia, and on Friday I have 4 patients with movement disorders.
You're here today as a witness. How much of your practice, how much % of your income is from being a consultant or a witness for a case?
Probably less than 1%. I don't do this for a living.
I want you to take us through some of your education and background. Could you share with us where you went to medical school and where you graduated from?
I went to Yale Medical School. I graduated summa cum laude.
Was that in 1981 that you graduated?
Correct.
After medical school, did you begin internships in medical residency?
I did an internship at Hennepin County Medical Center, which is a trauma center in Minneapolis. I then did 5 years of neurosurgical residency at the University of Minnesota.
And was that in Minnesota?
Correct, in Minneapolis.
Is there something about that hospital that has some specialty?
It was one of the #1 training centers for chairmen in neurosurgery at the time.
Did you, in your residency and in your fellowships, do any work or study in pathology?
During your residency as a neurosurgical resident, you do 6 months in neurology, you do 3 months of neuroradiology, you do 3 months in pathology, which includes autopsies on brains. And then you do rotations through a trauma center as a chief resident, through a VA hospital, and then ultimately at the university hospital for elective cases. We also do 6 months of pediatric neurosurgical residency.
Did you do a fellowship at New York University?
Yeah, at NYU, I did a fellowship before I went to the University of Maryland as a professor in brain transplantation. The interest was in using cells to create dopamine centers in rat brains with the concept of Parkinson's being curable with transplantation.
I'd like you to take us through some of your faculty positions, and so you can share with us some of the progression of your training and experience. Did you begin at the University of Maryland Hospital?
Yes. In 1987, the University of Maryland recruited me to start their epilepsy surgical program and skull-based program. And then part of our responsibilities as assistant professors was to cover shock trauma.
Could you explain for us what shock trauma means and whether the University of Maryland Hospital was a shock trauma hospital?
So the University of Maryland and shock trauma were actually 2 separate entities when I started. A man named Cowley had basically developed the concept of the golden hour. So prior to Dr. Cowley, most trauma was just taken locally. That meant as a community hospital, if a patient had been in a motor vehicle accident, they needed an orthopedic surgeon, they had to call the orthopedic surgeon in, could take 15 minutes, could take 3 hours. The same thing for a vascular surgeon, the same thing for a neurosurgeon. Dr. Cowley came up with the concept that you needed a center that was strictly for trauma, and every attending had to be in the hospital 24/7. So that was the concept of shock trauma back in the 80s. When I got there, we were transitioning from a very small center to a 125-bed hospital that was completely committed to trauma.
In that experience, in the years you worked there, did you have an opportunity to treat a number of people with brain injuries?
We treated well over 100 patients a year, a month, basically, with brain injuries at shock trauma, along with spinal cord injuries.
Did you perform surgeries in different types of brain trauma and brain injuries?
Yes.
After Maryland in 1993, did you move to Miami Neuroscience Center?
Yes. In 1993, I left academics. I went into private practice in Miami, and I started the Miami Neuroscience Center. We were the first private community hospital to have what's called the Gamma Knife. So we were the 13th in the country, but the only one that was non-university based. And gamma knife radiosurgery is using radiation to operate on the brain.
Are you presently the director of the Miami Neuroscience Center at Larkin Hospital?
Yes, I am.
Do you conduct a number of surgeries a year there?
Correct. So I spent 19 years at Doctors Hospital, then we moved to Larkin Hospital 13 years ago, developing the new radiosurgical unit called ZAP, and also another fancy machine called high-frequency ultrasound to treat the movement disorders.
You've noted that you have a number of professional memberships. I don't want to go through all of them. I'd like to point out a few. Are you a professional member of the American Association of Neurological Surgeons?
Yes,
Are you a member or fellow American of the College of Surgeons?
yes,
Are you a member of North American Skull Base Society?
yes,
And is that brain related?
it is.
Are you a member of the Society for Neuro-Oncology?
Yes,
Are you a member of over or at least 34 different professional memberships?
yes,
In your career, have you engaged in research?
yes,
Has that research focused or centered on brain injury?
yes, it has.
Is some of your research as a principal investigator for THAM treatment of brain tissue, acidosis, and severely head injured patients?
Yes,
Did that research and as a principal investigator help you in your diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries?
it actually was in the treatment of severe head injuries, patients who are unconscious, the concept of trying to relieve the increased intracranial pressure that occurs from the injury and to increase blood flow, thereby increasing oxygen to the brain.
Did you also serve as principal investigator for research for the PEG, SOD, and severe head injury?
Yes,
Could you describe that very briefly?
basically the same, one of the biggest problems in brain injury is the fact that blood flow ceases to exist as the brain swells up. And so one of the things we try to do is preserve the neurons by making sure that they have enough oxygen and blood flow to them. All these are agents that try to assist that.
I won't go through all of your research and principal investigator roles, but I want to ask you about one more. And that is, did you serve as principal investigator relative to the IRB protocol for brain pathology?
Yes.
And what did that do? What was that about?
It was about looking at what happens after brain injury to blood vessels and tissue as the intracranial pressure increases in the brain.
Have you been part of publications of a number of different books?
Yes.
I won't list parts of all 16 books, but can I point out a few?
Sure.
Were you the author of a book chapter regarding head injury, difficult medical management?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on pediatric neurosurgical emergencies?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on complications of head injuries in adults?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter, imaging of craniocerebral trauma?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter in emergency room assessment of the head injury patient?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter, intracranial injuries?
Yes.
I won't list or ask you about the other book chapters that you've been the author of. Have you been involved in journal articles?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just about a few of the 70 journal articles that you have published.
Your Honor, objection.
So go ahead and ask the question without a comment, please.
Were you an author of a journal article, Intracranial Pressure in Non-Traumatic Ischemia and Hypoxic Cerebral Insults?
Yes.
Were you the author of a journal article, Post-Traumatic Cerebral Infarction?
Yes.
Were you the author of the journal Fractures of the Clivus?
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about that paper?
We used thin cut CT scans to identify fractures of the skull base. Prior to this, prior to CT scans, it was very difficult to actually identify radiologically a skull fracture with plain x-rays. The idea was to see if we could identify them more clearly. And so we classified them and delineate them in the paper and discuss the outcomes that were relative to those type of injuries.
In the last journal article I'll ask you about, were you the author of a journal article regarding acute traumatic midbrain hemorrhage?
Yes,
Were you the presenter in a number of presentations regarding head injury and brain injury?
yes,
You've listed 93. I'll ask you just about a few. Were you a presenter in fractures of the clivus, clinical and radiographic features?
yes.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Clivus,
Thank you. Were you the presenter in acute head injury
yes,
and a separate presentation, fractures of the clivus, classifications and clinical features?
yes,
Do you lecture?
yes,
Do you have peer-reviewed publications?
yes. That was one of them.
Thank you. And are you heavily involved in clinical research?
Right now, my research is more based on radiosurgical techniques and outcomes.
Over your career and your study and your clinical experience, have you treated different types of brain injuries?
Yes,
Are you familiar with a number of different types of brain injuries?
yes, we still treat them.
Were you asked to review materials relative to this case?
Yes,
And do you recall the materials that you reviewed?
yes.
Could you share with us some of the materials that you reviewed?
I reviewed the chief medical examiner's assessment of the case. I reviewed pictures that I'm assuming the medical examiner took of the autopsy. And I reviewed the report from the forensic pathologist.
And before I ask you about your review of specific materials and your opinions in this case, is there a benefit to your clinical experience in studying brain injuries as opposed to the experience you had as a fellow simply with pathology?
Well, I think that for the jury to understand is a clinician understands the process from the time the injury occurs till the patient either leaves the hospital or dies. And it's a process. And as a neurosurgeon, I have a tremendous amount of experience with that, if that's what you're asking me.
Yes. And so, doctor, you reviewed a number of items of information in this case. Did you have an opportunity to review photographs of a laceration to Mr. John O'Keefe's head?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'm going to ask to display Exhibit 160.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this photograph. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes.
I want you to explain to us what you're seeing here and take us through the process of your observations.
Well, what we're seeing is an approximate 1.5 inch laceration with bridging tissue and contusions and abrasions. To us, that's just a classic blunt trauma injury. There's nothing other than just vanilla about it. This is what happens when soft tissue hits a solid ground. The skin tears apart a bit, but not through and through. As you can see, there's the bridging. You can see all the bruising or contusions and just the tear, a little bit serrated along the edges.
Thank you. If you could take that down. Dr. Wolf, as a result of that wound, did you have a chance to further look at information provided to you about the actual inside the skull of Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, it was the pictures that I was reviewing showed a non-depressed skull fracture extending linearly through the clivus and into the frontal fossa of Mr. O'Keefe over the orbital roofs. He had fractures along the temporal fossa as well. So it was a classic linear basilar skull fracture.
Is basal skull fracture a
Is
characterization?
basically the base of your skull is what it encompasses. So the opening at the very bottom is what we call the foramen magnum that connects your brainstem to your spinal cord. And then as your brainstem goes up, it goes into the different skull areas that, talk about what we call the cerebral cortexes, your occipital lobe, your temporal lobes over here, and then your frontal lobes.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards, and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity. The skull hits the ground. It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you have cerebral spinal fluid and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles and the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that. At the same time, you have a space called the subarachnoid space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And that space is it's very clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally, you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this, where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane, or, for example, the classic, when you have an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space. The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus. And if those tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well. If you tear a portion of your brain as well, and you get a little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma. And so when you look at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery, as well as the contusions that I described in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area. These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
I want to take a step back at the beginning. You said that this laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by a fall landing on hard ground?
Yes, like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this injury, the laceration and the basal fracture, was caused by Mr. O'Keefe falling backwards on the ground?
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
The pattern of the laceration, do you have an opinion whether that is consistent with hitting the cold, hard ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we have sidebar on that, please?
So I'm sustaining the objection, so no sidebar.
Your Honor.
Do you have an opinion, doctor, about whether that laceration on the back of his head was caused by a particular movement?
Well, the only way he could get this kind of an injury was to fall backwards, hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain and to his base of his skull.
Would that type of laceration require Mr. O'Keefe to have hit a line type or a ridge type object?
A ridge type of object?
Yes.
No, I mean, like I said, the tearing of the skin in that fashion, you could look it up, would be just a classic blunt trauma injury.
Is there anything about that injury that would suggest to you it had to have been something sharp or ridge-like to cause?
Objection, Your Honor. We again request kindly a sidebar on this.
All right, we'll come to.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. I am sure that Dr. Zeke Wolf is a great gamma ray surgeon. Okay, I'm sure he understands how the brain is done. Is he juror friendly? I ask you. He's clearly not a professional witness, so we don't know how he got hired. But now we have the objections here going on because Hank Brennan is asking about a ridge type object. Now, the reason why he's asking about whether or not that skull fracture pattern can be caused by a ridge type object is what the prosecution is doing is they already have the defense pathologist report that probably says that the pattern is caused by a ridge type object. All right, just so you know what's going on here, right? And it very well may be that this part of what he is now saying is not in his report. All right, because Alessi asked for the sidebar when the question was asked, could this have been caused by the decedent hitting the cold, hard ground? And there was an objection. He wanted a sidebar. The judge said, no, I'm sustaining the objection, no sidebar needed. All right. So now when we get to the fall back to the ridge type object, Alessi said, I want a sidebar, judge. We need a sidebar on this. So I assume that there may be some type of, maybe it's not in his report, maybe these are new type of questions, but also what's kind of got hidden there, and I think hidden purposely, is this doctor says that he had two hemorrhages in the skull, in the brain. As I explained to you before, skull fracture does not in itself cause death. It's when the skull fracture has injury, causes injury to the brain, that you get the death. The death has to be from the injury to the brain, okay? And he talked about how you can get water on the brain and you have to then relieve the water and all. But he said, and this is the other part what Hank Brennan wanted for, is that he wouldn't have even needed surgery on these two hemorrhages if he'd gotten to the emergency room in time. So the prosecution is going to try to say that the skull fracture was not an independent cause of death. Remember, Dr. Sortibello said that it was, and she would not have even put hypothermia in there unless she had the skull fracture as the independent cause
So
of
as we were
death.
discussing, Dr. Wolf, you said this is a classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line?
Alessi lost that objection, by the way.
Not necessarily.
And have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. You can see it if patients fall on the, forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Some of your work was in Minnesota.
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
Very cold part of Minnesota.
Did you-
It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry. Did you often see these type of injuries there?
Yes, I mean, we took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks
Ooh.
and could develop, lacerations in
Ooh.
their head,
Defense
epidurals,
zone there.
which are blood clots above the dura because they fracture a bone in the temporal area and they can get a bleed from a fractured artery. And it happens when people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various ways that people fall, resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
You had taken us through the process of falling backwards and then talked about what happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple detailed questions about that?
Sure.
When you explained that the brain upon impact then shifts forward and hits the front of the skull, is there a medical term for that process?
Well, the medical term is a coup counter coup injury. So the coup is when you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head, as summarized by the laceration in the back of the head, and the contusions that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain. And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity, because it's thrust forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped. And it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb. It's getting black and blue in the areas that are sharpest.
Are there symptoms that result of the process coup counter coup?
This is clinically, it varies. I mean, you can go from anywhere from a simple concussion where you sort of are unaware of what happened, but you're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Can this type of injury, the coup counter coup, and what you see in the review of your files, could this type of injury happen from an attack by a weapon, like a bat or a hammer?
Well, he did not have a depressed skull fracture. So any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture. Blunt trauma, the way he had, the assumption, would cause the coup counter coup without a depressed skull fracture.
When the coup counter coup process happens with the skull fracture, does anything happen to the front of the skull?
Well, you're asking me, does the rest, I mean, the forces, depending on how hard they are, can generate fracture lines all the way to the anterior fossa. So you can have fractures along the lateral temporal area. You can have fractures along the orbital roof. The orbital roof is very thin. And so those forces can go all the way to that area.
Did you see any sign of orbital fractures in Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, he had both the ME and the pictures taken, and the neuropathologist mentioned fractures of the orbital roof.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those fractures occurred?
From the trauma.
Could you just explain a little bit how that would happen?
Well, as he fell backwards and he struck his head, it was clearly at a very high speed generated by the gravity. The bone, depending on the quality of his bone, the density, then generated forces. There's a certain amount of lateral give, and then you get a linear force going forward. It drives all the way up the clivus and forward into the anterior fossa where his orbital roofs lay. And this is why people like this get what they call raccoon's eyes.
Do you have an opinion whether the brain itself could have caused the orbital fractures?
No. The brain is a soft substance. You could literally put your finger through the brain. We often operate on people fully awake. The brain couldn't possibly cause a fracture. The fracture was caused by the forces generated through that clivus, that middle bone in the middle of his base of the skull.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the brain in any way could have caused these orbital fractures?
The answer is absolutely not.
In your study of the records and photographs and in your experience treating these types of injuries, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not a person would remain conscious or would be immediately unconscious after the impact of the ground?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious, but his injuries were very substantial. And it's more probable than not that at some point he quickly became unconscious and was unable to do functional activities.
What does functional activities mean?
The ability to, get himself up and about would be one of the functional activities. The ability to call for help would be a very significant cortical function. And that's why I was talking about, that there's a variation on the theme from a simple concussion to a severe concussion like this.
If a person does not have functional abilities because they are rendered unconscious, does their body, could it still move?
Yes, this is the interesting thing about our brain. So the cortex, which is the top portion of your brain, can get separated from your brainstem functionally. And what happens then is that your body is not acting autonomically, meaning vegetative. So why does that happen? We think it's because as we were cavemen, and if a caveman became unconscious, as an animal came up to eat it, the animal would touch it. Well, you have these automatic movements. One of them is called decorticating, which is where you draw your arms like this and you throw your feet out. And then a worse neurological situation is when you decerebrate. Now you push your arms out along with your legs. And that would scare off an animal. So we think that over time, genetically, this is what happened to our brains in order to create these. But those kind of movements are not thought processes. In other words, your brain is not telling you, oh, you have pain, go ahead and decorticate or decerebrate. It's an automatic movement in response to pain.
I want you to take us back now to after the fall. Would Mr. O'Keefe, in your study and opinion, have died immediately?
No.
Can you share? I'm sorry.
Yes, I'll tell it. There is very few things that you head injury where you would die, quote, immediately. So if I took a knife and stabbed you in the back of your neck right below your skull and I drove it through your brainstem, you would probably die immediately. If I shot you below your ear and went through and through below your ear and shot through your brainstem, you would die immediately. But traumatic head injuries, you would not die immediately. It's a process. And it's a process of a combination of things. Brain swelling, which takes a while to develop. Decreased blood flow to your brain because you're getting swelling. And ultimately, death of the brainstem that controls your heart and your breathing. And so this is why there is a whole big issue about brain death. When is someone brain dead? Because it's not instant and it can take a long time to be conceived. in these injuries that are very severe that we took care of, there was a high mortality rate. In the linear skull fractures, it was about 67%. But it took time for them to die. It could take days to weeks to months. And also, these people got to shock trauma. So it was a while, whether it was hours, before they were even starting to be taken care of. And yet they weren't dead yet. That's why I don't think it was immediate.
Was there any other observations you made about Mr. O'Keefe or his body that support your opinion that he didn't die immediately?
Well, the medical examiner took pictures of his periorbital area and diagnosed raccoon's eyes. So raccoon's eyes occur because there's leakage through the orbital fractures into the periorbital space. Normally, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to develop. It has been noted as early as 1 to 3 hours, which would make it not immediate.
Could we please have Exhibit 14? Dr. Wolf, could you share with us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and blue that sort of configures, if he had his eyes open, like what we describe as raccoon's eyes, right? And that's not caused by direct trauma to his eyelids. It's caused by what I described as the basilar skull fracture, which went to the anterior fossa, which is right over the orbit here, inside with leakage of blood products into that periorbital area.
You mentioned that starts or takes at least 1 to 3 hours to begin.
Minimally, yes.
You take that down, please. If Mr. O'Keefe had been brought to a trauma center or emergency room, what would the process be in your experience?
Well, he would have been intubated if he wasn't intubated in the field. One of the first things you need to do in a head injury is control the airway. Why? 2 reasons. One, you want to have enough oxygen going to the brain to feed it. And 2, you want to keep your carbon dioxide down because that causes increased intracranial pressure if it elevates. So you want to constrict the blood vessels a little bit. Then he would have had a CT scan immediately in order to assess whether he has a surgical head injury, meaning he needs to go to the operating room to evacuate something or not. During that process, he's obviously going to be getting medication to decrease the brain swelling. And from there, you make decisions based on his neurological function and what you're, capable of doing to, spare the brain from the rest of the injuries that will result. One of the things that occurs with contusions is a great medical term is they can blossom, which means they can get bigger. And if they get bigger, they might require surgical intervention to decrease the pressure as well as the volume of the blood that's destroying brain. And so you do serial CT scans in these patients over time, anywhere from every 6 to 12 hours to on a daily basis, depending on what the case-by-case, production of blossoming is occurring.
You mentioned that about 2/3 of your patients who suffer this injury pass.
Correct. What we saw is that in the patients that suffered linear clavicle fractures, 2/3 of them ultimately went on to die, and 1/3 lived.
Is there commonality on how they pass?
One of the common reasons they passed is if they trapped a major vessel in one of the fractures, they would get a significant brainstem infarct, meaning a stroke, meaning lack of blood flow to a very significant portion of their brainstem. And so that was one of the causes of death that ultimately we understood. And then the others died from the increased intracranial pressure that drove the brainstem down through the foramen magnum.
Did you review any materials that talked about or identified Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature when he was treated?
As I recall, his core temperature was 80 when he was found.
Is that significant in the process and development of his injury from the moment he fell and hit his head until his ultimate passing?
Well, hypothermia, he had, I mean, if you define hypothermia, it starts at 95 degrees. Your core temperature is usually about 98, 98.6. 95 is very mild hypothermia. When you get to 82 degrees, you're in severe hypothermia. What happens when you're hypothermic, and I'm a neurosurgeon, but I can tell you that you get into multiple organ failure. Your heart starts to have problems. It can have arrhythmias. You're not breathing. And ultimately, at hypothermia, you also become unconscious and go into a coma-like state. Below 80 degrees, you're probably going to die. So all I can tell you, it wasn't helpful that he had a significant head injury and that he was then found hypothermic.
Is it uncommon in your experience for people that suffer this injury to pass within 5 hours?
Well, none of the patients we treated died within 5 hours, but it also didn't mean that we didn't realize that they were going to be in a potentially vegetative state. When someone's hypothermic, you have to warm them up in order to establish a clinical status, meaning you can't declare someone dead with a temperature of 80. You have to warm them up slowly, appropriately, and then reevaluate where they are clinically.
I've asked you questions about whether you had an opinion about Mr. O'Keefe and when he died. I want to ask it in the form of a formal opinion. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. O'Keefe died immediately or within 15 minutes?
No, I don't think he died immediately. Neither the hypothermia nor this kind of head injury would kill you immediately in any clinical experience I have.
Dr. Wolf, thank you.
All right.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so there we have this. I don't think this man is lying. I think he knows exactly what he's talking about. It's just that he's not a medical examiner, and he said some things that Leslie's going to have a field day on, even though they may be true in terms of being a medical examiner or a forensic pathologist. Remember, he talked about hypothermia. Well, we can all read about that with hypothermia. By the way, if anyone finds me and I'm 80 degrees, please don't warm me up. I don't want to be in I'm going to say something. I don't want to be in a vegetative state on tubes, then I'm going to die. Come on. I mean, I think quite frankly, it was, I think John O'Keefe was dead at that scene. Whether they say that you want to warm somebody up, that's their protocol because they want to make sure that you're not the one in the gazillion that lives. I get it, but I don't put me in a bunch of tubes and have me die in a hospital because I'm going to die anyhow. That's what they just said, basically. But let's see what he says, because at one point he said that the injuries are very severe, but then he says he could live if he got to an ER, right? Yeah, Dizzy, I'm getting a do not resuscitate tattoo. I don't want to be warmed up either.
May I, Your Honor?
Oh, okay, let's listen to Mr. Leslie. Well, I think we'll treat him with respect.
Morning, doctor. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting. Welcome.
Thank you.
Sir, can you just describe, you started to do it a little bit on direct, a typical day for you?
I wake up at 4:15 in the morning. I go to my center. I set up patients with frames for their either radiosurgical procedures or stereotactic craniotomies. I go home, I make cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have patients that I'm operating on, and I have patients that I'm seeing through the day.
What type of patients and what type of work? Just in a typical day. What are you doing? What type of patients and what do you do?
It varies. I mean, I see patients with brain tumors. I see patients with hydrocephalus, which is water in their brain. I see pediatric brain tumors. I see subacute and chronic subdural hematomas, post-traumatic. I see patients with strokes that are being misdiagnosed. I see patients with cancer, metastatic disease. I used to see patients with cervical problems. I stopped doing that 2 years ago. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
No, that's great. And is that typical day, typical of the type of days you've had for the past month, past few years? Is it generally, without specifics, is it generally?
Correct.
So none of your typical days, none of the past typical months have involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist in.
I am, if you could have asked that question, very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist. I'm a brain surgeon.
Right. And you don't perform autopsies, correct, sir? You're a brain surgeon.
Correct. In other words, I see more brains than the forensic pathologist.
Right. And is it correct to say that the brains that you see are of living people?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is to go to a different part of the head than was discussed, but sticking with the decedent.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last
I'm
word.
sorry, with the topic is going to be Mr. O'Keefe, the decedent in this
Okay.
matter, sir. You testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
And ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, does not cause a laceration to form on an eyelid, does it?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration to the outside area of his right upper eyelid?
I am aware that the ME described that. Yes, sir.
Now, could, Your Honor, I'm going to, with Your Honor's permission, ask to publish what is already in evidence in a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk.
What exhibit number, Mr. Alessi?
By the
We're
way,
gonna-
notice how we got a little snippy with, I see more
165, Your
brains
Honor.
than a forensic pathologist.
Thank
Good
you.
luck with that, sir.
Dr. Wolf, have you seen this photo depiction before today?
I believe I have.
Is it correct that that injury on the upper right eyelid is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid?
That's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that injury was caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of his head?
Well, an easy answer to that would be is that that's not part of the periorbital ecchymosis.
Thank you, sir. That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury is unrelated to any of what you've been describing, the fall backwards, the force transfer inside the skull, the as you described it, the dura, the cerebral spinal fluid, all of that dynamic that you so ably described on your direct examination, this injury has nothing to do with that, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Wolf. A pleasure again. No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
Oh, wow.
Brief follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr. Wolf, you're all set. So we get out of here.
Thank you very much.
This is a ballsy move. You know what this is? This is they're going to rely on their forensic pathologist and possibly the neuropathologist to come in and contradict him a little bit. But I actually think this was almost helpful of the defense because he got one point out there that there's a laceration on the eye, has nothing to do with what the doctor just said. So, but before we go there, we have some breaking news for you, okay? Some breaking news for you. I don't know if we have our breaking news thing that Michael Bryant usually controls. I rely on him to do all those tech things. Does he just let me know if we do or we don't? If not, I will tell you. Actually, I had to take a break because I didn't expect Leslie's cross-examination to be just so focused and so good. I actually think this testimony is going to help defense. You know, you bring in somebody who's forensic, not a forensic pathologist, who kind of was like the dismissive, I see.
That went quicker.
Yes.
Ahead of schedule.
Yes.
When we take
Both
that
of the links to Shanon Burgess's LinkedIn and CV on Aperture's website are gone, as reporting through Karen Reed. Okay. Both, let me repeat that again. Both of the links to Shanon Burgess's LinkedIn and CV on Aperture's website are gone. Those links are gone. So my next question is, how long before that smiling face picture of the alleged expert Shanon Burgess is going to be gone? Okay. I think they may wait till the trial ends, but the links to his LinkedIn and to his CV are no longer on that Aperture website. So obviously all the pressure is coming on. So if you're not going to own Dr. I shouldn't say doctor because he's not, he just pretended to be Dr. Okay, let me do it again. If you're not going to own Shanon Burgess, Aperture, and Judd Welcher, you're coming. The links are who is gone. The links to Shanon Burgess's website and to his CV Mar are gone on Aperture's website. Okay. I think what's going to be coming next is you'll see that being taken down. The question is, does defense need to get that put into evidence? And if indeed he is let go or terminated, does defense get that put in the evidence? All the judge said basically is because the next witness wasn't quite ready. I think she was planning to come on this afternoon because I think they thought Alessi was going to take a lot longer in his cross-examination, which I think this was a brilliant, as I will say it, a ballsy move, but a brilliant move because he knows he can't question ASIC Wolf. He's going to say what he did. I've seen more brains, you know. To me, with that little thing where he kind of is dismissive of forensic pathologists, that was kind of a dismissive aspect. Because it's like, well, I know more about the brain than any forensic pathologist does. I would put my husband against him at any time, okay? Just so you know, with 30,000 autopsies on dead people, either doing them or being responsible for them, okay? So just so you know. So I'm a little biased. As you know, my husband, Dr. Michael Baden, is a leading forensic pathologist. So I'm a little biased. And I think if you become board certified in forensic pathology, you become board certified in anatomical pathology, you become board certified in forensic neuropathology, because that's the brains on dead people are different, right? He is seeing live people and all. But despite that, I think there was so much to work with that the defense could work with there. They needed to get that tude or attitude out with that. Okay. He's a Madeira Beach caregiver said he's seen more brains than me. He said he's seen more brains than he said, I've seen more brains than any forensic pathologist or than the forensic pathologist. Okay. I don't know if he was talking about Dr. Scortibello or any forensic pathologist or whether. I think this actually helps the defense because you got a little toot out there, and then you got a little bit with regard to the most important thing, that the laceration over the eye, that wasn't caused by raccoon eyes, that wasn't caused by any brain injury, right? And all. So there you go. I think it's really good. Trish Wheeler says Burgess still shows a BS under his education on the website, but the links to them are gone. All right. So let's see. I think they're going to own him. I think they're going to keep him until after this trial ends, because I think that in keeping him to after this trial ends, that still allows Welcher to use his testimony and say kind of like, well, we learned that, but he had explanations, and we want to make sure that we're honest with the public. So we took the links down, but I still rely on his expertise. He's an expert in the field. So I think Welcher is going to own him. And then I think Aperture, after this ends, is going to disown him. But they're going to wait to see what happens after this ends. And they're going to, if she's convicted, they'll wait till after the sentencing, or they'll pay him to still be on their website or whatever, because I don't think he necessarily gets paid unless he does a case, right? If they assign him a case, they probably assign what these expert places work is the case comes in, they take the fee, then they assign it to, expert X, and expert X gets a portion of the fee or something like that. Okay. So that's what we have. So that's exactly what they did with Proctor. You're absolutely right. That's exactly what they did with Proctor. Toy. Okay, this one passed me quickly, but Toy, that's exactly what they did with Proctor. They owned him there. Okay, so Joey Kane didn't really like the doctor's testimony. Speaking of being in a coma, I'm sure he knows exactly what he's doing. I like the fact that I know some of you mentioned what I like, Leslie did ask him his day that he goes home to make cappuccino for his wife. I did like that. Okay. But he's not going to move off anything. He is the expert. This is what he's testifying to. I'm sure the defense knows how he was fired, but I said to you, Leslie was going to treat him with respect. And what I mean that he wasn't going to really do a real cross-examination. I mean, he didn't. He got what he needed, and he got out. Very, very smart move. Denise says, if he testifies different than Stonebridge, can they use her reports on cross? And the defense have to call her to introduce her work. They weren't going to cross-examine him on her reports. I'll tell you why. Because he's going to stick to what he believes. They're just going to bring Dr. Stonebridge in. That's all, if they need to. And she'll testify the same way she testified for the prosecution. And then the jury's going to wonder, why didn't we hear this from the prosecution? It's their forensic neuropathologist medical examiner who Dr. Scortibello relied on. And remember, the defense also has another expert, somebody who ran, and I don't remember her name, who ran an office in Cape Cod, one of the Cape Cod states, New Hampshire maybe was it, and ran an office, right? Okay. So they're going to rely on that. And that's why you had the few questions that were asked. But, all I got from there is that at first he says that he did contradict himself. He said that John O'Keefe's injuries, 2 hemorrhages, weren't severe. Matter of fact, if he was taken to ER, he wouldn't have even needed surgery. But then he says later on, they were very severe. Okay. All right. So he said his injuries were very severe. So which was it? They weren't severe that he needed, or very severe? And I'm sure that the jury picked up on that. And I'm sure the jury picked up on the fact that he doesn't see dead people. And I'm sure the jury picked up on the fact that He was just very submissive. Anyone who does forensic pathology or forensic neuropathology for a living, because he knows it all. So I don't even think Hank could control this guy, all right, quite frankly. And that's why I think it was a good way to cross-examine him, okay? It was a very good way to cross-examine him. Get what you need, and then get out and get him off the stand, okay? Get what you need, and then get out. And he got what he needed. And obviously, he wasn't in on the program about the laceration, because I thought at one point Hank Brennan suggested to someone, and I don't remember if it was an opening or not. I thought at one point he suggested that the laceration, the raccoon eyes, there's a swelling in the raccoon eyes caused the laceration over the eye. I thought he had suggested that. Maybe I'm wrong, but, you know, we all have our memories. And that's why, you know, when you go into the jury room, the judge tells you, you know, you all may remember things that somebody else person. Okay. Oh. The other thing that Hank tried to get from this witness, which I thought was ridiculous, I mean, almost laughable, that because of our development out of cavemen, not cave women, you know, it's cavemen. You didn't say cave people, cavemen, that somehow the body can move after you die, after, you know, your brain can't control it. And there are situations that the spinal cords and the things can go up and down, and they will cause movement, you know, even though you're essentially dead. You know, you move the body, and we've all heard those things where the body moves after death, okay, that they can cause movement. But the movement, it would, you know, it could be like a twitch or whatever. And you see that. We all know that. I mean, we didn't know that. But what Hank Brennan was trying to suggest, and didn't ask specifically, because he knows the answer, that the volitional movement, right? The volitional movement here that John O'Keefe had, that Ian Whiffen testified to, is I got to pick up my cell phone and I've got to hit this, and pretty hard when you hit the side, right? When I said that. So Hank Brennan is suggesting that because there could still be movement even after your brain stops functioning in terms of moving the body and giving the body any type of clues, because the hit on the head is so severe, that John O'Keefe could have still moved and volitionally somehow hit his cell phone, which was found under his body, apparently. Okay, so that's the volitional. So when what Hank Brennan, I think the jury is going to get that. If Hank Brennan suggests that some kind of twitch from your nerves still going from your brain down to your stem, when it can happen, you could twitch, and blood spatter can be changed because of that twitch. Okay, things like that because of that twitch. But you're not going to volitionally pick up your cell phone and have movement. And notice that Hank Brennan didn't ask, I'm saying, that specific question. He didn't say, doctor, let me see if my notes in that. He didn't say, doctor, could you turn off your iPhone, cell phone, volitionally on the side button? Could you press that? He didn't say that. He said, could there be a function that could occur? Could the body still move even if it doesn't have functional activity? Okay. Now, and the answer was yes. And I agree with that. The body can still move even if it doesn't have functional activity, if the brain doesn't have functional activity. But movements are the twitchy movements, okay? And that's why you always have to worry about blood spatter in those situations. But the functional activity that Hank Brennan wants to talk about, okay, is this, okay? But he didn't ask about this specifically. So he's going to try to tell the jury, did you hear what Dr. Isaac Wolf said, Isaac Wolf? He said the body can still move even though it doesn't have functional activity, and that's what accounts for John O'Keefe hitting the side of his phone and looking at his text messages and hitting the side of his phone. That is just ridiculous if that's where he's going to go there. And if he were going to go there, he needed to ask that question, right? He needed to ask that question. He didn't. So the defense is leaving it there because we all know that that's terrible. To make an account, let me put this up because jurors also, like you, go by their experiences. My family member had a brain bleed, put on vent. He ended up passing. Let me just star this so I can read it more slowly. Okay. He ended up passing, but prior to, his whole body involuntarily jerked all the way up to death. Study no phone use. Right. Your body can jerk because there's there's nerves that go from your brain down, and they can still be active even though you're technically dead for all intents and purposes. You're being kept alive by outside methods, right? So yes, I know. Kathy Bennis, going back to Aperture and Dr. Shanon Burgess, because we're going to keep going back to it every single day. Wonder if the company is going to have backlash from the old clients. Oh, I think they're going to have gigantic backlash. I think that it's not so much the old clients, because if you look at, as I said, if you look at Shanon Burgess's CV and you look at what he filed in federal court, he only had those 4 cases over a period of 7 years that he was assigned to. Probably starving, okay, and decided he had to push himself up, in my opinion, to get more cases, right? To get more cases. But I think you're going to have some backlash with regard to the any other side that was in those cases if they haven't settled. Now we learned that Attorney Negum, I think he pronounced it, but I'm saying Negum. I'm not sure what it was, Negum or Negum, Negem. Michael Bryant spoke to him. He represented the Glovers in the case that was specifically mentioned. He said, look, we have settled the case. He ended up not being a factor in the case because we've settled it. So they were obviously very happy with the settlement. And I'm sure they got good money for it, because somewhere along the line, whether it be in things that were turned over, I think Aperture knew that he didn't have those qualifications, because that was a 2023 case and they did nothing. Okay. They've done nothing. Okay. So, but you notice that when Burgess on the stand, we didn't hear about all his credentialing so much. We heard about some peer review. It turns out on one article, one journal one journal. And it was just a compendium of articles that had been published. I mean, he's not peer reviewed on anything, in my opinion. But unless you want to call Twitter, and even not that, he only had like 200 followers. I think Aperture may simply change their name. That's true. You get bad publicity like this, you can change your name, because they're a worldwide conglomerate. Because what they do is they buy offices with people in them that are accident reconstructionists, digital forensics, right? And it's a way to clearing house cases. I mean, some places call themselves expert witness company or something like that. Joanne Jedablatopoulos says, Dr. Wolf, net zero for prosecution, a slight advantage for the defense. Yeah, I think he was a 0 for the prosecution. I agree. If anything, I think he may have hurt with that whole idea that remember that cell phone under the body, that somehow John O'Keefe specifically was able to do this, right? And at times it's kind of hard, it's hard. Oh yeah, let me read my messages as I'm dead, and then I'll turn this on, okay? All right, so by the way, we are going to have our own accident reconstructionist from California on tonight at our 6 o'clock show. His name is Stephen Plord. His brother is a head chief judge in California in the San Diego court district. Okay, so we are going to have, and just so you know, his brother Chris Plord was a co-counsel of mine. I hired him to assist me on Spectre, and he actually did the cross-examination of the medical examiner there for, count them, 8 days, because I had him go, okay, you're going another day, Chris, you're going another day. And he was able to cross-examine the medical examiner for 8 days, just so you know. Okay, and all, but we're having, his brother is a major accident reconstructionist in California, and he will be on tonight on our 6 o'clock show. Even though Michael Bryant will also be on from Dedham. I mean, he's going to have people from Dedham. He's going to see what the feeling likes, what's happening, catch up on the buffer, or as we call it, the First Amendment zone. Okay. So, if I know how to do polls, I would do a poll for you. I tried to do a poll once, didn't come out so well. I don't think I published it to anyone. I don't think I published anyone. Is Dr. Zeke Wolf. Was he better for did he help the prosecution? Did he help the defense? Is it a draw? Okay. Here's what I want to say. Neurosurgeon Wolf, did he help the prosecution, or did the prosecution's neurosurgeon help the prosecution? Did it help the defense? Did it help the prosecution more? Did it help the defense more? Was it a draw? Okay, I think that's it. Okay. By the way, if the defense had ever wanted to go to the fact that John O'Keefe was drunk and just fell down and hit his head, I mean, which would have been a way they could have gone. He fell down and hit his head. I mean, that's all that happened here. All right. But I think they needed to explain away some other things that they felt that that you can't explain away from that, and that's those arm injuries. Okay, that's the arm injuries, right? So anyhow, but I do think that the one thing that Alessi got from this expert was the fact that the laceration over the eye, a linear laceration, which the medical examiner said was consistent with a punch, right? Could be consistent caused by a punch. The medical examiner, Dr. Zeke Wolf, didn't address it in his report, and when asked about it, it stays out in cross-examination as really one of two questions, really one of two areas that was asked about, very short. Could the raccoon eyes, that's the swelling in the eyes with the blood behind the eyes, right, in the eyes, could that have caused laceration? He said no. That is a big help, in my opinion, for the defense. Because, you could say, like, he knows what he's talking about. This could have happened, that could have happened. But what? But what? But so what? I mean, he hasn't ever seen a dead body's brain, okay? And then kind of, I just thought the dismissiveness about, I've seen more brains than the forensic pathologist, okay? But you're doing gamma ray surgery. It's pinpoint radiation on a brain, right? You're doing gamma ray surgery. You have a clinic that does gamma ray surgery, pinpoint radiation on a brain. They didn't get into that too much. But I just think his attitude, and I'm sure he's a very good brain surgeon. I'm sure he's very experienced. I just think that this is the witness that's supposed to come for the prosecution and actually let's come from the prosecution and replace the medical examiner. Let me just say that outright. He's supposed to replace the medical examiner, and he didn't really even give them that much on the contre coup, right? The contre coup injury that he gave them was he was hit on the back of the head, and he gets a basal skull fracture in the back of the head. So I thought that Hank Brennan was saying to the jury at one point that, when he opened, that he had an injury on the front of the skull, and that because of the swishing of the brain. That's not what he said at all. And he heard Hank Brennan was very tenuous with him, right? A witness that he couldn't control. I don't think a witness anyone can control because he's the brain surgeon and he knows more than anybody about brains. Okay. Now, and I think it's smart for the defense to leave it alone. Do you know anything about forensic neuropathologists? I'll guarantee you that he doesn't know more about ECT, trauma in football players, even though he's seen more brains than the Boston hospital that's up there, where we sent Aaron's brain to, where the family donated Aaron's brain. There's certain things that, he knows as a neurosurgeon, but there's certain things that forensic pathologists and forensic neuropathologists who get board certified in this, and that's a special process by itself, okay? All right, that they know about how brains look when people die and what happened to them. Okay, so he's talking about Laura McLeod remembers that the ME laughed. Just seen this when Alessi asked if the neurosurgeon could determine cause of death. Yeah, it's true, because you can't. Yeah, you can't, right? Stifler's mom says, I had gamma ray knife brain surgery. Well, I hope it worked. I hope you're well. I know it's miraculous because it's non-invasive. And apparently this doctor is just great at it. Although he did say at one point that 70% of his patients died. I was like, okay. All right. I mean, so I think he did say that. And, I assume that the people that lived are ones who had tumors that were able to take out wholly and cut out, not something that spread to metastatic cancer and all. Gwen Sweet Range says, my son plays football and I'm so scared for his brain. I know. I don't know. I think after what I learned about it, it's funny after I represented Aaron, and I'm a big New York Jets fan. I had trouble going to the game. I had trouble rooting. And people are, oh, great hit. I couldn't, like for a year, I couldn't root because I know what those guys are going to be like. Okay. Michael said he said 70% with brain injury die. I thought he also said 70% of his patients, 2/3. I thought he said 2/3 of his patients end up dying because they have traumatic injury. But yeah, I think that was a generic type thing. Because look, we all know that if you if you have brain cancer, it's not necessarily a good thing. Okay, so Blessed in Texas, neurosurgeons know tons about operating on brain and spine, but not neuropsychology or even neurology. Once they've been practicing a long time, it's all about the surgery. Yeah, it's all about billing for the surgery. It's all about billing for the surgery. It's true. That's where we are. And you see how many surgeries he does a day, and God bless him. God bless him. No one's denying that. But I guess he just didn't get getting Stifler's mom. Let me just update you on my gamma knife brain surgery went well. Wow, not thank you. It actually shrunk my meningioma brain tumor. Wow, that is great. That is great. So you must have had a great surgeon too. I thought a great surgeon also. Well, he really can't talk about that. He said, I'm not really, I could talk a little bit about hypothermia, but everything was approximate with that. I mean, what he said is something we all can read. At 95 degrees, you're in mild hypothermia. Okay, that means, when you go to the hospital and you get surgery, they put the blankets around you sometimes because your body temperature, and you're kind of cold because they lower your body temperature. They keep you in these cold operator and lower your body temperature. That's why they put all the heating blankets on when you come out. Because anyone who's ever had surgery, and I had both hips replaced. I remember coming out and just freezing. And when they put those warm blankets on me, I was like, oh, this is so good. I just want to take these warm blankets home, because your body temperature has been lowered. Okay. And so you ask that, all right, I have to put this on 007. Let me just start so I can slow it down so I can read it. I can see Hank Brennan asking Dr. Biden, have any of your patients survived your care? Actually, my husband's a great clinical doctor. People call him all the time, especially when he's at the state police and even now to look at the charts and all, because you have to be a great clinical doctor to be a great forensic pathologist. Okay. And actually, my husband did his residency in internship and then did another residency in pathology, forensic pathology. So he's a great clinician. And again, to be a good forensic pathologist, you have to be a great clinician because you have to see what's going on in the body that could have caused all of these, somebody to die and what the cause of death, and then decide a manner of death. Okay. This is very good. Neurosurgeons don't need to develop a bedside manner well, my husband has a great bedside manner because he does have to call. I almost disagree with that just a little bit, Colin, in this sense. The forensic pathologists really have to talk to the families. And when anyone dies, the people that are left grieving are the families. So Michael has a great bedside manner with people, especially people, his loved ones, because the person who's dead is, if they die of cancer or whatever, they're out of the pain, but the families are not out of the pain. They're never out of the pain. All right. So you better have a good bedside manner. But I agree with you that neurosurgeons don't, because they're usually, you're referred to a neurosurgeon by your doctor who then takes over. As I say to you, I don't think that, I wonder whether he was friendly to the jury. I think the jury would have respected him. And that's why I was happy that Alyssa treated him with respect, didn't go after him. He just got out of him what he needed to get, because there's no doubt. And, he has to believe that he's doing 4 brain surgeries a day and all. So Madeira Beach caregiver, one of our great supporters here, in honor of my upcoming birthday. So you're going to have to let us know when your birthday is. Okay. You see, we try to celebrate them here for people that support us. In honor of my upcoming birthday, I'm donating $525.62 via JSTV Cash App link. No fees, JSTV gets to keep. Wow, that's terrific. I'll have to let Michael Bryant have the Cash App. I think, right, Diz? He's the one who's in charge of the Cash App. I'm learning all this stuff, about I'm good on Venmo. I'm good on PayPal. But I think he does it. But we thank you for your generosity. For member for 5. Yeah, you've been a member for 5, but you've been with us. That's why people wonder why Madeira Beach Carrier. She's been with us and she found us early, and it's in your links. Okay, yeah, I know it is. I just don't know how to get to it, but don't worry. We have peoples, Michael Bryant, Diz, and Misty. We have peoples here. We have volunteers. Thank you so much. And it very well may be tomorrow or today when Michael Bryant, we'll see if he goes through the First Amendment zone, what's going to happen to him? And we know that his attorney is up there, Mark Randazzo. So we'll see what's going to happen to him. But thank you so much. Okay. Yes. And thank you. So we really appreciate it. But yeah, neurosurgeons, yeah, we'll see about that. Anyhow, I thought he came out more helpful to the defense because, you know why? He really was independent, wasn't he? He wasn't going to say anything that he didn't believe in on either side. And I think, you think Hank Brennan is regretting now calling him? Because Hank Brennan does very well when he's able to have a witness who can shade his testimony. He couldn't shade his testimony here. He tried to with the can patients move after their brain has basically ceased to function to have volitional movements. Yes, we know that there can be non-volitional movements, but as Whitman and everyone said, this has to be a volitional movement. Picking up your phone, reading your messages, and here is a volitional movement. This is not something that you're doing because you're twitching or having a twitch. It is just not. Now, I am sure that the medical examiner, forensic pathologist, that the defense is called is they already saw this report. Remember, they've known what he is going to say. The defense has known his report and what he's going to say. Although they asked for a sidebar, so something was new in what Hank Brennan was asking that wasn't in there. So they asked for a sidebar in there. I wasn't quite. I think we mentioned it when, and maybe it was something that he thought was coming. But something Hank Brennan asked for, I think, was new, and it very well may be maybe the volitional movement wasn't in the report. Maybe that was something new. Okay, all right, maybe that was something new. Okay, we'll see. But whatever it is, I'm sure Leslie got what he needed out. So let me take a look at where I put this on my notes. Okay. All right. The one thing he did say was with regard to the raccoon eyes, where he called them, I didn't hear the RRA part of that, but I wasn't sure. I was like, oh, but maybe he said it. The raccoon eyes takes 1 to 3 hours to develop. That you can get that from a skull fracture and the brain bleed, and then he said usually it takes 48 hours. And not 1 to 3 hours, but then he said it could happen in 1 to 3 hours. So, that's if somebody were alive and non-volitional, 1 to 3 hours and thrown out in the snow, but still alive. Yeah, what they're going to say, what the prosecution is going to try to say is that Karen Reed hit him with the car, and if she had just stopped right then and gotten him care, he could have lived. That's what she's going to say. But she didn't, and she left, and he ended up dying by the hypothermia. But remember, the medical examiner, Dr. Scorti Bello, said that that she wouldn't have called the hypothermia cause of death if she she wouldn't have put in it as a contributing factor if she didn't have the skull fracture and the blunt force. She called it blunt force trauma. He's calling it this doctor called it a classic vanilla case of blunt force trauma. He says it's not depressed. It's not a depressed injury, and therefore it's just a classic vanilla case of blunt force trauma. Okay. Well, that was kind of weird. Vanilla blunt force is what he said. It could be caused by a fall backwards, and the two hemorrhages he felt didn't even need surgery, and if you went to an ER, they surgery. So, and it was not a ridged object. So it's going to directly contradict what their forensic pathologist is going to say, and kind of contradict what the medical examiner has said with regard to the hypothermia. In fact, he really wasn't an expert in hypothermia at all. So there we are. That's basically what happened. Yes, I am trying to keep you up to date. I'm trying to keep all of you with regard to, by the way, sent $92 Madeira camera to Michael Bryant again in honor of the birthday. Gets to keep 100% of Cash App donations, 0 fees. Again, thank you so much. We appreciate it. All right, we're back in court. Why don't we go back in and listen? This should be Christina Hanley on the stand coming back from yesterday, the glass lady. So let's see if it is. Let's see. Is that her? Yes. So she's back on the
Well,
stand.
lady is still in
She's
the
going to
room.
actually help the defense, I think, her testimony. We've seen her in the first trial. So let's go into court and listen, and I will be quiet. I'm not amusing you anymore. Okay. Thank you,
All
Madeira Beach
right, Mr.
caregiver.
Lally,
Again.
whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. And ma'am, if you could just please introduce yourself to the jury again, spelling your last name for the record.
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, given the break, if I could just ask you a few questions, just to reorient as far as the items that we were speaking about yesterday in your testimony. First, starting with the items of glass that you analyzed in this case. The first of those items was an item 3-2, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, please describe for the jury, or please provide the jury with the description for that item that you received.
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. And there was some dirt debris material that was noted on the exterior and interior surfaces.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Did you show content? All right.
I gave Mr. Jackson my copy. Yes, thank you. Showing you a photograph, Ms. Hanley, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
So this is a photograph that I took. It's item 3-2, but it's also, I would have to double check on my notes, but I believe it has item 7-12, one of the pieces that I'm holding that's showing a physical match between those two items.
Your Honor, call both the seats to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit. No objection.
Okay.
Exhibit 195.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9490. Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Is that the photograph that I just presented to you?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
So that is a photograph that I took upon examination. It is the clear glass cup item 3-2. And I'm holding another piece, which again, I believe it's one of the pieces from item 7-12. I would need to confirm in my file, but I'm showing that one of the pieces physically fits with item 3-2.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you two other photographs. If you can look at those, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those as?
So these are photographs that I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, call both seats to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit A and B.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 196A and 196B.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, just remind the jury as far as the physical description that you received in regard to item 7-12.
Sure. So item 7-12 consisted of some clear plastic pieces as well as 9 pieces of glass with broken irregular edges.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first photograph 9476. And if you can enlarge that just a bit, Ms. Gilman. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is the photo that I took of item 7-12 as I received it. So there's the several pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9477. If you can enlarge that just a bit. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are the same pieces of glass as in the previous photo, just a little bit more up close of the clear glass that was recovered and is item 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as a comparative analysis between items in 3-2, the glass cup, and 7-12 regarding the glass pieces, what, if any, conclusions did you make in reference to your comparison between those two items?
Sure. So upon comparing those items, I did note that 6 of the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass had a physical match to item 3-2, the clear glass cup.
And if you could just remind the jury, as far as a physical match, what does that mean?
So a physical match is basically if an item breaks and those items have broken irregular edges, if those pieces come back together like a jigsaw fit, then it's a physical match and they were at one time together as one larger unit.
Now, as far as each of those items within 7-12 had a letter associated with them, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall which of the 6 were a physical match for item 3-2, the glass?
I would just need to refer to my notes for the exact letters.
Sure, you can take your report out.
The 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that physically fit to item 3-2 were A, B, C, D, F, and K.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So, Ms. Hanley, during the course of this physical match analysis that you're conducting, are you memorializing that process with photographs as well?
Yes, I am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And I'm presenting you with 4 photographs. If you could review those and look up when you finish. And do you recognize those, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are photographs that I took upon my examination of items 7-12 and item 3-2.
Your Honor, combo is introduced and admitted as the next exhibits, A through D.
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 197A through D.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9502, please. And Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
So this is one of the photos that I took of one of the breaks that physically fit together between item 3-2 and item 7-12.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9514. And again, Ms. Hanley, can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
Sure. So this is a photo that I took when I was doing my comparison of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
Now, as far as the individual pieces had sort of little white stickers or labels affixed to them, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you did, or is that something that when the items were provided to you was already done?
So item 7-12, I received those pieces with the labels already on them.
And again, those items, especially 7-12, had been with mixed veneer in your unit prior to coming to your table or your station, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9518. Again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another photograph that I took of the physical match. It's just another view of the items together of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
And lastly, for this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9520. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another picture that I took of the items just slightly rotated of item 3-2 with a physical fit to several items or several pieces from item 7-12.
Ms. Hanley, is there a laser pointer on the desk in front of you?
Yes.
If you could, preferably using this screen just so it's visible for the jury, could you delineate where you see in this photograph item 3-2 and where you see the items associated with item 7-12?
So this right here is item 3-2, and these pieces up here are several pieces from 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other two items that you analyzed or examined in this part of your physical match analysis were items 3-3 and 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And turning your attention specifically to item 3-3, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description of that item that was provided to you.
Sure. So item 3-3 was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges that were recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Single photograph, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a photo that I took of item 3-3.
Your Honor, Commonwealth to seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 198.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9446, please. And Ms. Hanley, in addition to the 5 pieces of glass associated with item 3-3, what else is depicted in this photograph?
This is a photo of the 5 total pieces that are from item 3-3.
And in addition to that, is there a ruler depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes, there is.
And what is the purpose of that ruler in the photograph?
It's there just as a scale.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that one down. And Ms. Hanley, the last of those items, 7-14, if you could just remind the jury as far as what was the physical description that was provided to you in reference to item 7-14.
Sure. So item 7-14 was a clear piece of glass with broken irregular edges that was recovered from the road.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Again, Ms. Hanley, just showing you a single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what what do you recognize?
This is a photo that I took of item 7-14.
Now, almost seek to introduce the next exhibit.
All right.
Exhibit 199.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9471, please.
So
And again-
the two screens don't match.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hanley, again, if you could just describe for the jury what is depicted in the photograph up on the screen.
This is the photo that I took of item 7-14.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. So, Ms. Hanley, in addition to the physical match analysis that you did between item 3-2, the cup, and 6 of the pieces that you found to be a physical match from item 7-12, did you also compare pieces from item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude in your physical match analysis of those items together?
So upon examining and comparing item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14, I had concluded that 6 of the 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 physically fit with item 3-2, and the remaining 3 of the 9 from 7-12 did not have a physical fit to item 3-2. I also compared item 3-2 and 7-12 to 7-14, but there was no physical match to item 7-14.
Now, in addition to that, did you also do a physical match analysis between item 3-2, the drinking glass, 7-12, pieces found from the roadway, and certain pieces from 3-3 from the bumper of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude based on that physical match analysis between those items?
So upon examining and comparing those items, so there were 5 total pieces of glass from item 3-3. I used 2 of those pieces for physical match comparison to the items recovered from the road. Upon my examination, I did not, there was no physical match between those 2 pieces from item 3-3 to any of the pieces recovered from the road. So that included items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14.
Now, as far as the 2 pieces that you had selected from item 3-3, do you recall which of those 2 lettered pieces you chose for your comparative analysis?
Yes,
And which were they?
they were pieces A and B.
And if I could ask why pieces A and B versus other pieces?
So A and B were used for physical match. The remaining 3 of the 5 were not used for physical match comparison due to their size and condition.
Now, those same 2 pieces from item 3-3, pieces A and B, did you then do a physical match analysis between that and 7-14?
I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
I concluded that there was no physical match between the 2 pieces from item 3-3 to item 7-14.
Now, did you also do a physical match analysis between piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper?
I did not. not a physical match examination.
Did you do any comparative analysis between a piece of glass E from 3-3 from the bumper and item 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
So I selected piece E for further examination. I did microscopic examination as well as instrumental analysis, and I did the same microscopic and instrumental analysis to 7-14, and I compared the data, and I came to the conclusion that the piece that I sampled from item 3-3, piece E, was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties to the sample that I took from item 7-14.
If you could, Ms. Hanley, could you please explain to the jury when you say instrumental analysis, what is that? What does that consist of?
So the instrumental analysis that I conducted was on the GRIM instrument, which measures the refractive index of the samples. So after I had ran my samples for both item 3-3 and 7-14, I compared the data to determine whether they were consistent or not consistent.
And so when you say that something is consistent in instrumental properties, what does that mean?
So in this instance, they had consistent refractive indices.
Now, in addition to that comparative analysis with the glass items, what other additional examinations did you perform in this case?
Sorry, could you say that again?
In addition to items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14, what other items did you look at in this case?
So I also examined item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And what was the description provided to you in reference to item 3-1?
3-1 was a tail light, and there were also some other plastic pieces as well.
And taillight from the same vehicle as the glass from the bumper, correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You have another single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute.
No objection. Thank you.
200.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9394. And Ms. Hanley, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 200?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
And what's contained in here, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the item 3-1, the taillight housing, looked like when you received it?
Yes.
Now, as far as, and we'll get to this more a bit in a moment, but as far as any sort of comparative analysis that you did with any other item, what part of this taillight housing were you comparing to that other item?
So there were clear and red plastic portions of the taillight that appeared to be broken. So I sampled portions of the clear plastic as well as the red plastic on the taillight.
And just for clarity purposes, if you could with the pointer, as far as which of these pieces up on the screen were you sampling the clear and or the red plastic from?
So the red plastic that I sampled was from this area. It's a little hard to tell from here. I think I'd have to refer to my photo in my notes, but I think there were a couple of different areas that had clear broken plastic. I think this might have been one of the areas that was broken that I sampled.
And just for my purposes, really what I'm asking, Ms. Hanley, is the clear plastic that you used from item 3-1 was from the housing unit itself, the large piece, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other item that you were comparing this to was item 7-18.18. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was provided to you as the description of that item, 7-18.18?
7-18.18 was debris that was collected from 2 pieces of clothing from the victim.
And specifically, that would be 7-17, an orange t-shirt. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay, as well as 7-18, a gray long sleeve shirt. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you say that item 7-18.18 contained debris, what did that debris consist of?
So the debris consisted of one clear piece of plastic, as well as several pieces of red plastic, among some other trace material.
Now, were there measurements taken of those items within the debris, specifically the clear plastic and the red plastic?
Yes.
And what were those measured to be?
I would just need to refer to my report for that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so the clear piece of plastic in 7-18.18, it measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And then I measured the largest and the smallest of the red plastic pieces. And the largest piece of red plastic measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece among those measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
And so those particular pieces that you measured, about how small are we talking about?
So the largest for the red plastic, the largest piece measured, just for visual purposes, it's roughly like the size of a grain of rice. The rest of the pieces were smaller than that.
And who within the lab provided that debris in that taillight housing to your unit, to the trace unit?
So the debris from the clothing was transferred to my unit by Maureen Hartnett, and the taillight was submitted to the lab by Trooper Christopher Moore.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a series of 5 photographs. Review those and look up when you're finished. Generally speaking, Ms. Hanley, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are the photographs that I took of 7-18.18.
I'm going to come both to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A through E.
No objection.
Thank you. It's 201 A through E.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9352. And Ms. Hanley, what is depicted in this photograph on the screen?
So this is one of the photos that I took of 7-18.18. This is how I received the clear piece of plastic.
And is that a tin that it's encased in at the time that you receive it?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9355. And what is this, Ms. Hanley?
So this is a photo of the clear piece of plastic that was within that tin.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9364. And Ms. Gilman, if you could enlarge this just a bit. Maybe just a little more, please. Thank you. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the photo that I took of the debris that was collected from the clothing items.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9366. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo that I took under a microscope of the red plastic pieces that I noted within the debris.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have photograph 9369. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a picture that I took of the red plastic pieces that I removed from the debris.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, in reference to your comparative analysis from item 3-1, the taillight housing plastic, to the clear and red plastic pieces of debris from debris from item 7-18.18, the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, what types of instruments did you utilize in this comparative analysis?
Sure. So after completing my examination, I utilized a comparison microscope as well as a polarized microscope, a FTIR, which is Fourier transform infrared spectrometer. And I also used a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
And what is a microspec?
So a microspec is an analytical tool that we can use to examine samples that have color. So it provides information on the sample's dyes and pigments.
And how is that utilized in your comparative analysis?
So I ran samples from both items that I was comparing, and I compared the data from those two items as a part of my comparative analysis.
And when you run that sort of data, can you describe for the jury sort of what that data looks like? Like what are you physically seeing when you're examining the data from a microspec?
So what we refer to it as a spectrum or just a graph. And when we do the comparison, we can overlay those spectra or graph to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And I know you spoke a little bit about it in your testimony yesterday, but if you could remind the jury as far as an FTIR, what is that and how is that used in your analysis?
So an FTIR is another analytical tool that we can use. A sample is exposed to infrared light and it reacts in a certain way with that light. And what's produced is a spectrum of peaks and valleys that are representative and unique to your sample. And so that instrument was used to run samples from both items, and then the data was compared from both items.
Now, from your comparison of starting with the clear plastic from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, from your comparative analysis of that clear plastic to the clear plastic from item 3-1, the tail light, what did you conclude?
So the clear plastic from the debris was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties to the clear plastic from the tail light. So accordingly, the clear plastic from the debris could have originated from the clear plastic from the tail light or from another source with the same characteristics.
And with reference to the red plastic from item 7-18.18 from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, in your comparison of that red plastic with the red plastic from the passenger side tail light of the defendant's vehicle, item 3-1, what did you conclude from that analysis?
So the red plastic that I sampled from item from the debris from the clothing from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the portions that I sampled from the red plastic from the tail light. So accordingly, the red plastic from item 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic that I sampled from the tail light or from another source with the same characteristics.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I could just hold on 1 minute while the sirens pass. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes. Actually, is this a good time to take a break, Mr. Lally?
Entirely up to the court. I probably have another 3-4 minutes left.
I'm going to see counsel for 2 minutes, folks.
Okay, so this is the jury is taking notes, we're told, on what's happening here. We're going to what, sidebar, and she told them to stretch for what, 2 minutes? Is that what I heard her say? She kind of was not in the microphone, so and all. We have heard all of this before. We have heard everything before, and but I'm going to be joined because I have been talking to you. Someone said I've been keeping you amused. Of 5 minutes, okay? Well, wait a second. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let's do it. A second. Oh, I guess you're going to take lunch now. Okay? She did say they were going to take a short lunch today. They were only going to take a 30-minute lunch today. Okay. Lally said he has 3 more minutes, and Judge Kenney said, "Let me see you for 2 minutes," and they're going to take a lunch time. But remember, she said only a half an hour because of the whole issue with what was happening in the jury. I was looking at Twitter. I still can't find anyone who's going to tell us. I can tell you one thing, though, that our own Michael Bryant is in Dedham. He is setting up. He's going to join us, and he can hear me. I have been talking all morning. I've been accused of keeping people amused here, Michael Bryant, but we have had so much. Every time I get on the air, I expect, okay, I can sit, I can have a cup of coffee. there was a jury issue for an hour and a half this morning, and while you're getting ready, the judge had to see that there was 27 minutes before she went on the record to tell the jurors that she was going to see them individually. And when she came back after an hour and a half of closing the courtroom and us not being in there, she said, "Were you able?" She asked two questions. "Were you able to follow my instructions that I gave to you about not doing any independent investigation?" And they all apparently said yes. "And they were able to follow my instructions about no commenting." And she said yes. So it tells me that there was a snitch or something that suggested that maybe, oh, you've got a lot of wind in your ear. Tell me there was a snitch or something that maybe someone said they were doing an independent investigation or they were commenting. Well, I tell you what, I understand if they got the better of Shanon Burgess after seeing the kind of bull crap that was put before them by Hank Brennan the last 2 days. And then this morning, let me just tell you that we had Dr. Isaac Wolf on, who he kind of had a Dr. Frankenstein vibe to him. No doubt that he's a very good brain surgeon, very dismissive of forensic pathologists, that I've seen more brains than they've ever have, which I doubt that may be the case because maybe he's operated on more, but I'm not sure he's ever held a brain in his hand, because usually if you're doing that, it means you died, okay, on that. And he basically said nothing really that hurt the defense. We did a poll, actually, and I just want to tell you the results of our poll. Did Dr. Wolf help defense? 54%, the Commonwealth 2%, none 44%. And I thought that Mr. Alessi did a great job, basically asking him two questions. The second one is the laceration over the eye, was that caused by the raccoon eyes? Because remember, that's what Hank Wolf was trying to say. And the doctor said no. And then he said, and then nonetheless, he said, "Thank you, doctor. You can go home. Nice seeing you. Nice meeting you." Okay. And that was our morning. It was from what's going on with the jury to Dr. Isaac Wolf, the neurosurgeon, who, by the way, couldn't be controlled by either side. He wasn't. Hank Brennan's trying to say to him that he had volitional. Look, I'm hearing something. What is going on in my ear? Okay. All right. Hank Brennan is trying to get out of him that after you have these brain injuries, you could have non-volitional movements. And that's true. You can twitch, right? And all that kind of stuff. He's going to try to, but he didn't ask him the question. He's going to try to explain this, right? He's going to try to explain this and looking at the cell phone. But he wouldn't ask him the actual question because he knows he's not going to get the answer he wants out of him. So it was kind of, that's why so many people thought it was a wash. Anyhow, what are you doing?
At the moment, I'm listening to some music by an annoying guy at a motorcycle that thinks that everybody should enjoy the music he is enjoying. Hey, Dick, turn that off. What a moron. Jesus Christ. And then you're stuck at the light here for however long, and so you get to be serenaded by this idiot's music. Anyway, so in case people don't notice, I put up an interview I did with Will the Glarer, who is up today. He's going back tomorrow, but we chatted a bit. He's been inside the courtroom. I saw a note just fly by that says, "Michael, sit where Will is." He's with the Karen Reed contingent. I mean, clearly he is a Karen Reed supporter. He's not media. He's a great guy. We love being on his show, and we love when he's on ours. But he is a FKR supporter. So that's not exactly the same as media. So anyway,
I'm just telling you, thank you, Liz. I've been serenading everybody myself. Kimberly in the 3015 said, "I love listening to Linda. Been watching her for years." So, and by the way, just so in case you missed it, Madeira Beach caregiver, whose birthday is 25th. We had a birthday celebration for Joey Kane this morning, by the way, in case you missed it. Oasis Cat did balloons and all. We're going to have to do something for Madeira Beach either Thursday or Tuesday because the 25th we're not on the air. But she has sent $92 for you to the Cash App.
Oh,
and
very
that's
nice.
for you.
I'm going to have to figure that out.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm going to have to actually, what's going to happen is I want to see whether or not we need a bail fund for you or not.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and I did a walkthrough that I have not posted yet because I had to get resituated and set up here. But I will fire that off. And it was a conversation with a number of the supporters that are now technically inside the First Amendment zone, the buffer zone. And they're gathered just outside the Registry of Deeds. There are cops all over the place. And I'm trying to get a sense of, well, how come today you're okay to be inside? They're not wearing any accoutrement of the supporters for either side, jerseys, T-shirts, signs, none of that. But they are physically there. There's probably I don't know, 10, 12 of them hanging out. We chatted with some, including Kristen Anderson, who has been a guest twice, who's been accosted twice by the troopers. And there's an update on her situation on that little outside the town hall meeting. So I'll post that. I'll get that up there as quickly as I can. But as Will told me from inside the courtroom, the jury is, they're nonplussed. His impression was in terms of some of the testimony from yesterday. He said there was definitely reactions to some of that testimony from Shanon Burgess. How do you not react?
You know that the Aperture has Aperture.
Come on, let's go. Aperture.
Aperture. Okay, has taken down the links to his LinkedIn and to his CV.
Yeah.
Okay, next will
Not
be to go to
surprised.
him, but not until after Karen Reed, because Welcher's going to try to use that bullshit testimony. But anyhow.
Yeah, not surprised. But the jurors, he said, we're making visible reactions to some of his testimony or the cross-examination.
Well, maybe that's why there's a report that some jurors were separated. They
Well,
switched seats. Maybe they were giggling. How could you not?
There goes Mr. Brennan. How's it going, Mr. Brennan? There he goes. He's going by. He's heading over to the Dedham Pizza. He did not respond to me. So
Why?
I don't know. I'm a likable guy. Anyway, so he tells me that and not just Will, but others that I've talked to briefly, this parade of jurors to kind of figure out what was happening. Let me get your take on this. Here's my take. I thought if it were some broader issue, like some admonition that she wanted to get face-to-face with each one of them on, that she would do everybody so it would take away any particular focus on one or two that might actually be the subject of the concern. And that's sort of been confirmed in that somebody or two people were having some sort of conversation or sharing thoughts about a witness, about testimony, about one side or the other that would be inappropriate. And it was basically a harsh reminder, but not so much for the 18. Remember, there's 12 plus 6. Not so much for the 18 as a whole, but just to avoid making it look like she was fingering one or two of the jurors specifically. So
I don't know, because I've been in situations, I told them, where we have those kind of reports and the judge brings the whole jury in and talks to them in front. But when they take them out separately, there's something they want to find out. There may have been reports about somebody and maybe they don't have a specific name in doing the investigation, because that admonition says don't do any investigation on your own. That's a really strange admonition to then give them after she finishes, and don't make any comments. And I can understand, because there's been reports about giggling and jurors do that. I've seen jurors together when they form bonds, when they're sitting next to each other. And sometimes you'll see
shared misery,
right?
Yes,
You'll see them make, when you're sitting close to them, you'll see them making, and they're what they're talking to each other through their eyes. You see it,
of course. But my point again on seeing everybody individually is just for whatever the reason, whether it was investigating on their own, sharing that investigation, it's to make it look like this is an issue for everybody rather than juror A, B, and C, you are the folks I want to talk to. That's a very different message, and I think the court's trying to avoid that signaling out of those that may actually be the subject of whatever the issue is. So,
well, the fact that it's all 18, I was telling everybody that my friend Joe Navarro, who teaches, it was an FBI profiler and has written books about the psychology of killers and does teaches poker tells. That's how we learned it, because of the FBI. Talks about there's a certain portion of your brain, I think the limbic portion, he said, that you have no control over. It's your fear response. So that if you're sitting there and somebody comes in and throws a rattlesnake in front of you, you immediately go up. You can't handle it. I think Shanon Burgess may have been like a rattlesnake. I mean, at some point you can't handle him. You couldn't handle it.
Yeah, I mean, that guy, whoa, just looking forward for him. It's not going to be pretty, and it's not 100% his fault. I'll give him 98% of the fault, but he should never have been put in that position. He should never have been brought by the prosecution to be in a position where he is now, his career is shattered. And it should blow back on Brennan. It should blow back on the court. Why don't you have a voir dire of this witness, and then you never bring him in to testify in front of the jury? If you hear during voir dire what we heard during live testimony, he just doesn't come in.
Right.
But
And the
but no,
court's responsible. The court was responsible. Aperture is responsible. Brennan's responsible, and he's responsible. They're all responsible. Amy Love Soccer says now out on Aperture's website now under his education is only AS Computer Science. Oh, really? Oh, I guess you're not
Hmm.
the savior. I guess you're not the
Somehow-
savior who developed this software that only you can read things that no one else can get.
Yeah. And again, the point that I think we've both made is that it's not the lack of education. You know, he may be the most brilliant guy on this issue that I've ever seen. It's the lying about the qualifications. That's
And if you
what it's
lie
about.
about that, how could
Who
you trust
knows?
someone who says that I'm the only one who can
Exactly.
download this stuff? I can do this, and
Exactly.
right, you know, they people should have looked at that. You know, the fact that he's only testified in the 4 cases we went through that last night, and that he had to put in federal court over a period of 8 years. That tells me that, or 7 years. That tells me he's really not an expert in anything, right? All of a sudden, someone said, "Well, who?" He probably volunteered. He probably went to Aperture and volunteered. I can help here. I developed this kind of thing. I can read
Yeah.
stuff. And they said, "Oh,
Very
really? Okay,
possible.
great."
You know, it seems
Yeah.
to me that Aperture is this kind of company that they want to project this massive kind of, persona, whether it's 90% online or not. And he testified yesterday that, at least in his understanding, there were 80 to 100 experts under the Aperture umbrella. That's a lot. That's a lot. And so they have a big footprint, but few of the toes have been cut off, I think, of that footprint now that Burgess has done his damage to this thing.
Yeah, and what are they going to do? You know, the problem they got is that Welcher, who's going to next testify, has to rely. Remember, he was supposed to testify after this guy because he was going to rely on all his new download material. I think, well, you could have Welcher here. I mean, this is seriously, if I'm Aperture's attorneys, I don't care whether you're vice president of operations or not, you could take the whole company down by coming in and testifying on material when, they're going to say, what, I didn't know about this. I didn't know. Oh, come on.
Yeah, I mean, what looks worse? You didn't know, you're that incompetent, or you knew and you allowed it. Neither one is a good result, right?
Right, for the defense. I mean, Hank Brennan inflicted it on himself because he had to, in his redirect, he had to go there and try to. Well, you didn't really mean that because you meant something that you were going to. Right? You didn't really mean that.
Right.
Oh, yeah, no.
And you're not in charge of the website. You're not the one who does all of that. No. Oh, yeah, well, it's garbage in, garbage out. They're taking info from him and posting it. So nice try. And we knew that. We predicted it after we heard the devastating cross. We knew that the cleanup on aisle 5 was not going to be very, very helpful because there was a Molotov cocktail thrown down aisle 5, and you can't clean that up with a mop. So we knew what he was going to do, and he tried, and that's really all he can do.
Yeah, but then does the jury see? They don't know what we know about the Sally. They know about the Sally port, but it doesn't have the same import. Does the jury get here? Does the jury get that maybe you can't trust the messenger being the Commonwealth because they're trying to hide, deceive? I mean, I don't think Dr. And our viewers don't think that Dr. Isaac Wolf actually helped them very much. All he was saying is like, I've seen more brains, and this is what I think. Well, yeah, okay, all right. So you've done gamma ray surgery, and we've had somebody on here who has successful gamma ray surgery. Thank God. Okay. But that doesn't mean that he can do and as I said before, I'd put my husband against him any day for the brains of somebody dead. Okay. All right. Yeah. Because he was so dismissive of the forensic pathologist.
Yes, of course. Well, he had a little God complex going on. He had to squeeze this testimony in between the many brains he's chopping up. So I get it. He's got to go back tomorrow. Got to bang out a few more. Bing, bing, bing. Got 4 more on Friday. It's an assembly line of cranial surgery. So I get it. Fine. It's just when I get done with his testimony relating to this case, I say, so what? So what? If I had a brain, if I had an issue, I would go to this guy.
If I only had a brain. Do we have enough on our thumbnails to sing "If I Only Had a Brain," or do we get a copyright strike?
Scarecrow on there. So to me, there's how that equates to believing him on causation. I don't know. I'd believe him if he said I have a brain aneurysm. I'd believe him. I'd say cut away. But I'm not going to believe him on causation. And when he was so specific on the cause, which somehow just happens to mirror the prosecution's case, that he fell backwards on the hard ground. right?
Right,
Not even, I
right.
was surprised he wouldn't even take into account a curb, because there was a
Right.
curb there. We've all talked about it. We've seen it. I walked it. Why would he at least acknowledge that was possible? It was more like, no, he fell backwards on the hard ground. That's the kind of injury you're going to see. And to suggest when he talks about it as blunt force, people have heard that phrase many, many times, and they hear it in the context, not just falling backwards, getting hit with a bottle, getting hit with a bat,
Right.
getting punched, falling backwards against the counter. I mean, many other things that could cause a blunt force trauma from things you and I have experienced, in dealing with experts and people who watch these cases. It's the same. It's not to them a term they've never heard. Ooh, blunt force. I've never heard that before. You can't isolate it to one particular thing. And I think it makes him really a little bit less credible to be so finite on what he thinks causes that injury.
Yeah, yeah. I thought, I didn't think he really helped. I mean, again, and I just thought that I don't know how they got him, but if he's trying to undo, Dr. Scotty Bell, I think came across very well to the jury. She came, and it seemed like they were trying to go after her, right? Go after the woman, go after the woman, right? Professional, right? There's a theme in this case. Go after the woman, professional. I don't know how you felt about it. Maybe I was just a little more touchy.
Could be you're a little sensitive. Could be. I know that's just me. So I noticed that one as it went by.
Typical man.
Yeah,
I did do that.
I noticed. Need to know you wouldn't go to Wolf. Hey, it's Wolf no E. Come on, because we do have the Wolf with the E coming along. You wouldn't go to Wolf if you read his reviews that Turtle Boy posted. That's very interesting. I'm not sure if I had brain surgery, I'd be posting anything. I mean, it just seems like it's not like you're going to Applebee's and you're posting on how the food was. I had brain surgery, and here's my review of the doctor. But nobody's going to be 100%.
Oh my gosh. I just want to tell you also, I told our viewers that tonight at 6:00 we do our wrap-up show. Not only we can have everybody from Dedham and all the things that you're doing here, but we're also, we have our own Crash Daddy on. We have our own a real accident reconstruction.
Yeah,
Somebody
very
who's
good.
qualified, right? And I told him that he's the brother of a judge, so he understands courtrooms. Been there. His name is Stephen Plord, and he's going to join us graciously at 6:30 tonight on our 6:00 show, because we're gonna have so much more to wrap up before we get there. And by the way, I don't have a heart out tonight, as it turns out, at 7.
Oh yeah, I
so.
did see some of that as I was driving and reading, which is never a good idea. But yeah. So in fact, I thought, I'm playing this by ear. The weather is coming in. You could feel it. I've got extra layers on already, and it's getting colder, and the rain is supposed to start. May not be till tonight. Again, my plan tonight, as best as I can recreate it, I'm going to go back to 34 Fairview at or about 12:30, so we can simulate a nighttime trip from 34 Fairview to One Meadows Ave. The one we did before, I did that during the day. Just curious.
And you're going to do the 3-point turn?
Well, here's what's very interesting. Let's talk 3-point turn.
Yeah, let's talk, because I don't understand this now.
I started to get into this yesterday, and I got, as usual, sidetracked with something else. So the SUV with Karen Reed and Officer John O'Keefe is coming south on Cedar Crest, which is Fairview, but dead ends into Cedar Crest. She goes past it. Okay. There's no stop sign there. It's just like, oh God, we just missed the turn. So she does a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest to face back north, just a very short distance from what I can tell. And then she turns right onto Fairview. So there she is. Some people are suggesting, and I'm seeing conflicting information on this, that there was a second 3-point turn when she left 34 Fairview.
Well, the prosecution kind of suggested that through Shanon Burgess, right?
And if that's true, then she would have retreated back the way she came, basically. Fairview to Cedar Crest and out that way. The other way, which is what I drove last time, was Fairview continuing in the direction the vehicle was parked. Remember, she's turning from Cedar Crest, turning left. The vehicle is now facing, if you're looking at the house, it's facing the flagpole, facing the fire hydrant, facing the property line, that direction. And she just drove off in that same direction. Okay. And I've seen some of the technology suggesting that's the case. And that goes straight on down to Chapman It's a much further distance from the house to Chapman than from the house to Cedar Crest, which is one house away. They're only two houses in from the corner. That's the way I went last time, which was also confirmed as, quote, the quickest on Google Maps. Tonight, I'm going to do a 3-point turn and go back the other way, just so that we have both routes covered. The difference is, of course, tonight, good chance it's going to be raining, and it's going to be dark. And so I think that'll affect traffic. That'll affect the signals. It's not a Friday night, so
Right.
that variable is not covered, and it won't be snowing, although it's going to feel about like it.
Yeah,
So
you're
anyway,
gonna
we'll get
do
that. I'm
more,
going to do
right.
that at 12:32 tonight. That's the plan. Maybe at 12:30ish, I'll make the 3-point turn.
Oh,
Then
wow.
I'm leaving at or about the time, and assuming they don't call the cops for the suspicious person, driving
Wow,
around.
wow. I mean, yeah, people have to understand that Michael Bryant left from Connecticut this morning. He's here all day, and then he's going to go on that 3-point turn. And then tomorrow, he's actually going to be anchoring the show in the morning from Dedham. But,
Yeah,
we have a
that's going
couple.
to be. And let me give you a heads up on that whole thing, because
Okay.
if it's nor'eastering, I will
Yeah.
find a place where I can retreat, and I'll be here. It may be inside the car, facing out the window, because it could
Right.
it could be nasty tomorrow. And then, and again, here's our on air production meeting, because we haven't had a chance to talk about a lot about this. I've been waffling about going to that 3:00 federal hearing in Boston, where Mark Randazzo will be arguing this the First Amendment zone, buffer zone issues, because of the obvious failure of the police to recognize it or to fail to enforce. I mean, I just talked to, by the way, Kristen Anderson, got an update on her, and I also talked to a couple other folks that have seen what has happened since the modification.
Right.
So I want to go up there and see how that plays out, because obviously it affects my case. And if I do, that's at 3:00. I'm predicting I will not make it to the home studio by 6, but I can pretty well stop along the way anywhere, throw
Okay.
up the Starlink, jump in, and do it. That gets
It's
me a
up to
little
you.
closer to the home studio. The weather's going to be just crap. So that's the tentative plan. So
Right. That's up to that's up to you. Let me just say a couple of things about Dr. Wolf that we have in our chatters. I don't know if these are true or not. Crunchy Frog. Wolf is affiliated with Larkin Hospital, one of the most corrupt hospitals in Miami, that have been charged with Medicare, Medicaid insurance fraud. Very interesting.
yeah,
And
I
then,
in and of itself, I would not think that's determinative. I guarantee every hospital in this country has been charged and sued, and so it's a factor. I'd like to know more.
Yeah, Quick K Witcher bitchin'. I had stepped away a few minutes. However, the expert on brain struck me when he said, if he fell from being drunk, a bit specific to the case, no blunt force period. People aren't stupid. Yeah, he was kind of specific, like if you fell from being drunk, right?
And again,
Yeah,
as I suggest, he fell backwards on the hard ground. I mean, as if there was no other possibility. And let's throw in the fact that he was drunk,
Yeah. Oh, here, Bonnie McCrone has direct contact with Dr.
Wow.
Asa Wolf. Is a jerk. I was referred to him in 2009, not for brain surgery. His practice covers much more than just brain surgery. He is, and then there's the vomitous sign that's going there. Wow, that's interesting, because that's what people see and people know. And I just said, I said to Dizzy when the first time, I said, I'm getting a bit of a Frankenstein vibe here, when he got on,
He mentioned, obviously brain cancer and tumors, and then I think he said something about, did he say mobility issues? Was that the phrase?
Right. And we did have somebody on who's had gamma ray surgery for a tumor, and very successfully. Here we posted their comment earlier today. So gamma ray surgery is very important. It's this pinpoint radiation type surgery where they try to remove.
No doubt about it. They
Right.
sometimes they'll call it a cyber knife, because it's basically done without having to break the skin.
Yeah.
So that's pretty amazing stuff.
Yeah. Quite pompous. Yeah.
So Ms. Madeline didn't like him, a little too God complexy for Ms. Madeline.
Well, I was thinking of like when my husband testifies, whether you like what he's saying or don't like, you're gonna whatever. He's very relatable to the jury, right? He doesn't testify. He's not pompous, and he talks to the jury in normal terms. And you have a lot of experts like that. Jamie Downs, who I've used, same thing, taught in normal terms. But they're not pompous, and they'll take their hits when they have them, because they know what they believe in what they're testifying to. But this guy was just like, even the prosecution couldn't get anything. You could see that they were struggling. He's not, as should we say, wicked smart in the sense that, you know, you think that he's wicked smart in the sense that you think he could be relatable. He's not going to change. He is who he is. Although I did like the fact he made cappuccino for his wife.
Yeah,
very
that
often.
was, I know that was by design. That makes him much more human and likable. And it comes out on cross, right?
Right,
So,
right.
yeah. So that was, I'll give him a bonus point for that.
Yeah, I don't think my husband has ever gone on the stand and said, I make coffee for my wife, or I make her a dirty matcha, which is my new thing that I love, the coffee with the tea with the matcha and the coffee with the matcha tea and all. I don't think when he's talking about his qualifications, he's ever
I
mentioned
don't know.
that.
You might have to work that into his repertoire.
I guess he's going to have to. Takes out the garbage.
He is such a, a likable guy on the stand, but in person, oh boy, whoo, he is nothing like that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he's very likable. You know that. Okay. What does the host husband think happened? I don't go talk to this case with my husband about this case. Okay, he's got his own thing. I said something to him today. Well, because he was leaving, I said, well, there's going to be like a brain guy on. Can I text you if there's any brain things? He said, well, I don't know. Sure, but I don't know what you're going to ask me because I don't know anything. So, so anyhow, there we go. And if he didn't know, he wouldn't tell me anyhow, just so you know. So if he did, so that's the way it goes.
Let's remember why. I think there was a good point made that he's not a professional expert, right? Quite often you'll get experts on and 90% of their income is derived from expert testimony. This guy's like less than 1%. Fine. I believe that. And I think that is a plus. I think jury members look at that and go, oh, okay, not a hired gun. He's a real dude. He's out there. I think that's helpful. But remember why they got this guy. And what role he is filling on causation. This is what they had to do to get a guy to give them the causation element that they need.
That's exactly what they did. And Terrible has actually posted on that. He said, he reposted somebody named John Devlin. He's saying that the injuries resulted from a fall backwards, potentially onto, quote, anything. So once again, we see the prosecution making an utter mockery of the concept of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. He could have fallen on the flat ground is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, it's a possibility,
Right.
Yeah, and I don't think the standard is possible beyond a reasonable doubt. So,
Well, maybe in this courtroom, they're trying to,
Yeah, that is true. It's possible. Again,
what I've liked to seen is that I'd like to see some kind of objection or something about what he was saying, and Judge Beverly Cannoni responding, and see how you respond to that, because he was just going to do his thing, Again, he's seen more brains than anybody. Half of the forensic neuropathologist. I said, I guarantee you, he's not an expert in brain trauma from football players right down the street. They probably haven't seen as many brains as him, but he doesn't have that expertise.
With the CTE issues and everything.
Yeah.
And I mean, even Dr. Michael Baden, 20,000 autopsies. I guarantee the vast majority involved seeing a brain, right?
Right.
So come on.
Yeah. You have to take the sections and the slides of the brain. Then you look at the slides of the brain underneath. That's part of the autopsy. Underneath the microscope.
He kind of lost me on that. I thought that was going a little too far.
Yeah. But that was good. I think the defense picked up on that. And as we've talked about, it's hard to question people that you don't know enough about the brain, right? So that there was just basically two questions, but the second one was brilliant, about the cut over the eye. The cut over the eye, right? Yeah, that doesn't cause by raccoon eyes, no.
Yep.
Okay,
does that happen? Does that happen when you fall backwards? Somehow the front of your eyelid gets abrased or cut.
Right.
Yeah.
Cut. Right.
Yeah. So. It was just a good idea to. And Will and I were talking about that. Just keep that in the juror's mind that not every injury could possibly have been caused by a fall backwards, even if that's the truth. So, and he did cover the black eyes, because obviously people look at that as maybe being punched in the face, punched in the head, punched in the eyes, and he did a good job of saying, look, a contre coup type brain injury could cause that blacking raccoon eyes. I think he said raccoon eyes. He had this.
I was concerned that he forgot the RA, and I was like, "Whoa!"
Let's not go there.
No, I didn't go there, but I was like, I did a double take. I hope you didn't say that.
That was because of his pronunciation was raccoon and not raccoon.
Okay.
Yeah, he put the accent on the second syllable.
Good. I wouldn't want to accuse him and I didn't, but I was like, "Whoa!" What did he say? It's just, and also, the microphone is hard and all that kind of stuff,
Yes,
Yeah,
he was. I
somebody.
mean, he was very on mic and very well spoken in terms of his vocal quality. It was, you didn't have to say what did he say? Yeah, he was fine. He was fine. How old do you think that gentleman is? I was trying to do the math. In 81 is when he, I think, graduated from Yale, I think is what he said.
I don't
So,
get into ageism because my husband's probably older than him and testifies
I'm
brilliantly and
sure.
wonderful.
I
Yeah.
just like to put it in perspective. I know he was like something like 20 or 30 years within two different hospitals. So yeah, he's been doing it a while. I get it.
Yeah, yeah, we get it. We all get it. Mrs. Maddie Matlock, I actually know a few neurosurgeons. I'm a trauma survivor. Well, I'm glad that you are surviving, okay? All right, glad that you're a survivor. And they aren't anything like Dr. Wolf. I imagine some can be, though. Yeah, they just, we don't know how the prosecution got him. We don't know, friend
No,
of
I
somebody.
think, well, look at Burgess. How do you get him?
I
Desperation.
think he has,
That's
well,
how you
no,
get
desperation.
him.
Yeah. He probably, my view is that he went to Welcher and said, I can do this. I can find this data. Because they knew they had a problem. And so,
Well, and then you have to be desperately receptive to that kind of braggadocio. Like, oh, I can get, you're our man. If you think you can do what others have not been able to do, then bring it on. Of course, that's where any vetting must have stopped. So you have to ask yourself, did the prosecution actually vet Burgess? I know Burgess was yesterday's news, but man, it slops over into into days. Did you actually not vet him, or did you vet him and say, what the hell?
I
don't know.
I don't think they vetted him. Again, Mrs. Maddie Matlock. By the way, it's Happy National Trauma Survivors Day.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
I did
So my
not.
fellow trauma survivors, yes, all of you that have come through trauma, and we all know what that's like. Yes, you are a survivor. You're not a victim. You're a survivor, and that's the distinction that the survivors make. Okay, that people have come through trauma, that they're not victims anymore because they're survivors, and I think it's a very important and good distinction to make, because you're tougher. You're not just to be known to be a victim. You're known to be a survivor. You're tougher. You can deal with all of our help.
Yep.
And
You come out the other side, you're definitely tougher. Yep.
Yeah. So,
hey,
so
I know they're going to be coming back probably sooner rather than later. So before they do that, let's talk about Ms. Hanley, who's made her return. They basically parted the ways of her testimony so they could squeeze in Dr. Brain. And so now she's back. She's talking about the glass fragments, the things on the clothing. One thing I noted was that of the 9 pieces of the glass, right, 6 of them matched in some sort of puzzle she recreated. 3 of them did not. So what are they from?
I don't know. I mean, I remember Alan. This was the woman we wanted to, before this trial started, we wanted to go replay her testimony from the first trial. Remember?
Yeah,
Because
this was the chalk. They wanted to do a chalk on her.
Right. Alan Jackson wanted to do a chalk on her to explain all the different pieces of glass and plastic that don't match. And they never went, apparently they never went to see whether this glass actually came from the waterfall, right? To see whether it was a glass that came from the waterfall. That was my recollection. So Alan wanted to do a chalk on the fact that where all these pieces come from.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Somebody
That's
parking
okay.
somebody parking at the curb wanted my approval to park there.
Okay.
So she may get towed away. I said, yeah, it's fine. Knock yourself out.
Yeah.
There are spare parts. It seems to me, right? They're unaccounted for parts.
So I'd love to see the chalk, because see, I think the one thing this trial does not have is that I'm a big one to put lists up and things up, here, and they don't have that. The juries has to write everything down, right? What are the reasons? So I'm a big one to have a chalk like that, so the jury can write it down. It doesn't go in the jury room, but they can sit there and they're writing, writing it all down, because
anything that makes it easier for them to understand what's being told to them. Of course.
Guess what? We all know who made a chalk. Yes, Dizzy has a chalk. Yeah, as to all these pieces. Yes, and we can put it up. We can put it up. That would be great if you can put it up, because but the jury needs more chalks like we do. The jury needs more chalks, right?
That's why it never hurts, as long as it's not misleading, as long as it's based on evidence that is in or will be in. Yeah, what could the possible problem be? They are kind of a composite exhibit, which is why they generally don't become evidence and entered into evidence, because they have a foundation on other things. Most of the other things are going to come in, but the chalk just, consolidates into hopefully an understandable form some of the more tricky timelines and concepts that you want the jury to understand.
Yeah, but look, think about the polycarbonate and the red lights and and all. If you ask a juror to tell me exactly where everything was found right now and when, they probably just couldn't do that right off the bat, right?
No,
It really should be something. A chalk is, in Massachusetts, they call a demonstrative exhibit a chalk. Okay,
Yes.
I didn't know the first time we went up there. Well, the whole team and Aaron Hernandez, when the first judge says, "Are you gonna have any chalks?" We're like, chalks?
No, what?
We're from New York City and Florida. What do you mean? What do you
We're gonna
mean?
play
What is this
hopscotch
chalk?
on the sidewalk. Well, who needs chalk? So Crunchy Frog, that's what a chalk is. It's a demonstrative exhibit. And I guess it goes back to the good old days where that's how they would use
a chalk on a
chalkboard,
blackboard, right?
and they would just be writing, this means this and this, and that was the demonstrative exhibit. So chalk became the shorthand version.
Yeah, it's a chalk. Okay, it really is. It really is an interesting. When you go to different locations, it is interesting how they do. Like we do things in Massachusetts here. I think we've heard that in the past and all. I think we have heard that. Okay. I have. Can I leave you for a second, Michael Bryant? Never mind. I think there was somebody who wanted to get into my office and it was buzzing, but I think it's been taken care of a lot.
Okay.
By the way, the Google reviews of Dr. Wolf aren't very good, but that's you never can tell what that is. I mean, that's
Not everybody's going to be happy. There's always going to be. I mean, that's not a surprise. It's not.
Right.
It's not a validation of the guy either.
Right.
It's just you'd have to do a little more. If you're going to get let me put it this way: if you're going to get brain surgery, take some time to figure it out.
Right. Exactly. I mean, it's very important. I mean, let's face it. If you're in the point that you need laser radiation on your brain, it's important that you do well. But you know what a chalk could be. A chalk could be what we showed last night after you left, because that was a great. You want to go through the interview that you had with Mr. Negum? How did he pronounce his name?
Yeah. In fact, when I called, I mispronounced the name, and the front desk, whoever I got to, was sort of playing dumb because I'm sure the name has been mispronounced many times. And it's like, I don't have anybody here by that name. And I said, oh, really? Anyway, something like Negum.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Negum.
I've been saying Negum. I said it could be Negum. It could be Negum.
And there are two of them there. Jimmy is who I spoke to, and he's the one who's on the pleadings in that Glover case, which, again,
goes back to Burgess, just so everyone who is on here knows. Burgess, that what got this is in the recross, they were able to get the federal court case in something called Glover. And so Michael Bryant had an exclusive. He actually interviewed the attorney on this case where Shanon Burgess was on the other side for Aperture.
Yes, and it was all very exciting up to the point he told me, I didn't get around to deposing him because it was a civil case and it resolved. And so he had his materials, and that was about it. And so he's looking at it. So what he did it was great. He's at his desk, clearly trying to figure out who, he's got a normal civil practice, which means he's got tons of cases coming and going. And this was 22, I think, right? 2022. So
20. Yeah, let me just take a look.
That's my recollection.
No,
anyway.
2023.
Okay, so a couple years and settled long before yesterday, and so he went to his computer and he's looking up the name, and he has deposition.
I'm sorry, it's filed in 2022, but 2023 is when the expert designations come out.
Okay. So he pulls it up. Oh yeah. He pulls up experts. He gets all, and then he realizes, we never did depose him, and he's looking at the paperwork, and he said, so I see he has a BS in blah blah blah. And I said, well, hold on a sec. So the paperwork he had, even before deposing him, the expert designation used one of those CVs that indicated he had a degree. Here was what was interesting. He's looking at this document. The document was prepared in 23, which makes sense based on the designation date. It shows a graduation date of 2024, but it doesn't, put the explainer on there, which is, expected graduation or pursuing degree, right?
Right.
So he just put the date on there. He just put in the future, here's when I'm graduating, in the future, 2024. sorry to say that did not happen. The 17-year journey for that BS continues for Mr. Burgess. He might as well go back to school. Might as well. He might
Yeah,
want to
look
think
at
about
that.
a different discipline.
I just realized he's pursuing a BS, that all is BS, and his name is starts with B and ends in S. It's Burgess.
Interesting. Burgess
Interesting.
Shannon. Yeah, very
Yeah,
interesting.
Shanon Burgess. So I don't know if his Twitter page is still up. Let me go check on that, because he had a Twitter page, Burgers and Bites. And I feel bad in the sense of this. It looks like he's got kids, right? All right, you cause this yourself, but then you got enablers. It's like somebody's an alcoholic, right? Enablers, or let me bring Diddy, right? He couldn't do what he did unless he had enablers, right? These are people, all enablers are responsible
No
too.
doubt. No doubt. Something else that Jimmy told me was that he had a general impression about the company was not good, the Aperture folks, and that they were kind of gobbling up some of these smaller entities. And when our field reporter went to the
Weston,
office,
Texas.
that used to be the office, it's kind of consistent with everything we've been hearing, and that is that it's an umbrella organization that I'm sure they have some great people, but maybe they have some folks that aren't so good, that they aren't really taking seriously enough to vet them seriously enough, because this is something you could find out like that. And not to mention that the degree that he wrote down, although in context it sounds worse than it probably is, but he kind of created a degree that didn't exist, because he combined what the major would have been with what the minor would have been. And there is, at Alabama, Roll Tide, there is no such major that would sync up with what he says he has. Again, if he had an actual degree, it wouldn't be an issue. But the fact that he lied about having one makes that little detail, kind of exaggerate the lie.
Yeah. Let's say somebody says 007 in Texas. All right, this is the Burgers and Bites.
I do like that name. I think it's clever.
Now, burgers and fries. Yeah, but the problem is that you don't know a gigabyte from a gigabit.
Well,
and
it doesn't say burgers and bits. It's only, he only specializes in bites.
Yeah. Only specializes in bites. That's interesting. I'm looking at his Twitter. He's still on there. Okay, yeah. Let's see. I'm looking at, please. It's the same thing. And then, when he looked at his CV, I'm glad that Mr. Negum was able to say, had it on his computer. And it was interesting. He probably didn't know the case was settled, because when he was asked about it, he said, well, I was pulled from the case, remember?
And that's
Alexi
interesting.
just left it at it. I was pulled from the case.
And I asked Jimmy about that. I said, so it's possible, because I want to cover this honestly. I said, it's possible that he was, quote, pulled from the case or undesignated, de-designated, because the case was settled, not because somebody decided we couldn't use him. So, I think that's a fair representation of what happened. In context of his testimony, it's quick to just assume, well, somebody found out he was a lying sack of bleep and they pulled him from the case. These things, as they evolve, what's the most expensive part of any civil case? Experts. That is the most expensive. So as you're putting your case together, plotting your way toward trial, every step you take costs money. Discovery costs money. Depositions cost a lot of money. Nobody I know.
Yeah. By the way, Shara Gibson said they removed the BS from his degrees on Aperture website, and
removed
this
a
is
bunch
new, a bunch of certifications. Remember, you said hacker certification. So, Michael Bryant, how can they possibly? How can Judd Welcher, who is a vice president of operations of Aperture, which is part of, it's not a public company, right? Obviously, they wanted to go public at some point, I assume, because it's equity owned by an equity group. How does Judd Welcher get up there and now rely on this guy's findings to change his report, which initially had John O'Keefe dying before his last cell phone? Okay.
Yeah, he died and then he turned off his phone. That is.
He looked at his messages and then turned off his phone. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean it's a mess, and again, I'm always berating this cell phone technology, this GPS technology. It's just, to me, it's just too. I just don't think it's legitimate enough to make the hoopla over it as people do, that it's like the new DNA. It's just, I don't think it is. I think there are too many concerns, too many variables, and too many opinions that, don't seem to be that supportable. Just because a guy says, yeah, I extracted this information and here's what actually happened, I'm not buying it. I just don't think it's enough without other corroboration, like somebody seeing somebody at or about a time that they suggest the data shows. So I've never been a sucker for that kind of information. I'm not saying there aren't jurors that will be. There will
Yeah,
be
that's the
jurors that are
problem.
blown
Right,
away
right,
by it. Oh my gosh, that's
right.
amazing. And, no, it's not. Anybody who has any of those services, and Life 360 is a good example. And by the way, I just got to notice that their monthly fees going up, those bastards. That is,
Tell us what that is.
Life 360 is, I've always put things on my list that of things I wish I had come up with. And this is one of them. It's basically a tracking service for people you want to include in your circle of friends and family. You put them in there, and then their phone connects to the system, and you can track where they are at any given time. It will tell you if they're walking. It will tell you if they're in a car. It will tell you if they're still and how long they've been there. It tracks acceleration in a vehicle. It tracks hard braking in a vehicle. Yesterday, or it was the day before, we were out in California for my son's graduation. And then the next day, my wife was crazy about this application. Like, I will sometimes look at the end of the night just to make sure, did the kid make it home? That's it. But she could say, oh, he spent an hour at blah, blah, blah. And then I went, oh my God, you should be a PI. But at one point it said he was on a skateboard. I said, what? So, and I'm pretty sure he wasn't. I think what it does is they've built into their algorithm certain miles per hour. So if you're moving like up to 3 miles an hour, that's walking. And then maybe if you're at 10 miles an hour, you're on a bike. And then maybe in between you're on a skateboard. So it's very sophisticated. And those who use it love it. Those who are the subject of its use, kids mostly, they hate it.
I can imagine.
They hate it.
Yeah, but what's good is it if you go into court then to say, I have this software, it's perfect, and somebody was on a skateboard, and therefore they could have gotten from place A to B, and it turns out you're not on a skateboard. See, that's the danger of all this. That's the danger. Because the algorithms are assuming certain things,
Yeah.
and that's what the prosecution is going to say here about the 3 flights of stairs, right?
Exactly.
Although I tell you, my little spy I've been following it lately to see how it's recording me. It's doing a pretty good job,
Yeah. No, I mean, I think it raises questions, but to me, it's not conclusive. On the 360 thing, and somebody was asking, what happens to that? It's Life 360, and the rate's going up. It's something like 12 a month. It's going to be 14, something like that.
Okay.
But I've told the story before about my wife was doing the Epstein case, and she's over on St. Thomas, where Little St. Thomas Island, or Little St. James Island, which is also known as Pedophile Island, where Epstein had some activities. So she's over there on her own, checking this thing out, got a cameraman from local. And I'm curious. I want to make sure she's back to the hotel at night. And I check in the middle of the night, midnight, 1, 2, and it looks like she's in the middle of a very wooded area, not near the hotel.
Oh my God.
So I'm freaking out, thinking, and then of course I call, and she, like a lot of people have 2 or 3 numbers in that will override any sort of do not disturb, right?
Right.
She always has that for the kids, and for me, nope, nothing.
Didn't pick
The phone
up?
goes right to voicemail. And so, and then I finally get a hold of her in the morning. Oh yeah, I just turned my phone off. I was so tired and went to sleep. So she was fine. She was in the right spot, but Life 360, it ain't perfect.
Oh boy, you must have that worry that had to bring on.
It was brutal.
Right?
Yeah.
Brutal.
But anyway, so on balance though, I think it's a great app.
Yeah. So Darcy Dutz says, Matt McCabe, is that the same Matt McCabe, Darcy, of GenStar, comments on Aperture webpage that GenStar has partnered with Aperture. Is this a conflict of interest? Is it the same Matt McCabe? I think it's a different Matt McCabe.
I know the only way it could be in any sort of.
Micah says it's different. Yeah.
Yeah. I would think. I mean, Matt McCabe, not a crazy, unique name.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a nice plug. There you go. Yeah. And then don't forget the follow-up, which was Ghislaine Maxwell, the monster behind the monster, as I recall. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, she needs to get into the Diddy case now. You talk about.
Oh my gosh, that is.
With monsters and Diddy case. Michael Bryant, I'm just going to leave you for about a minute. Okay. Can you handle that? Okay.
Do what you need to do. Okay, so this afternoon, I'm assuming we'll get back to Ms. Hanley and find out what more she has to say about glass and plastic. And what do you think about the plastic pieces that she's talked about finding somehow in the clothing? I'm still a little unclear how that was found, and then she talks about pieces smaller than a grain of rice, if I recall her testimony properly. What do you think about her? I think she's very believable. Seems, we're so judgmental. Somebody gets on the stand and we hear them speak and talk about their expertise, and you make judgments, right? Seems kind of young, maybe not the most mature in her line of work, but it does. Hold on, there's some people like to yell. I don't know what the deal is. So I don't know what that means. I mean, how did pieces that small come from what the prosecution is alleging happened in this place? We know, I've described it as the exploding taillight, right? If true, if that kind of impact, if it happened, caused even these little tiny, smaller than a grain of rice pieces of polycarbonate, not plastic, polycarbonate, to stick in the clothing of Officer John O'Keefe. Okay, I mean, certainly that helps the prosecution if they get the jury to believe that. On the other hand, the defense is going to suggest that if there is anything found in, on, or around the clothing of Officer John O'Keefe, it's one of two reasons. They put them all in a bag together and then almost like shook it up. You're going to have some transfer of those materials, or somebody specifically put it there. And if the defense gets the jury to believe either one of those theories, then what the prosecution suggests doesn't mean squat. And they're not going to get any closer to proving their case against Karen Reed. So I'm not sure what else Ms. Hanley has to bring to the mix, but she has not been cross-examined yet. So, and I find I think that's going to be very interesting. And it gets back to what I'm saying about my perception of her being maybe less experienced. Sometimes cross-examination doesn't go so well for folks that are less experienced, right? And then, as I was talking with Will, the Glare, earlier, everybody seems to believe there's about a weekish or so left of the prosecution case. Now, we got a weird calendar this week because we have, a partial day tomorrow, Thursday, nothing Friday, nothing Monday. So when they say a week and a half, is that 7 more court days, 8 more court days, or not? If that gets us through, let's just say, the end of next week, now we're into June, basically. June 1st is a Sunday, I believe. So now we're into the first week of June, really, at the very earliest, before the defense begins their case, which we've heard estimated at week and a half, I think, 2 weeks perhaps. And that takes us now to the 10th, give or take. So, with the rebuttal case, et cetera, I'm my own speculation on the clock, and this is not Judge C's. We're ahead of schedule. We're great. I'm thinking deliberations middle of June. Somewhere between the 12th and 15th of June, somewhere in there. And I just saw somebody popped up here, a name that, I don't know, it rings a bell. I'm not quite sure. It's coming back to me. Oh, yeah, Proctor. I know there's varying opinions on whether or not he will be testifying in the defense case. I think we're safe in assuming he will not testify in the prosecution case. But I don't know how you do not bring him. I don't know how you do not bring Higgins. I don't know how you do not bring Albert. Remember, the defense has the third-party culprit defense, and it's an affirmative defense. So they're going to need to have Higgins and Albert on there, Bryant Albert, because those are the two that were allowed by the court to be the focus of any third-party culprit argument. Who's missing from that Three Stooges trifecta? Colin Albert. Yeah. So anything that's talked about relating to Colin Albert has to be kind of peripheral. You can't bring anything in that suggests you're pointing a finger at Colin Albert. So the skinned knuckles, any of that, the fact that he was a fighter. You remember that conversation with Alan Jackson, where he talked about, getting into scuffles, getting into fights. I don't know that we're going to get to see any of that, because if the court is clamping down on who can be pointed at as a third-party culprit and has specifically excluded Colin Albert, then how do you get into that with Colin Albert? I'd be surprised. But you got to have Higgins. You got to have Proctor, and you got to have Bryant Albert. I don't know how you pursue your case as a defense team if you don't have those folks. So that's what I would expect to happen again. And that, to me, that means the defense case is going to be longer in this case than it might be in other murder cases, because quite often, and we've seen it in this case, the defense case is as much about the cross-examination of witnesses as it is putting on their own defense case. So, and we've seen a little bit of cross-examination that is certainly kind of giving this jury the guts of the defense case. I think, I don't have a clock running on it, but I would suggest that the cross-examination of all witnesses has been close in time to the total direct examination of all witnesses. You guys, would you agree with that? That's just my gut. I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be close, and that's a little bit unusual. A little bit unusual. So this morning, as I'm driving up, I'm trying to kind of keep one ear on the proceedings and another eye or two on the road, and I'm trying to pick up some pieces of what happened, what didn't happen. Something that I heard about yesterday. There's a lot of odd people wandering around here. Was this collision issue, the word collision? Remember in Alan Jackson's opening, he made it very clear, no collision, no collision, no collision. When we heard from the ME, Dr. Scotty Bella, no collision. And when we heard from Burgess and his analysis, no collision. So, Linda was just talking about the absence of the collision, right? We still haven't heard anything about a collision, even right up to the doctor who just testified. Nothing on collision.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So
how do they prove that? How did they prove she hit him? I guess a judge could say, well, she left, there's a 3-point turn, there's some indication that there's tail light, and therefore the jury can make that as a finding of fact. I guess that's what the judge is going to say.
If you put together, well, there were pieces of polycarbonate in his clothing, and I was just talking about how that could have happened in a number of ways other than actually hitting him. Yes, the commingling of your
the bags, we did the demonstration, right?
Yes, the commingling, or somebody could have intentionally done it. Those are two options the jury could believe. So, but if they choose to believe that it was by contact, I guess that's a kind of a peripheral way of proving collision, I guess, right?
Yeah, and somebody points out, Dr. Wolf said, intimated some force acting on him, but the force is the force of falling. Remember, because those hemorrhages weren't very big. You get hit by a 6,000-pound car. Trust me, you ain't gonna have no bruising on you.
Yeah, and it's funny how he described the speed within which he would fall based on gravity. Right, he was going to be falling fast, and I'm thinking he's going somewhere because he was hit by a car or because somebody pushed him down, or gravity alone. I don't know. I wouldn't equate that to falling backwards fast because of gravity. I think you'd have to be helped. But
the force is hitting also, but I also think the force could be just hitting down. That's the force when you hit flat down. If indeed that's what a jury wants to think, right?
Yeah.
But I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with the subject. Everyone's getting confused because I'm on the wrong side now that I can't.
Oh, is that what's happening?
Yeah.
Inversion. Oh, there you go.
Inverted video.
Did you do that, or somebody else do that?
No, you did that.
I didn't do that. Yeah, somebody else did.
I didn't do it. It's or Missy did it. Yeah, thank you. We all get confused when I'm on the other side.
The world is all things are now right again. What was it? Oh, I was just talking about just the morning testimony and how it played off of yesterday's testimony, which I think is probably foremost in everybody's mind still. Yesterday's testimony.
That's all we want to talk about. That's all we want to talk about. We want to talk about the disaster that happened, and how do you come back from that?
I understand. I agree, and I don't think you do. So obviously the prosecution just plods on. Jen the Couch Fairy says, I'd like an explanation how no debris found in the wounds. No tail, eyeglass, or dirt in the head wound either. Well, let's see. Let me give you this.
No blood on the taillights. Remember, you got all those wounds. No blood anywhere on the car.
Not a bit. And I'm going to do my taillight experiment tonight, too. That's something else I'm going to do. I brought my broken taillight. I'm going to strap it on the back of my car. And then as I'm driving around doing these other routes, it won't be the 50 or 60 or more miles that was put on the Lexus. But it'll be pretty good example, and it's going to be wet. So it's not going to be snowy, but it's going to be wet. So there's going to be water, debris, dirt, road grime. I guarantee you it's going to be all inside that light. And we know that's going to be an argument made by the defense that if that truly was broken at or about the time at 12:32 on the 29th, then 60 miles of riding around in a snowstorm with road salt and dirt, and it's pristine on the inside. How is that even possible? So
That's another thing that Mr. Specific, I've got all the details that anyone else got. He had the dates of the incident wrong on his PPT presentation. He had
I know
the
that
dates wrong. How could
it's
you
just
trust me on everything else, but I can't even get that right, and I can't spell the word pursuant right either. You know.
and it's just sloppy. It is. It's so sloppy. But when it all comes after such a base lie as to education, everybody puts the worst spin on it they possibly could. So, all righty.
So what else happened? So you have on our website is an interview with Will DeGlare.
Yeah, and I'm going
to
to put the town hall up there soon enough. He's going to, Will is in town today and tomorrow he's going to be here. I see he's walking with a cane, and I'm sure he'll be mad that I share this story, but he was walking with a cane. I said, oh, what the hell happened? And it looks like his shoes in a wrap of some sort. And after he told me the story, I suggested you come up with something better because he was going home, didn't bring his key, lost his key, forgot his key, had to jump over a fence to get in the backyard to come in some way that he knew he could, gets hung up on the fence, goes down, and his ankle gets kind of tweaked. And so he's now he's got a little more character now because as if Will the Glarer needs more character. Now he's got like a Mr. Peanut cane and his foot all bandaged up. So
when I had my hip surgery and I had to walk on the cane, I had heart wraps, like poker wraps. I had all these wraps on it. So that it wasn't just a plain cane, that it had to have some quality on it. By the way, Mark Waddell says no piece of taillight found inside the taillight housing either.
Yeah, they all blew out because it's an explosion. They all just blew out.
Yeah, so you hit something like this, and it all blows out this way. Oh, okay, and nothing goes in the taillight at all.
Yeah,
it's so sloppy.
The physics in this, I loved physics, took physics.
Oh, you're just like Mr. Burgess. Remember, he's
of course.
Oh, where was it? What was his designation? Yes, on this, I have it here. Hold on, you can talk while I look at it. When they designated him as a witness, what did they say? It had something about, which I'm sure he wrote up, right? Shanon Burgess. Not only was he the accident reconstructionist, the physics and physical components involved in the incident as alleged by plaintiffs. He was also an expert.
He and I
physics.
are just like that, except I actually got my degree. Joanna got it. Oh yeah, Joanna's not going to make it over.
There, right? Oh
well,
yeah.
No, she's not going to make it over today. Probably a good week not to come. It's going to be, this is as good as it gets. I'm feeling the drop here and there, but it's not going to be a great time to be here. So next time, we'll catch you next time. Make sure you make some effort to bump into me. I found this new place. I was here last time as well. It's right across from Dedham House Pizza, which is very good pizza. This little park that they put together over the last couple of months. The beauty is very open sky. There's a lot of trees, a lot of buildings near the courthouse. So I haven't seen us glitch. Have I glitched at all since we've been on? So we got a super Starlink signal here. So.
That's great. So Dana Lindsay says, I had a seizure, fell forward and broke my jaw. I wonder if maybe he got into a fight, then walked out and had a seizure and fell backwards. What's interesting about this, Dana, is that the problem is that Collins hasn't really explained anything. They just want to have it one way with this. Now it's a different way. Now it's not even an impact. Now it's just like, you clipped John O'Keefe's knee somehow and he fell backwards. Okay. That's now their new theory, I think. Okay. But if you can't have one theory all the time, and we're all speculating as to what happened, how can he prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt?
Curious. Right? Yeah, gets back to my original premise, which is when they're all done and I say, what the hell happened? That's a not guilty. So if it could be this, or it could be that, or it could be this, that's not guilty.
Yeah. So, you have this. What do you have? Who do you have left in the Commonwealth? The big witness left is going to be Judson Welcher, I guess. He's the big. I guess they're going to end with him. That's the big witness on it, right? Next week, they said Tuesday or Wednesday. So, And then you have and remember, the Commonwealth's case is as good as it's going to get when they rest. A government case is as good as it gets when you rest. That's the specific issue, right?
Yep.
And so if we still have doubts, I mean, quite frankly, the judge should dismiss the murder case. She should
Right.
fix the murder charge, but she's not.
And there will be a motion for directed verdict, and you can do that as to each charge. It's not an all or nothing proposition.
Right. Right.
And yeah, that would be, if that were to happen, I don't know, that would mess up my whole brain, because I've seen nothing along the way that would suggest doing the right thing, and that would clearly be the right thing. What have you seen? What, if anything, have you seen to prove intent? I guess you have to rely on the relationship breakdown, right? That's all there is.
Yeah.
And that's bad. It's just weak. When you have such closeness between these two individuals in the bar, in the Waterfall bar, which is on video, and you have texting that suggests, that they're obviously having some issues about something, but it's nothing that would lead you to think this woman wants to kill this guy.
Right. And when I was looking at it, they would say, well, she kept calling him, and she called him a pervert, she hated him, blah, blah, blah. Well, she in her mind, I mean, I thought, this is not hate, this is just a relationship breakdown. She was trying to leave anyhow. She was going to she was thinking about having an affair with the other guy. She wanted to sell a house and move to Tiverton. This is not the kind of thing that you're going to kill him. It's just not. It's just not. She feels like she was used to be the babysitter with benefits. You can see what's going on in her mind. She sees Aruba. Oh, guess what? And, she's ghosting him, and then he uses her again because he wants her to drive him around. So she thinks all is good, but then it's not, But
So let's see what happens when that directed verdict takes place. Okay, you got to go get some stuff done. I may disappear for a while to relocate, but I'm never far away.
Okay, I'll see you at 6,
Thanks,
Michael
partner.
Bryant.
All righty.
Okay. Bye.
Ms. Hanley, when we left off, you were discussing the comparative analysis you did between item 7-18.18, Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, and item 3-1, the taillight housing, or the plastic within the taillight housing of the defendant's car, correct?
Correct.
And there were a number of different instruments that you used through the course of your examination and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And what were those instruments that you used again in that portion of the analysis?
Sure. So I used a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, an FTIR, and a microspec.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you 3 documents, if you could review those a couple of minutes, please. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And starting with the first page of that 3 pages, what do you recognize that?
It is the FTIR comparison data for the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
And if I could direct your attention to the second page within that, what do you recognize that?
So this is also FTIR comparison data from for the red plastic from item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And lastly, the third page within that set, what do you recognize that?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec from the red plastic from the item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits individually.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
You want them marked individually, or are you going to set?
Individually, please. Thank you.
Exhibits 202, 203, and 204.
Thank you.
And again, Ms. Hanley, when it came to your analysis of the clear plastic material from the debris from John O'Keefe's clothing and the clear plastic material from the defendant's taillight, what were your conclusions from that analysis?
Sure. Upon comparison, the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the clear plastic from item 3-1. Accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I publish, and I'm sorry, I forgot already the
Yes.
exhibit numbers, but
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the clear plastic. And Ms. Hanley, can you describe for the jury what we're looking at in this, what's up on the screen right now?
Sure. So this is the FTIR comparison data of the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to which is which as far as the top and bottom.
Sorry. The top,
That's okay.
the top spectrum is item 3-1, and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, when you're comparing these two as far as the data that you receive, what is it specifically that you're looking at in your comparison as far as the data is concerned?
So when I'm comparing the spectra, I'm looking at the peaks in each sample to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
Thank you. And if I could turn your attention to the red plastic material from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, what did you conclude in your analysis there?
So upon comparison, the red plastic from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the red plastic from item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the red plastic data. And Ms. Hanley, directing your attention to the screen again with the laser pointer, if you could delineate for the jury as far as which set of data is associated with which item.
So the top spectrum is item 3-1 and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And again, if you could just direct the jury's attention with that laser pointer to the areas as far as the data peaks and valleys that you're looking at in comparison of this data.
So when I'm comparing them, I'm comparing the peaks to each other in each of the spectra to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And in this case, you found them to be consistent, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, lastly, if I could have the microspec data. And Ms. Hanley, if you could describe for the jury, please, what are we looking at in this particular data set?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec of the red plastic from item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
And as far as the data in any microspec, but particularly this one up on the screen, using that laser pointer, could you illustrate to the jury sort of what these individual lines or what this data means?
So these are the samples that I ran, and they samples that I ran from item 3-1 and 7-18.18, and the spectra are overlaid in order to determine, to look at it and to determine whether they have a consistent or not consistent pattern.
And from overlaying the data from the pieces of plastic from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the pieces of plastic from the defendant's taillight, what do you observe as far as from overlaying those two sort of data points?
So I determined that they had consistent microspec data.
Again, if you could just remind the jury as far as the microspec data, what type of data is that?
So the microspec, it analyzes samples that have color. So it provides information of a sample's dyes or pigments.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, Ms. Hanley. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hanley.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again. We met about a year ago. First things first, you were just talking about some plastic pieces in 7-18.8, correct?
It was 7-18.18.
0.18, I left the one out. 7-18.18. We're dealing with a lot of numbers. I'm going to see if we can cut through that here in a second.
Sure.
First of all, you indicated that you were doing a comparative analysis in different, sort of different categorical ways, using microscopy, using the microspec, using the FTIR. I think you also use the FTIR in that as well?
Yes.
And you indicated that your analysis concluded with those pieces could have come from the same source, from the source that in 3-1, the taillight. But you're not conclusively saying they did, correct?
It could have come from, they could have a common origin, or it could have come from another source with the same characteristics.
Right. So in other words, another way to say that, Ms. Hanley, is it may have come from the taillight, may not have.
It's a possibility.
Okay. I also want to ask you real quick about the taillight manufacturer. You were shown an exhibit, I think it's exhibit 200, and I think we have that available. With the court's permission, we don't have to cut the lights. I think the lighting is just fine. This is exhibit, or a photograph of exhibit 200 that you saw just a second ago. Quick question about that. In your inspection of that taillight, it's true, is it not, that is manufactured entirely of plastic or plasticine pieces. There is no glass in that taillight, correct?
I have to check my notes. I don't think I noted any glass.
Okay. So in other words, you didn't note any glass inherent in the manufacture of that taillight. It's basically plastic.
Yeah, I think most of the parts were plastic. I'm not 100% sure if the entire thing was plastic. There may have been other material, but portions were plastic.
But you certainly didn't see any glass inherent in the manufacture process.
I'd have to double check my notes, but I don't think I did.
Okay.
Do you want her to check her notes?
Why don't you?
No problem.
Are your notes in front of you?
Yes.
With the court's permission.
Yes, sure.
Obviously important to separate out glass that might have come from the taillight versus glass that came from the glass that was or wasn't broken that night, was or wasn't thrown at John O'Keefe? Was or wasn't thrown at the car? Anything that would have led to broken
Okay, so
glass?
I did not make any notation that I noted portions that were glass.
Great. Final point before we get into the actual analysis. On any of the glass, I want to shift gears to just the glass material that you analyzed and that you looked at and you inspected. You saw no blood, no skin, no biological material, no tissue, human tissue or otherwise, on any of those pieces that you inspected, did you?
Upon examination of those items, making observations of those types of material, that's not my area of expertise. I don't think I noted anything that was maybe consistent with that.
So in other words, even though you're not in the bio material expert section of the lab, you certainly would have noted if there was skin or biological material or obvious blood on glass pieces. You were looking at them in many cases through a stereo microscope, correct?
Yes, I would have made note of observations of anything that I would have noted on the surface.
Great, and you did not, because you didn't see anything. It was suggestive of that, correct?
I think I just made note, I'd have to check each item, but I think I did note that there was some dirt debris on some of the items.
But not biological material.
I did not note anything that would be maybe consistent with that.
Great, thank you. I want to talk about the comparisons that you did. And you'll forgive me, I'm a visual learner. So I'd like to talk about it in 4 categories.
Okay.
Linear categories. Category 1, item 3-2. Category 2, item 3-3. Category 3, item 7-12. Category 4, item 7-14. 3, 2, 3, 3, 7, 12, 7, 14. Can we talk about them in those particulars?
Sure.
Okay. 3-2 was the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to use the word cup rather than glass for obvious reasons. You can get confused by that. So when I say the cup, do you know what I'm talking about?
Item 3-2.
Great. 3-3 are the 5 items that were found on the bumper, claimed to have been found on the bumper by MSP or crime. Okay?
Yes.
5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Item 7-12 are 9 items, glass items, that were recovered at 34 Fairview by Trooper Buchanan in an evidence envelope, correct?
So sustained as to who they were recovered from?
Sure. Did you receive the items along with an evidence envelope?
I need to double check if it was an envelope, but I received it packaged.
Okay. And the packaging normally, under normal circumstances, the packaging comes with labels that gives you reference about where things came from. For instance, when Mr. Lally asked you, were you aware or did you become aware that items were claimed to have been found on the bumper? You didn't actually find those items, but that was the description you were given, correct?
That was the description of the item in our limb system.
Okay. And going back to 7-12, that's our 3rd category, was that described as 9 pieces of glass that were found at 34 Fairview by a sergeant by the name of Buchanan? Or do you recall that?
I am not sure who recovered them.
Or what it said on the evidence envelope? That's what I'm asking.
I would have to check my photos to see if it says that.
We'll get to that in just a second, but fair enough. 7-12, 9 items, A, B, C, D, E, and if my memory serves, I, K, and L.
And I'd have to refer to my notes to.
Can you please?
Yes. So the 9 pieces of glass from 712 were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Great. And then finally, what was in 714, that's an easy one piece of glass.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
If I could, Ms. Hanley, I'm going to hand you photographs. That should be 2 photographs of the exact same thing. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I've never seen. I did not take this photo.
Understood.
So I'm not. I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
So I'm asking you to look. I know you haven't seen
Yeah.
that photo. Does it look like the cup?
It looks consistent with the cup.
Okay. Just gonna set this to the side for a second. Take a look at the second photo. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
So I did not take this photo. It appears to be a photo of a container that another analyst took a photo of item 7-12.
And item 7-12, once again, included plastic pieces and 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
Do you see the evidence label on the very top of that evidence envelope?
I'm not sure which label you're talking about.
One under the red tape.
Yes.
Does that appear to be a label marker that's done to maintain chain of custody?
So I think that label. Sorry.
Sure, can we bring these over to the side?
Sure.
Just like I suggested, I feel like I'm 12 years old or 8 years old. I'm in a fort. I've had to move inside. This is just what I suggested when we talked about this witness earlier. Miss Hanley, she's not confident, and so whatever she has to say for either the direct or the cross examination, comes off as not really comfortable talking about what she's there to talk about. And that just may be a function of her personality. But the fact is that, it really colors her testimony as somebody that is she really good at what she does? Is anything she says something we should believe? We're talking about all these different pieces of glass, all these different pieces of polycarbonate, the tail light, focusing now on the glass and where those things might have come from. It's so important. Quite often, the witness is performing, right? The attorneys are performing, and they're performing for that audience of 18, ultimately 12 that will make a decision in this case. And so you can't discount the importance of that performance. She may be the best at what she does, how she does it, how she documents it, how she understands it, how she writes a report about it. But in trial, if you cannot convey confidence in what you're talking about and as important, simplifying what you do so that regular folks can understand what you do. Because most of these folks, you know, they're lab rats, and that may not be a common language, you know, for folks on the jury. And she seems so timid and so uncertain that no matter what she has to say, the jury is likely to give her less credibility and less credit for what she says than somebody who comes across, as I always use the Stephen A. Smith example. What we are showing you here is the plastic from the tail light, and there is some glass from the glass, which was found on the bumper. I mean, you know, it's at a certain point, it kind of becomes, you know, form over substance. Hopefully you got the substance as well. But if you don't have the form to present the substance, well, you know, it just falls apart. What was that one note there from C.M. Lavelle? Let's see. It says, what was that? She's acting like she's never seen a label. Yeah, you know. So, do you think that this is purposeful on her part? That she's purposely being less cooperative for the defense cross-examination? I kind of saw the same affect on the direct. So I don't know. What do you think? Mar says, as a PhD, I'm confident when I speak in public at conference. I know what I'm talking about. Yes, I'm a teacher and hold 3 master's degrees and PhD from reputable places. Yeah, public speaking. You know what? I can't remember the number, and I'm sure it's changed over the years. But there was a huge percentage of the public, and I think it was in excess of 70%. 70% of the public fear public speaking over death. I mean, that's, people are that afraid to just hang it out there and speak to an audience for really on any topic, but in theory on one you know something about, right? So this is public speaking times 100. You know, this is not just speaking to the local PTA or going to a board meeting and venting about something that the town is doing wrong in your opinion. You know, this is all eyes on you magnified to the nth degree. So who's prepping her? I don't know. That, you know, Oasis Cat, that's a good question. I saw that out of the corner of my eye. Who prepped her for court? Tully Lally, a rock with an Albert tattoo. Oh, look at that callback to The Rock.
Jurors, sometimes we're at sidebar in an effort to try and speed things up. So even though we take your time that way, this should make things move a little easier.
We'll be the judge of that.
So you can cut back from back on.
Thank you. Ms. Hanley, I was asking you previously, we'd already looked at what's been marked for identification as triple G. I was asking you about what has now been marked as triple H. If you'll just look at that, what I'm most interested in is, do you see a name, a trooper's name, in the middle of that evidence bag?
Yes, I do.
Is that Buchanan?
It looks like it says that, yeah.
Okay, and just so we're clear, that bag is associated with 7-12 of your analysis. The item 7-12, correct?
Yes, again, I didn't take this photo, but I have, yeah.
I realize that. It says 7-12
Yeah.
right on the photo.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, that's all I needed. Taking a look at what's been marked as triple I for identification. Do you see a name associated with that evidence bag?
Yes.
What name is that?
It's actually a little hard to read. It looks like it says, it could say Trooper Proctor.
Okay, and that is associated with 7-14, our fourth category, correct?
It is labeled as, excuse me, 7-14.
Thank you. And finally, does that, which has been marked as, for identification at least, as triple J, does that appear to be the contents of that bag, which is a single piece of glass in 7-14?
This appears to be the photo that the analyst prior to me took of item 7-14.
And that would be analyst Valier.
Correct.
You see her initials there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So The 4 categories, just so we're clear and we can stop using so many numbers because they can get confusing. 3-2 is the cup, right?
Yes,
3-3 is the bumper glass, correct?
that is correct.
7-12 is the Buchnick glass, correct? You just looked at it,
Yes,
okay? 7-14 is the Proctor glass, the single piece, correct?
correct.
So when I make reference to those items by those names, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, yes.
Hesitant.
No, I just, I'm just used to referring to them to the item numbers, but I will try to stay with you.
My brain will melt if we continue that way.
Can she do it both, Mr. Jackson?
Sure. Any way that you wish. I have another document that I would like to approach with, if I could, with the court's permission.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like you to take a look at that. You've got a copy of this. Have you ever seen that before, or a variation of it?
Yes.
Okay. Saw it last year, correct? Or something close to it last year?
Yeah, it looks consistent.
Okay.
I'm sorry, may we approach on this?
Okay. If there are any others, Mr. Jackson, why don't we bring all the,
This is it.
Oi, that's an official legal term. This is like the proverbial pulling teeth. It is painful, and the jury gets to sit here. You know, they've got a sense of where this is going. They've heard the direct. They know that the attempt is to link the broken pieces of taillight and the glass to the events of the evening, somehow to connect what this expert. It's hard to use the word expert when I'm talking about her, but you know, she's the lab rat that did some of this work. So whether she's just not capable or she's, you know, purposely obstreperous, I don't know. I'm just looking at her. I don't see an evil intent here. I see a kind of a mousy woman who would rather be somewhere else and is trying to kind of figure out what it is they want from her, because clearly, even if she was prepped in any way, it was for the prosecution's use of her, not the defense, right? So I'm interested in the feedback I'm seeing from different folks about this woman. I kind of feel sorry for her. I always feel sorry for somebody that seems to be totally out of their element. Doesn't mean she doesn't have a purpose for both the prosecution and the defense, but still, you know, it's like, you know, being cruel to an animal. You know, she just seems defenseless there. So now they're having a sidebar to talk about what is to come, you know, because what is happening is Alan Jackson is continuing to show her reports, other documents that relate to the work that she did, or perhaps are pieces of information she should have known when she did the work that she did, because already she suggested she doesn't know some of the other players that we're comfortable with, and she doesn't know some of the other evidence collection that we're comfortable with. And so it does two things. Number one, it knocks down any of her conclusions that she might make about these bits and pieces that were connected. And then it just erodes her overall credibility. You know, well, why didn't you know about the glass that so-and-so had and found? You know, it keeps taking me back to the magic glass testimony. Remember the glass that somehow clung to life on the bumper of the SUV despite being driven through snow, blizzard conditions, wind, road hazards. And I did my own experiment of that little piece of glass on my hand where would blow it off my hand. I don't know how anybody believes that magic piece of glass, after Alessi got through dismantling the direct evidence of that glass. Remember the mirrored piece of glass that was mirrored from the back of the SUV onto the bumper? I wasn't even quite sure how it was mirroring, but you could tell, in fact, that it was, and ultimately the witness admitted, oh, yeah, that's right. There's my B initial on the glass, on the exhibit. And there it is down below, mirrored as a reflection. So it's not two pieces. We're talking about one piece of glass. And that one piece of glass had the stick-to-itiveness, I don't know, some sort of super glue
So I
kept
think
it
I
in
gave
place.
somebody the copy that I was using. I need a copy.
If I may approach?
Yes,
Get the judge a copy.
thank you. All right, so let's mark this first for identification.
Happy to.
Hey, Phoebe. No Domino cameo today. I would be frightened if Domino popped his head up in this setting.
Exhibit KKK for ID.
So Karma Harma, you think she's friends with Buchanan and Proctor?
Ms. Hanley, if I could ask you very briefly, I want to go through this chalk with you for a moment. Do you recognize something on the left, looking at the first category? Do you see 3-2?
Yes,
How is that described?
it's described as a cup.
Okay, and you see that there's a photographic representation of the cup just above it, correct?
It looks consistent with,
Okay. Moving to the second category. What category is that?
it's item 3-3.
And 3-3, first of all, there's a photograph above it. Do you see that?
Yes,
Appears to be of a bumper, correct?
yes,
You didn't take that picture.
I did not.
Okay, let's look down beneath it. You indicated that there were 5 items in 3-3, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Do you see A, B, C, D, and E represented in that category on this chalk?
I do see A, B, C, D, E categorized, yes.
Great. Under A, you previously testified that the bumper glass sub A in 3-3 did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Did not match anything in 7-12?
Sorry, just give me one moment. That's correct.
And did not match anything in 7-14?
That's correct.
And you see those represented by sort of the international symbol for negative, correct? A circle with a line through it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Under subcategory B, glass B, or item 3-3B, did not match the cup, did not match 7-12, did not match 7-14.
That's
Is
correct.
that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Finally, with regard to E as an echo in that same item, 3-3, you see that there is a green indication that glass recovered by Proctor does match, or did match in your analysis, or was consistent with the item in 7-14, correct?
It was consistent microscopically and instrumentally
Does that
with,
accurately reflect that finding on this chalk?
yes.
Okay, now turning to category 3. There were 9 pieces of glass that you looked at, correct?
Correct.
A through F, I, K, and L. Is that right?
If I could just reference my report to make sure.
Of course.
Yes, those are the correct letters.
And A, B, C, D, F, and K all matched the cup, correct?
Again, I would just need to confirm with my report.
Take your time.
Yes, so A, B, C, D, F, and K
All matched the cup.
had a physical match to 3-2, the cup.
Is that accurately represented on this chart? With green.
Yes.
And E is in echo, I is in India, and I think that's L is in Lima, did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, is that accurately represented on this chart?
Yes.
And finally, the last category, 7-14, that is the single piece of glass that was recovered by Trooper Proctor. That did not match the cup, and it did not match anything in 7-12, correct? And if you need to check your notes, feel free.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission with the amendment that the court indicated at sidebar of triple K.
Okay, I'm going to allow it in.
205.
205?
Yeah.
Your Honor, the court indicated that it would like to see us before anything's published to the jurors.
Hey, come on over for a second. Actually, have those have those been done?
It has been done, and
Okay.
I was going to explain at sidebar.
All right, then come on over.
I tell you, it's like being a jack in the box here. Anyway, so yeah, so now we got some more markings to put together, and really, and I'm not sure whose fault this is. I don't know if it's the court's fault, or if it's the witness's fault, or if it's defense counsel's fault. But such a disjointed examination, especially when you're talking about lab experiments and these 5 pieces of matching the cup, and this glass was recovered by Proctor, which is one of the few things said that I think is of import here, and that is that if you're going to question the collection of any evidence and the handling of any evidence and the chain of custody, if any, of any evidence, you got to get Michael Proctor's name out there. Former trooper Michael Proctor. Have you heard of him? So at least that's one little something that if I'm on the jury, I'm going, oh, Proctor, can't wait to hear from him. We've heard so many things about him and none of them good. So what Alan Jackson is able to do is now with this witness and her evidence collected or passed on to her is to once again link Alan Jackson's name, Michael Proctor's name to the mix. Here's Alan again with this
205.
cross-exam.
Thank you. Request permission to publish.
Yes.
Ms. Hanley, you see the chalk that's been, or actually what's been marked as Exhibit 205 in evidence on the screen?
Yes.
Is that consistent with what you and I were just talking about at the witness stand?
Yes.
If you'll direct your attention to the screen on the right, just because it's a little easier and I think the laser pointer shows up a little better. Do you see the 4 categories represented in this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, so 3-2, I'm going to go over it very quickly one more time, just visually. 3-2 on the left is the cup, correct?
Yes.
3-3 represents the 5 pieces of glass of what we call the bumper glass, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Yes.
7-12 is the 9 pieces of glass recovered by Trooper Buchanan at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And finally, 7-14 is the single piece of glass recovered by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Taking these one by one, just so everybody see. Taking these one by one, looking at starting with the bumper glass, category 2. Piece A did not match the cup, anything in 7-12 or anything in 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
Piece B did not match the cup, did not match anything in 7-12, did not match anything in 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And moving over to category 3, there were some matches in these 9 items, 6 of them, A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes.
But what those matched, Ms. Hanley, were the cup, nothing on the bumper, correct?
Correct.
And what didn't match the cup were E, I, and L. Is that right?
That's correct.
Moving back to category 2, however, there was one thing, item E, that did match something in this series of categories. Isn't that right?
Not a physical match, but instrumentally there was consistency.
All right. And this is an item, the only piece of bumper glass, the only piece of bumper glass to match anything else in your analysis. Matched what? Or was consistent with what?
Item 3-3, piece E, was consistent in physical and instrumental properties with the sample that I took from item 7-14.
Which is the single piece of glass recovered by Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
But not a single piece of glass, nothing that you analyzed coming from that bumper matched the cup, did it? Nothing.
Physical match comparison, there was no physical match comparison to the cup.
Are we done with this, Mr. Jackson?
We can take this down, Your Honor. Your Honor, that's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Lally?
Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as you were asked some questions on cross-examination about biological pieces or tissue or things being on the glass, and you referenced that that was done in another unit, correct?
Yes, if that type of examination was needed, that would be done in a different unit.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that, but next question.
Which unit would that be conducted in?
Objection.
So the objection sustained. You need more, Mr. Lally, before you move on.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were just presented, as far as the 4 photographs that were depicted in there, have you ever seen any of those 4 photographs before?
No.
Do you know specifically who or where any of the items 3-2, 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, or 7-4 were physically recovered from?
I just have the description that's put in the LIMS system when it's submitted to the lab.
And do you know that 3-2, the drinking glass, was recovered by the Canton Police Department on January 29th, 2022?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know that item 3-3, the bumper glass, was recovered by Ms. Maureen Hartnett from your lab on February 1st, 2022?
Sustained.
Do you know that each of the 4 items were recovered by different people on different dates at different
No
locations?
approach.
Yes.
Okay, I predict a Lally slapdown here. You can't be asking these questions in the way that he's asking them because he's basically telling her what he wants her to say. Again, this is redirect. If it were across, then you can probably get away with a little bit of that filling in, leading the witness, because you're basically saying, here, did you know this person did this? Are you aware that this person did this? Do you know that this person did this? Well, I'm guessing he thinks that person did this, whatever that may be, in terms of the handling of these bits and pieces of glass and plastic. I'm sorry, polycarbonate. Let me ask you this. When they start talking about cup in a very specific way. The cup. I assume they're talking about the cocktail glass. That's what it's been referred to for the most part, at least in my recollection. But am I missing something? Is the cup something different than this cocktail glass that we've all come to know and love? I just don't understand that. Okay, figure that out. I just don't know. Okay, Lally. Re-rack. Reload, buddy. See what happens now.
Ms. Hanley, from your conclusions that you testified about before, you found that the
Okay, I think we're looking for another feed. We had an issue there. Frozen. Hopefully we'll pop up another feed as soon as we can find one. I'm not sure which feed we were using there, but clearly it has, what's the professional phrase?
Match
Crapped out.
from the bumper.
We're back.
There was no physical match to the glass cup 3-2.
Thank you. So another way of saying that is not a single piece of glass that you analyzed on that bumper matched. But the one piece of glass that did match something came from the same source, was consistent with coming from the same source as the single piece of glass recovered on the possession of or bagged by Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
It was consistent with item 7-14.
That's all.
All right, Ms. Hanley, you are all set. I'm going to see counsel for a minute. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Whew, okay, that was the longest 4 days of testimony I've heard in my life. Okay, so what's the takeaway from this witness? Is there anything? Again, we are in the prosecution's case in chief. So I'm just, I'm scratching my head. I'm thinking, okay, we have further evidence that there was some glass found. We have maybe some evidence that the polycarbonate lens pieces were found and nothing was inside the light. I just don't know from the prosecution standpoint what the purpose of this witness was. What did she provide that nobody else could? Yes, she said that a number of the pieces of the glass did somehow fit together in the reconstructed form, but there were three pieces that didn't. Well, where'd they come from? What the hell do they have to do with anything? So if the goal is to move your case closer to conclusion in this jury's mind that somebody is guilty of a crime, this is a flat line. I don't get enough out of her to justify her being here. Isn't there somebody else you could have used? If not, then you should have gotten out, and got the hell out of there. Because I don't think she helped your case. And the defense did what they could. Wasn't a lot to really play with there, except that she didn't seem to know a lot of the background information that might have helped her do her job better, I suppose. Anyway, so now we're in a sidebar. Could they be out of witnesses at 3 o'clock? I mean, it's entirely possible. And to just go over the new new schedule as we understand it. Tomorrow will be a half a day, whatever half day is. Friday, nothing. Monday, nothing. And then, the final few days of the prosecution's case, which we assume will be Welcher-centric. That's probably what's going to happen there. How do you like my new studio? This is, I will tell you, it keeps me out of the elements, but it does look like kind of, any street, anywhere.
All right,
Okay,
so
let's
jurors, I
let's
know
see.
you don't like it when we're at sidebar. We don't like it when we're at sidebar, but I can tell you that after speaking to the lawyers now, we're ahead of schedule. And they've worked very hard to get us to this point where we're ahead of schedule so that tomorrow, instead of being a half a day, you have tomorrow off. So you have tomorrow and Friday, a good long weekend. It's very, very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't say a word about this case. Don't let anybody say anything to you about this case. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. I believe next week, except for Thursday, are full days every day. Watch your social media use this weekend as well. Have a great long weekend. We'll see you here Tuesday morning, ready to go.
Court, all rise to the jury.
Okay, holy moly, tomorrow off as well. I'm tempted to break from right here in my mobile studio and run on down to the courthouse to see if I can get some wild.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye. Get some wild sound. So why don't I do that? If Diz, if you or Missy want to run something we've prepackaged, that's fine. Otherwise, don't. We will reconvene at 6:00 tonight. And we will pick up where we left off. I really do want to hop on down to the courthouse, though, and see if I can get some info from the parties as they leave. So let me sign off abruptly. I appreciate you guys being here and kind of clunking our way through this afternoon. It's been a weird one, but we'll get back together tonight. I want to make
So
sure,
no one needs to see me about anything. We get cleared.
Put on the record that what's been marked for as actually been interviewed evidence 205. We're in the process of printing a new one. The one that actually went into evidence is not the one that we shared.
Okay.
Instructions. We'll get that printed and to you. I think before we leave, I think he's printing it now.
All right. I'd like it before we leave. So before you leave. So, all right. All right. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Court, all rise.
all right, you heard the judge. Okay, I'm going to get out of here, and we will reconvene later on tonight. Okay, see you.